This young man was just an ordinary human, yet he had the courage to inject zombie blood into his body. The pain caused him to collapse instantly. But because of this, his body mutated, awakening a superpower talent that everyone coveted. His name was Chun-Bai, the dignified white demon saint, yet he was about to be wiped out just for failing a single mission. At this moment, Chun-Bai couldn't believe she was actually going to do it. He tried to justify himself. Wait, Dark Mother Goddess. Do you have the right to demand a chance, along with your white demon city, to be buried in the darkness? After saying that, she cast a magic spell that destroyed the entire castle. Chun-Bai struggled to resist the magic engulfing him, but everything was hopeless. The castle collapsed, and he fell into the darkness. He never expected that after risking his life to complete over 100 of her missions, he would be executed for just one failure. Is it just because I'm a lowly human? I can't accept this. Haha, I refuse to accept this. By now, only half of his body remained, but for some reason, he felt no fear. Chun-Bai laughed wildly. You bitch of a mother goddess, I'll come back and kill you. Hearing this, she said nothing and just stomped him straight down into the dark river. As his body almost completely vanished, the pocket watch around his neck suddenly glowed, and a mysterious voice rang out, reversing. Chun-Bai shot up, still cursing Motherf. After regaining his senses, he noticed something was wrong. Wait, I'm not dead? This is my college dorm. Wasn't I killed by that bitch? Wait, the hourglass. According to his previous memories, Chun-Bai obtained this hourglass after 20 years of trials. It was the only item with absolutely no stats, but it could never be destroyed, so he always wore it. Chun-Bai thought to himself, wait a minute, the sand is supposed to be at the bottom. No matter how I turn it, it never leaks out. But why is it at the top now? The sand is flowing backward. Time reversal. What time is it now? Thinking this, Chun-Bai immediately took out his phone to check the current time. After looking, he realized today was June 5th, 2032, 10 days before the trials began. In 10 days, the will of the universe would officially descend, wiping out over 90% of humanity. The dead humans would turn into various zombies and monsters, and all modern weapons would become useless. Chun-Bai was determined that in this life, he wouldn't rely on anyone. He alone would become so strong that he could trample the gods under his feet. Suddenly, Chun-Bai remembered something. He put on a mask and headed to Jiangxing Hospital. As he walked, he thought, 10 years after the trials began, someone once said he discovered the only way to upgrade a talent. He said talents actually took effect 10 days before the trial started. If you discovered and used your talent, you could upgrade it. Walking down the hospital corridor, Chun-Bai searched for a room with the right virus for his body. My talent in my previous life was E-rank virus resistance. According to that method, if I want to upgrade my talent, I need to use a virus to stimulate and strengthen it first. With that thought, Chun-Bai took action. He hid behind a wall to eavesdrop on a conversation between a doctor and a nurse. What an unprecedented symptom. I actually feel like this patient is like someone out of a movie. Hearing this, he sneaked into a room. Inside that room, a man lay motionless on the bed. His face was covered in purple veins because his body was infected with a virus. Immediately, Chun-Bai approached with a syringe in hand. He exclaimed with a hint of joy, "Sure enough, it's a zombie." Saying that, Chun-Bai plunged the syringe into the man's body and said smugly, "I have to use you for practice. My virus resistance talent can only rely on you now." He carefully and slowly drew the terrifying purple liquid from the man's arm, filling the syringe. Chun-Bai looked at the liquid in the tube with excitement. This should be enough to activate my talent. The scene shifted to the dorm. Chun-Bai looked around the room and saw no one. He exclaimed, "No one's in the dorm. I know they're pulling an all-nighter today." Chun-Bai took the syringe out of his pocket. He seemed a bit hesitant because if he miscalculated, his little life would be over. If that theory is wrong, then I might die right here. He looked at the syringe in his hand with some hesitation, but that thought was quickly crushed. Chun-Bai acted decisively, plunging the syringe straight into his own body. I don't care anymore. Before the reversal, it was because my E-rank talent was too weak that I had to struggle for decades just to survive and see any improvement. By now, Chun-Bai had injected all the purple liquid into his body. After emptying the syringe, the veins on his body reacted violently. If I still awaken an E-rank talent this time, even knowing the future, I'll miss the opportunity because I'm too weak. Chunbai gritted his teeth, enduring the overwhelming pain as the veins spread rapidly up to his face. Due to the agony, Chunbai let out a low groan. He told himself, I've been reborn once. If I'm still going to be a weakling, I might as well die early. Suddenly, Chunbai fell to the ground. Heavy breathing echoed in the hazy void. He met Harold again. She looked at the human before her and opened her arms as if to offer salvation. Harold spoke up, Come, Chunbai, give up your resistance. Embrace the darkness. As a lowly human, becoming a part of the darkness is the most fitting end for you. Chunbai slowly pushed himself up and said with difficulty, Screw you. Chunbai's eyes glared at her with intense hatred as he shouted, I will definitely conquer you. How could I fall here? Back in the dorm, Chunbai's arms and legs looked as if they had been bent out of shape as he stood blankly on the balcony. Suddenly, the room door opened. Chunbai, his face pale and purple, turned to look. This caused Qi Zheng, Zhao Mu, and Lu Feng to panic and shout in unison. Qi Zheng, his face full of fear, asked loudly, What's going on? The three of them stammered, unable to speak properly. Chunbai. Hearing them, Chunbai gradually regained his consciousness, his face full of confusion. Seeing him like that, the three of them couldn't hide their fear. Seeing this, Chunbai smiled and said, You guys are back? With that, he slowly walked to the bathroom door, then looked back at Qi Zheng and said, I'm going to wash my face. Qi Zheng still couldn't hide his panic as he watched Chunbai. At this moment, Chunbai stood blankly in the bathroom. He looked at himself in the mirror, unable to hide his joy. It worked. That theory was right. The zombie virus didn't kill me. My talent upgraded successfully. At that moment, the veins on his arms also slowly disappeared. Suddenly, Chunbai rested his chin on his hand, thinking deeply. I wonder what rank my awakened talent will be. Suddenly, a voice echoed as Chunbai thought about the upgrade. Chunbai, congratulations on being chosen as a pioneer. You have received the title, Early Awakened Pioneer. Hearing that, he immediately recognized it as the voice of the universe's will. At that moment, Chunbai thought joyfully, Since I've awakened. He reached out his hand and commanded, Open the title panel. As soon as he finished speaking, the title panel immediately opened. Pioneer. Only those who discover, use, and train their abilities before the trials begin can possess this. All attributes are increased by 5%, and experience gained is increased by 10%. Early Awakened Attribute Panel. Chunbai was quite satisfied with the information he received. He thought, 100% perfect title. Chunbai's face became extremely excited. He couldn't help but grip the sink tightly, deforming it. Next was the talent panel. The talent panel appeared with immense power. Virus Monarch Talent Panel. The power of the Virus Monarch was absolutely massive. Virus Monarch, the strongest ability of the virus system, can absorb, utilize, control, improve, and even create viruses. Chunbai began to cast his ability, and a purple light emitted from his palm. He thought to himself, but right now, I only have the ability to absorb viruses, and the absorption range is very small. I need a massive amount of viruses to upgrade my ability. Chunbai thought, the hospital is obviously the best place to get viruses. With that, Chunbai appeared at the gates of the first hospital. Suddenly, a chaotic scene caught his eye. Chunbai was shocked by what he saw. Everyone ahead was in a panic, running in all directions because behind them, zombies were relentlessly pursuing them. At that moment, they screamed in fear, Help! Run away! This is crazy. One of them ran and shouted, It's a zombie! It's a zombie! Chunbai muttered curiously, Zombies? Suddenly, his face lit up with excitement. I remember now. Facing the crowd fleeing in panic, only Chunbai stood there calmly. He remembered in his mind. In my previous life, I heard people mention that 3 strange events occurred in Jiangsheng before the trials began. Among them was the hospital lockdown. Thinking of this, Chunbai gritted his teeth, preparing to charge forward fiercely. This must be the hospital lockdown. A man saw Chunbai about to rush in and anxiously said, Hey, why are you still? But he quickly ignored the man's words, excitedly preparing to charge straight in. Looks like I arrived just in time. Saying that, Chunbai didn't hesitate to charge straight at the zombies ahead. He delivered a powerful strike, grabbing one's head and pushing it into the hospital. He began to use the Virus Monarch's ability on the zombie. Virus Monarch talent skill, virus absorption. The zombie couldn't withstand it and lost all its remaining senses and consciousness. Absorbing zombie virus. The virus points gained can be used to strengthen abilities. Chunbai exclaimed joyfully, "This is great." Then he stood up and declared boldly to the zombies, "Today, none of you are getting away." At the same time, in the fourth-floor bathroom of the hospital, 3 zombies had cornered a terrified doctor. "It's over. It's over. This door won't hold much longer." The doctor seemed helpless against his fate, thinking anxiously, "There's no other way. I'm going to die." He turned to the nurse beside him and laughed loudly, a laugh that seemed out of control. The nurse, sitting on the floor, was remembering the unfortunate victims. Head nurse, directorly. Suddenly, she looked up and saw the doctor panting heavily. She asked anxiously, "Lu Feng, what's wrong with you?" As soon as she finished speaking, he revealed a perverted expression and lunged forward, preparing to grab her. Lu Feng then spoke up, "I've been chasing you for so long, and you never agreed. Now that we're about to die, why don't you let me have some fun before the end?" Hearing him say that, she immediately screamed, "Lu Feng, are you crazy? What nonsense are you talking about?" After many heavy blows, the zombies outside had finally smashed the door open. Seeing this, Lu Feng was terrified. How could they be so fast? "I don't want to die. I don't want to die." Saying that, he grabbed the nurse's hand. He pushed her forward as bait for the zombies. With utter cowardice, Lu Feng screamed, "I don't want to die." Then he sprinted toward the window. As he ran, he shouted, "Fourth floor." His face looked terrifying as he grasped at his last thread of hope. He thought, "It's only the 4th floor." A zombie chasing right behind him unexpectedly fell from the 4th floor. Lu Feng, pale as a ghost, hung suspended in midair. A few minutes later, all the zombies in the hospital had collapsed. The scene shifted to outside the bathroom. Chunbai looked shocked. Suddenly, a zombie lunged at him. He casually tossed the zombie aside. Chunbai then glanced at the nurse zombie lying on the floor. He said with some joy, "Great. It's a hospital staff member. Looks like she was just bitten. There should still be time." With that, he used his monarch skill to absorb the virus from the nurse. Suddenly, a thought flashed in his mind. The military will be here soon to lock down the hospital. I need someone familiar with the hospital to guide me. Chunbai cast his ability to quickly suck all the virus out of the nurse. I'll extract all the zombie virus from her body and see if it can stop her mutation. Suddenly, the nurse's eyes slowly returned from completely white to normal. She muttered in confusion, "Ah." The nurse quickly sat up, her face regaining its color. Chunbai, sitting behind her, thought to himself, "It worked." Then she turned to look at Chunbai and stammered, Thank you." Chunbai grabbed her hand and helped her up. "Looks like you haven't completely lost your consciousness." The nurse replied, "Yeah, I know what happened." Seeing this, Chunbai got straight to the point. "Then I need your help with something right now." Suddenly, tears fell from her eyes as she looked at Chunbai and replied, "No problem. But I want to change my clothes first." Hearing that, Chunbai quickly pulled her along and said, "There's no time. Take me to the place in your hospital with the most viruses." At the laboratory department, a body lay right outside the door. The nurse led Chunbai inside and introduced, "The laboratory department has the most viruses in the hospital. All clinical samples are tested here." Chunbai was very happy to hear this, knowing he had found the right person. This much is enough. Immediately, Chunbai poured several vials of medicine together. The nurse cried out in panic, "What are you doing?" Hearing her, he just replied softly, "Quiet." With that, Chunbai used his virus absorption skill. The viruses Chunbai had mixed and absorbed began to show up one by one. Notification: first time absorbing hepatitis B virus. Virus points gained, 10. Notification: multiple absorptions of hepatitis B virus. Virus points, 1. First time absorbing influenza virus. Notification: virus points gained, 0.7. Notification: first time absorbing herpes zoster virus. Virus points gained, 5. Notification: first time absorbing HIV. Virus points gained, 10. His hands absorbed everything, just waiting to be used. absorbed everything. Next is, all of this was part of Chunbai's calculated plan. I'll use all these viruses to strengthen the zombie virus. Closing his eyes, Chunbai could identify the viruses in his body, including the primordial virus, the blacklight virus, the lost virus, the T virus, and the desperation virus. He pondered deeply. Right now, it seems the ability that will upgrade the most for me is the blacklight virus. It's probably the darkest and most upgradable one. The zombie virus evolves into the blacklight virus. All attributes increase by 10. Self-healing ability increases by 200%. Congratulations on obtaining the core foundation of the blacklight virus. Evolution, devour, and assimilate. Chunbai thought, the blacklight virus. This is a virus specialized in devouring and evolving. Suddenly, she interrupted his thoughts with a loud scream. There's a zombie coming. At the door. Hearing this, Chunbai warned her, stay here and don't run around. In the blink of an eye, he grabbed the zombie by the neck. Seeing this, the nurse was astonished. Chunbai smiled and thought to himself, my speed is much faster than before. This zombie must weigh around 75 kilograms. Chunbai said to the zombie in front of him, perfect timing. I can use you as a test subject for my new ability. Saying that, he unleashed his new move. Next is, black tentacles shot out from his arm, wrapping around the zombie. It could only struggle in despair. After a short while, the zombie was reduced to nothing but a black ball in Chunbai's hand. This was exactly devour and assimilate. His body had now absorbed it completely, leaving nothing behind. Chunbai then turned around, satisfied, and muttered to himself, very good. The absorption speed is very fast. Moreover, I feel my stamina has recovered a bit. Seeing him like this, she was terrified after witnessing the scene just now. She collapsed to the floor, stammering, You just... Seeing the nurse's expression wasn't quite right, he asked, What's wrong? The nurse stood up, sighed, and gathered her courage. Her eyes looked firmly at Chunbai. You saved me. I believe you won't hurt me. I'll help you keep this a secret. Seeing this, Chunbai reached out to help her up. My name is Chunbai. Hearing him, the nurse replied, Su Exine. Suddenly, a loud noise came from outside. Chunbai seemed to guess what it was and stammered, That's... Chunbai looked toward the door. The military and police are here. They've locked down the place and are clearing out the zombies. We should go too. Saying that, he pulled Su Exine in and ran toward the hospital corridor. As he ran, he said hurriedly, Take me to the rooftop. We'll leave this place via the roof. Hearing Chunbai say this, Su Exine was a bit confused. Can't we just use the exit? We haven't turned into zombies. Hearing that, he explained his reasoning. I don't have time for quarantine and interrogation. While they were busy running, a zombie on the ceiling was following them. Chunbai, not noticing, continued, and so. Before he could finish his sentence, the zombie poked its head down, startling Chunbai. Seeing this, he let go of Su Exine's hand. He approached the zombie. Su Exine saw this and screamed in fear. Her face was smudged, and she couldn't hide her shock. That's... Suddenly, the zombie let out a loud roar, baring its hideous teeth. Chunbai clutched his injured arm, looking at the zombie in front of him with extreme excitement. Blood began to drip from his arm onto the floor. But the appearance of a mutated zombie was something even he hadn't imagined. Chunbai gritted his teeth and exclaimed, Interesting. I didn't expect a mutation. But sometimes, danger comes with opportunity. Chunbai's eyes were now slowly losing control. His face exuded a fierce aura. He roared, I wonder what kind of evolution the blacklight virus will undergo if I absorb you. Before Chunbai could finish speaking, the zombie lunged at him. With such an overwhelming size, getting hit would mean being smashed to pieces. Seeing it charging at him, Chunbai gathered his momentum to dodge. Reaching his maximum speed, he executed a perfect roll and dodged the attack. Immediately, Chunbai delivered a devastating kick to it. The zombie's eyes were cloudy as its body flew backward, but it didn't take long for it to stand up and launch another attack at Chunbai. However, he quickly rolled and dodged the fatal blow. Chunbai continued to use his skills to attack the zombie. Being attacked continuously, it became exhausted and screamed in pain. Noticing its unstable mental state, he thought, It seems its overall physical constitution isn't as good as mine. Seeing this, He began to intensify his attacks. Chunbai raised his hand. He threw a straight punch at the zombie's vital spot. Its body was slammed against the wall, creating numerous cracks, but it remained unharmed. Chunbai could only frown and sigh. Too tough. Then he was pushed back, sliding a long distance. At that moment, the zombie fell from the wall. It stubbornly stood up and roared loudly forward. Chunbai stood up, and all the wounds on his body had completely disappeared. He looked at it and pondered, "This won't do. This isn't causing any effective damage. I'm afraid this will drag on and waste a lot of time." Suddenly, Su Xian used her elbow to smash the glass panel. She took out an axe from the cabinet, meant for emergencies. Su Xian shouted his name loudly, "Chunbai." He instinctively looked back. The axe was quickly thrown by Su Xian. Chunbai watched the beast charge at him, luckily dodging in time. Otherwise, taking that hit would have been the end. The axe flew swiftly, and Chunbai quickly caught it. He praised Su Xian. "Good job, Su Xian." Chunbai gripped the axe tightly. He jumped onto the zombie's shoulder and struck decisively. "Come on, let's end this quickly." After a few exchanges, it felt like time had stopped. The zombie was slashed across the torso by Chunbai's axe. It felt the pain and screamed. Chunbai smiled in satisfaction, preparing to finish it. He attacked while moving swiftly, dodging the moves the zombie threw at him. Chunbai jumped up, raising the axe high, and shouted, "Go to hell." The zombie was faster this time, lunging forward and knocking Chunbai away. The axe fell from his grasp. Both man and zombie fell to their knees. Chunbai looked up, smiling with amusement. "Still got some fight left in you." Chunbai quickly grabbed the axe. He stepped on the zombie's head and said something meaningful. "If you don't finish the job when their health is low, you'll be the one suffering later." The zombie seemed to understand and went completely berserk. It used its dead hands to pin Chunbai against the wall. Unable to bear the pain, he spat out a large mouthful of blood. Su Xian nearby panicked with worry. The axe fell beside him, but he didn't pick it up. Chunbai looked down at his stomach, unafraid, and chuckled inwardly. Almost dead and still didn't choose to run away. Thinking this, he muttered, "This is just too good." The two hands pierced deep into his flesh but couldn't tear off any skin. Chunbai smirked disdainfully. "You want to tear me apart?" The zombie growled fiercely. In Chunbai's stomach, the blacklight virus seemed to have been waiting for this exact moment to burst out. The cells clung tightly to the zombie, refusing to let go, like leeches. Chunbai used his skill, evolution, devour. The tentacles slowly wrapped tightly around its face. It screamed in helplessness. Chunbai revealed the triumphant look of a victor and said, "Now you know fear?" His eyes burned with fire as he looked at the tormented zombie in front of him and uttered, "Too late." The scene before her made Su Xian somewhat afraid. But she was also relieved. She smiled, "That's great, Chunbai." At this moment, a notification was sent to Chunbai. Devour complete. Devoured mutated entity. Sharp-clawed zombie level 2. Chunbai landed on the ground. The notification continued to appear. Evolving blacklight virus. Chunbai's body gradually transformed. Obtained the ability of the sharp-clawed zombie, bone claws. His fingernails had become as sharp as the zombie's just now. Chunbai looked at his body and rejoiced inwardly. Devour, then evolve. The virus I absorbed earlier was the blacklight virus. Chunbai looked at his current self and thanked his past self. Choosing the blacklight virus was indeed the right choice. At this moment, countless footsteps approached, echoing through the hospital corridor. They were military personnel. They were fully armed, pointing their guns forward. One of them spoke up. "Is there a survivor over there? Put your hands up." Chunbai, startled, turned to look at them. Seeing that he and Su Xian didn't react, they continued. "I'm counting down. 3, 2, 1. If you don't make a move, we will open fire." They started counting. 3, 2. Before they could finish, Chunbai gently picked Su Xian up. "We should go." Opposite them, they were ready. The commander ordered, "Fire." The bullets aimed straight at Chunbai, but his speed was faster, and he had already run away. Su Xian quickly guided him to the rooftop. "Straight ahead is the emergency exit. We can get to the balcony." Chunbai dashed forward like the wind. Behind him, bullets rained down on his back. Seeing this, Su Xian asked anxiously, "Chunbai, you've been shot." His face remained expressionless as he replied, I know. Stop talking. Don't move. Chunbai quickly reached the rooftop. He kicked the door open and stepped out. Chunbai asked gently, Where is your house? Su Xin replied in astonishment, Rongfeng North Road, South Baijia. Hearing this, Chunbai glanced at her, looking like a male god straight out of a novel, and replied, Okay. Seeing him like this surprised her immensely. Chunbai jumped and landed swiftly from a high place. Seeing this, Su Xin screamed in shock. Chunbai acted as if nothing happened, still carrying Su Xin and dashing forward. At the Rongfeng North Road, South Baijia residential area, Su Xin opened the door and invited Chunbai inside. She pointed to the side and said, The bathroom is over there. Let me treat your wounds. Hearing this, he refused. The bullets aren't inside, so they'll heal very quickly. It's fine. But Su Xin insisted firmly, No, I have to take a look. Seeing her good intentions, he reluctantly agreed. All right. In the bathroom, clothes were scattered on the floor. Su Xin looked at Chunbai and blushed. Look, there are still marks. She pointed at the wound on Chunbai's body. She lowered her eyes to his abs and said shyly, And your upper body. This spot hasn't completely healed either. Chunbai smiled. If I eat you, I can recover immediately. A mischievous look appeared in his eyes. What do you say? Want to offer yourself? Su Xin replied without any fear. You wouldn't eat me. If you wanted to, you would have done it a long time ago. Chunbai stepped closer, whispering in her ear, Then you're mistaken. I didn't eat you before simply because the setting wasn't right. Hearing him say that, Su Xin gasped in surprise. With that, he pulled Su Xin closer, his hands removing all her clothes. The setting right now isn't bad. It's quite suitable. His face showed a hint of loss of control as he asked, So? Are you willing to let me eat you so I can recover my condition? Hearing Chunbai say this, Su Xin softened and agreed. Wash up a bit. It'll taste better. Chunbai could no longer control himself and kissed her forcefully. Then he replied. In the bathroom, the two were deeply intimate, neither having the mind to care about anything outside. On his phone outside, several messages were sent to him. Chizhong. Chunbai, where are you? The campus belle Song-gu is looking for you. Song-gu. Hey, are you dead? Your roommate said you went to Jiangxing's top hospital. Countless messages from everyone poured in, but Chunbai couldn't care less. Scene transition. On the way back, Chunbai walked and recalled everything that had happened. The strange events that occurred before the trials descended on Jiangxing were. He began to piece everything together. The hospital lockdown. The explosion in the suburbs. The monster slaughterhouse. I don't know much about the third one. Blending into the crowded street, Chunbai's phone rang. There wasn't much intelligence regarding the events before the trials descended. Moreover, no one took them seriously. They were just mentioned casually during chats. Chunbai muttered tiredly. It gives people a headache. Suddenly, his phone rang, and Chunbai answered. Su Xin, I've bought breakfast. I'll be back very soon. Su Xin on the other end replied. Chunbai, 2 people came looking for you. They said Song Ziqiang invited you to meet her. Hearing this, he exclaimed in surprise. Oh? Song Ziqiang. On Su Xin's side, she looked through the peephole and told Chunbai. They don't look like good people. Saying Song Ziqiang is looking for you must be a lie. Song Ziqiang is the queen of Jiangxing. Su Xin asked Chunbai with a worried face. What should I do? He reassured her and instructed. They aren't lying. Just tell them to wait outside the door. Hearing Chunbai say this, she felt relieved. Okay. Chunbai hung up and opened Song Ji's messages. Thousands of missed calls and unread texts. Hey, are you dead? Your roommate said you went to Jiangxing's top hospital. Are you okay? Answer me quickly. What happened over there? What's your situation now? This lady hasn't even won you over yet. You can't really be dead, right? Hey, I'm worried about you. Chunbai thought to himself. Song Ziqiang is the mother of Song Gu, the female classmate who's been pestering me. The corners of his mouth lifted slightly. Looks like the eldest miss went to find her mom. Interesting. Furthermore, if Song Ziqiang could find Su Xin's place, she probably knows something. With that, he made a decision. Looks like I have to go meet her. At the suburban cold storage warehouse. A car quickly arrived at the warehouse. Song Ziqiang built her empire from scratch to become the richest person in Jiangxing. In both the underworld and the legitimate business world, she is the ultimate existence. The car stopped, and the two bodyguards invited Chun-Bai. Mr. Chun, this way. Chun-Bai got out of the car, thinking. After the trials descended, she awakened an A-rank talent and quickly built her own faction. In the end, she even unified Jiangxing during the three-faction war. She is the true queen of Jiangxing. He slowly recalled and continued. She is an existence I could only look up to in my previous life. Suddenly, Chun-Bai smiled inwardly. But things are different now. If I can subdue her to work for me, I can accomplish much more in the time before the descent. Suddenly, someone approached. A woman appeared in the corridor of the suburban cold storage warehouse. Seeing her, the bodyguard respectfully greeted. President Song, Mr. Chun has arrived. You are the queen of Jiangxing, Song Ziqiang? Seeing him, Ziqiang spoke up. Classmate Chun, I'm sorry to make you come to a place like this. But I really have some matters I can't step away from. Chun-Bai got straight to the point. What do you want with me? Song Ziqiang walked closer and said, I sought you out because Xiao Gu ran home saying she lost contact with you at Jiangxing's top hospital and asked for my help. Ziqiang looked straight at Chun-Bai and said, I asked you to come here because I wanted to see what kind of willpower the young man who made Xiao Gu so worried possesses. Chun-Bai saw that she was beating around the bush and said bluntly, I don't like beating around the bush. What is Auntie Song's true purpose? Seeing his assertive attitude, Ziqiang praised, very straightforward. Then I won't beat around the bush either. She leaned in and suggested, how about working for me? If you also like Xiao Gu, becoming my son-in-law isn't out of the question. Hearing this, Chun-Bai said, I don't see any reason for you to recruit me. Ziqiang turned away and chuckled. Seeing classmate Chin's heroic performance at the hospital, anyone would fall in love, right? Hearing her say that, Chun-Bai was startled and thought, the hospital? Chun-Bai felt a mix of doubt and worry. I remember I destroyed the hospital's cameras and power supply. How could she know and find me so quickly? Ziqiang started the elevator. Don't underestimate any song. Ziqiang pressed the floor button and said, at least the footage from when you were in the lobby to the camera's location, my people could restore it. Ziqiang pulled out her phone and said smugly, moreover, I happen to have someone inside the hospital. On the phone, the person messaging Song Ziqiang was Ollie. No, I'm blocked at the ward door. There are so many zombies at the ward door. There are a lot of zombies at the door. At that time, she messaged, just wait there, I'll send someone over immediately. Ollie instructed, I'm in ward 523 on the 5th floor. She replied, got it. Later, Ollie messaged, sister, I'm fine. A very strong person killed all the zombies. Ziqiang, you must be joking, right? Ollie seriously, no? Then Ollie sent a video showing Chun-Bai and Su Xian running away. Ziqiang wanted Chun-Bai to know she had recorded this. Ziqiang smiled triumphantly. Auntie Song's luck has always been very good. Among the survivors brought out from the quarantine zone by the military this morning, I found a colleague who was very close to Su Xian. Lu Feng. Chun-Bai was startled when he heard that name and thought, Lu Feng? At Su Xian's house the night before, while lying together in bed, Chun-Bai asked about it. At that time, there was a guy named Lu Feng in the bathroom. He not only tried to rape you, but also wanted to push you toward the zombies. Su Xian answered honestly. After he pushed me toward the zombies, he tried to climb out the window to escape. As a result, a zombie bumped into him. His head hit the glass, and he stopped moving. Chun-Bai recounted without much concern. That thing hanging on the wall. I thought it was a dead body. Su Xian didn't care. It's best if he's dead. I hate him to death. Chun-Bai replied coldly with an Su Xian smiled shyly. I feel much better now. Let's continue, Chun-Bai. Hearing her say that, Chun-Bai smiled and replied, let's just drop it. I really didn't expect it to be your first time. You were screaming quite miserably just now. Su Xian was embarrassed. Sorry. Hearing that, he let it go. It's fine. We have plenty of time in the future. Su Xian flipped over and shouted, no. Today I must make my savior satisfied. Back to the present at the suburban cold storage warehouse, F1 freight elevator corridor. Chun-Bai asked, can Auntie Song tell me where the survivors are quarantined? Since Ziqiang was a businesswoman, she needed a deal. Ziqiang replied, work for me, and I'll tell you. How about it? Chun-Bai smiled mysteriously. Auntie Song really underestimates me. Hearing that, she acted arrogant. True, just a little piece of information obviously can't be exchanged for your skills, but I can also. Before she could finish, Chunbai interrupted. Auntie Song, you misunderstood. What I mean is, you know very little about me. If you knew more, you would know. Chunbai slowly turned around. I can't work for you. He raised his hand with its sharp claws. Chunbai spoke boldly. But rather, you should work for me. Ali and Song Ziqiang were both panicked. Is this a mutation from the zombie virus? Ali stepped forward to protect Ziqiang. Chunbai demonstrated some things to broaden their horizons, and replied, long. He also set a condition, work for me, and I'll tell you. How about this? Ali saw her stepping forward and worriedly said, President Song. Ziqiang, strong and unafraid, said, you underestimate me too, classmate Chunbai. Just relying on these claws won't be enough to subdue me. Besides, you already have a young and beautiful nurse. Why would you be interested in an old lady like me? Chunbai stepped closer, making her blush. Who wouldn't be moved by such a beautiful woman? Everything has its pros and cons. At least before the apocalypse descends, what you can help me with is much more than Xin. She asked curiously, the apocalypse descending? Is it these zombies? Chunbai sneered, zombies? These things are just considered trash. Ziqiang pressed on. Trash? It seems you know a lot. He answered confidently. More than you can imagine. Ziqiang extended her hand, suggesting, we are both people with strong personalities who won't easily submit. Let's cooperate. Use my help in exchange for your information. How about it? Chunbai reached out to agree. All right. It seems conquering the Queen of Jiangsheng is indeed not simple. She said smugly, of course. Ziqiang looked straight into his eyes and said, but I am truly looking forward to the appearance of a man who can conquer me. Do your best, classmate Chunbai. Bang. A gunshot interrupted their cooperation. Chunbai was surprised. Gunshots? What's going on? Ziqiang stood in front of him, frowning, and spoke in a deep voice. Last night, Commander Huang from the Jiangxing military region sent Company Commander Zhao to negotiate with me. They requisitioned a part of the cold storage to freeze live zombies and quarantine the survivors rescued from the hospital. She looked at the situation ahead and said worriedly, the gunshots can only be them. But how could something happen? There are only over 30 zombies. Locked in the cold storage, they should barely be able to move. Half of our company is stationed here. Chunbai stood behind her, silent and deep in thought. Zombies become sluggish in low-temperature environments. I didn't expect them to figure it out so quickly, but they definitely wouldn't know that the mutation rate of zombies increases in extreme environments. The suburban cold storage, mutated zombies. He quietly summarized the events in his mind. Suddenly, a thought flashed, and he muttered, could this be the location of the suburban bomb? Chunbai smiled brightly, turned, and headed inside the building, not forgetting to order everyone. Let's go inside and take a look. He wondered inwardly, great. I wonder what kind of mutated one it will be. Outside, all the soldiers were putting their all into dealing with the giant monster. The commander hurriedly shouted orders to everyone. Grenades. Where are the grenades? Throw them into its mouth. A soldier quickly obeyed and threw a bomb into the giant monster's mouth. It seemed to notice what the soldier had just done. It turned its head toward the incoming bomb. Then, a thick cloud of smoke billowed up. The giant monster was nowhere to be seen. A moment later, it stepped out aggressively and powerfully, still tightly gripping the soldier who threw the bomb, refusing to let go, and roaring incessantly. The highest-ranking commanding officer, Company Commander Zhao, seeing this, hurriedly communicated with his subordinates, urgently deploying. Our weapons can't cause effective damage. Everyone form small teams with the person next to you. Take turns throwing grenades to distract the monster. We must buy time until reinforcements arrive. Is that clear? Suddenly, Ziqiang appeared out of nowhere and approached the company commander. Smiling brightly, she asked, Company Commander Zhao, tell your men to stop throwing grenades and fall back. The company commander asked in confusion, Boss Song, what do you mean by that? Ziqiang patiently replied, I mean you guys can't hurt that mountain of meat. Tell your men to stop dying in vain. She lowered her voice and warned seriously. Tell them to protect my cold storage staff and the hospital survivors under quarantine, and get out of here quickly. The company commander looked anxiously at the monster in front of him and replied fearfully, "We can't. That monster's speed isn't slow. Without someone to hold it back, no one can escape." The monster on the other side was about to smash Lu Li to death. Ziqiang didn't seem worried at all. She casually glanced at the company commander, smirked, and said, "Just do as I say, Company Commander Zhao. Don't worry about the monster. Someone will take care of it." As soon as Ziqiang finished speaking, Chunbai summoned his blade to block the attack for Lu Li behind him. He smirked and said, "Just lending a hand. I almost dislocated my joint. If it has developed to this level, it seems we can't fight it head-on." With that, Chunbai summoned his demonic hand. He aimed at the giant monster, extending his extremely sharp claws, and stabbed down into its arm. For some reason, the monster turned around and slammed heavily into the adjacent building, ignoring Chunbai. Witnessing this, the company commander was utterly shocked. He stared blankly and said to Ziqiang standing beside him, "What is he? Did you raise a monster?" Ziqiang clicked her tongue and replied, "What are you talking about, Company Commander Zhao? That's a person." The company commander hurriedly continued, "Then who is he?" Ziqiang raised an eyebrow and answered, "My partner." On the other side, Chunbai knew the giant monster was aiming for the fresh, delicious chunks of meat. He quickly jumped onto the pile of meat, smiled brightly at the monster, and said, "No eating allowed. Giving these to you would be a huge waste." Saying that, he conjured tentacles to grab the chunks of meat. He gathered them to one side to protect them, preventing the monster from getting close. Seeing this, the monster grew furious and continued to punch the wall of the adjacent building heavily. Chunbai happily jumped over the monster. He saw the system notification, "Assimilation complete. Devoured a large amount of frozen beef. Blacklight virus is evolving. Strength and endurance have increased slightly." Chunbai chuckled inwardly. As expected of premium beef, not only did it restore my stamina, but it also upgraded me. It was planning to replenish itself. Looks like it has consumed quite a bit of energy. Chunbai observed, waiting for the moment the monster revealed an opening. When that moment came, he quickly summoned his blade and used a sneak attack on the monster, striking it right in the face. This caused it to fall flat on the ground, leaving the other two people terrified. Not stopping there, Chunbai flew down and landed a few more punches on the monster. Seeing that it could still move, he smirked and said, "Perfect timing." He took the opportunity to conjure more tentacles, wrapping them all over the monster's body, rendering it unable to move. The company commander was terrified, stammering incessantly, He's definitely not human." Chunbai held his stance and muttered, "Evolve." The company commander frantically repeated his words, "He's definitely not human." Suddenly, he had an idea and muttered excitedly, "That's right. While these two monsters can't move." He quickly connected to the other end via the radio and asked, "This is old Zhao. Have our reinforcements arrived yet? I want to request a missile strike. The coordinates are." Before he could finish, Ziqiang walked over and gently patted his shoulder. The company commander looked over in confusion. Before he could ask what was wrong, Ziqiang smiled brightly and said, "Calm down a bit, Company Commander Zhao. Think carefully. Right now he is helping us and saving you." She tilted her head, her voice deep and serious as she warned him, "Don't do anything stupid, lest everyone ends up with a bad outcome." 10 minutes later, all the assault soldiers had surrounded him. The company commander nearby warned through the radio, "Weapons loaded. Everyone stay alert." Ziqiang stood beside him, quickly and quietly whispering, "Captain Zhao, don't forget what you said." The company commander smiled awkwardly and replied, "I know. As long as he doesn't harm anyone, I won't order an attack." Chunbai, standing nearby, suddenly heard a system warning. System notification. First time obtaining the mutated zombie Roshan strength type virus, basic level. Gained virus points. Unlocked virus monarch talent ability, virus transfer. Devoured a rare mutated entity in the early stage of the powerful zombie Roshan. All abilities of the Blacklight virus have been greatly improved. Decomposed to obtain Roshan strength type ability. Ability, Venom Spit. Chunbai threw a few punches to test his new ability. He marveled continuously. As expected, the evolution is a significant boost. He could feel an incredibly powerful force. But it's a pity there's nothing to test it on right now. He smiled in satisfaction, staring at the heavy weapon in his hand, then quickly retracted it. He muttered, "That's right. This is the biggest harvest today." Chunbai took an item out of his pocket. He smiled and said, "Roshan core." He observed it carefully for a moment, then fell into deep thought. Roshan core, an extremely rare material, can be used to craft equipment. If I find a way to control it, I can even use it to build a wall with infinite growth. A thought suddenly flashed in Chunbai's mind, and he thought excitedly, should I feed it a little and try to grow a mountain of Roshan? Saying that, he quietly put it back into his pocket. Ziqiang behind him suddenly called out, "Chunbai." Then she pointed at the beautiful young woman standing next to her and smiled. "Let me introduce you. This is Lu Li." Chunbai turned around, crossed his arms, looked at Lu Li, and said casually, "Lu Li, I know you. A famous person in Jiangcheng, and also very popular online." He asked further, "You were the one secretly filming in the hospital, right?" Lu Li smiled at him and quickly replied, "That was me. Thank you. You've saved me twice." Chunbai wondered, just lending a hand. "Did you record me killing the Roshan just now?" Lu Li replied regretfully, "Sorry, occupational hazard. I can delete it." Chunbai interrupted her, adding, "Since you've saved it, don't release it. I have a use for it." Hearing this, Lu Li nodded obediently and replied, Okay." The company commander suddenly interjected into their conversation. "Is this young man Chunbai? Commander Huang of our military region hopes you can report the entire situation you know to us." Chunbai frowned and fell into deep thought. Commander Huang, Huang Xingqiu, truly an unforgettable name. After the trials descend, the awakened ones will be used like dogs and pigs. At first, he used national duty to comfort everyone. Later, it was just arbitrary abuse and scolding. I was one of the people there, so desperate that I couldn't even get a meal. But the ridiculous thing is, anyone who tried to leave was branded a traitor by him and hunted down, pushed to the point where I had no choice but to leave Jiangcheng. He snapped out of his wandering thoughts, walked closer to Ziqiang, and asked softly, "Boss Song, do I have to go report?" Ziqiang shook her head and replied, "Of course not. I don't even know anything yet." Chunbai lowered his head and whispered. Before he could finish his sentence, Ziqiang already knew what he wanted to say. She interrupted him and quickly said, "I know. Let me handle it." Saying that, Ziqiang walked decisively toward where Zhao Duan was standing. Seeing this, he hurriedly tried to stop her. "Mr. Chun, Boss Song, I hope you two can fulfill your duties as citizens of the Dragon Kingdom." Ziqiang stopped, her voice stern as she spoke. "Duty my ass, Zhao Duan. Don't use that tone with me. You don't even deserve the title of captain. Go tell Huang Xingqiu his orders. If he has a problem, tell him to come find me himself." Her display scared Zhao Duan into a panic. He stammered for a long time, unable to form a sentence. You, I. Suddenly, a subordinate soldier approached and reported, "Captain Zhao, the quarantine personnel over there are causing a riot. What do you think we should do?" Hearing this, Chunbai hurriedly asked, "Is there anyone named Lu Feng among the quarantined personnel?" Zhao Duan turned to ask his subordinate, "Is there?" The soldier nodded and replied, "Yes, sir. He's making the biggest fuss." Chunbai glanced at Zhao Duan and quickly said, "Captain Zhao, I want to see this person named Lu Feng." Zhao Duan quickly ordered his subordinate, "Bring him here." The subordinate obediently followed the order. "Yes, understood." A long while later, Lu Feng was brought over. He walked over arrogantly, smiling wildly, and said, "Captain Zhao, you were looking for me? Did my dad call you?" "My dad is the vice director of the first hospital, Lu Huino." As soon as he finished speaking, a hand slapped his shoulder. He turned his head in confusion. Chunbai took the opportunity to make contact with him and transferred the virus into his body. Chunbai looked at him, smiled brightly, and said, "I'm the one looking for you. Someone asked me to pass a message to you." Lu Feng frowned and asked back, "Oh, you are?" Chunbai continued, "Last night, Su Exine told me in bed about how you pushed her into the zombie horde. She wanted me to tell you to go to hell." Hearing Chunbai say this, Lu Feng trembled uncontrollably. He stammered in fear, "How do you know about that? She couldn't possibly still be alive." Chunbai stepped back and shouted loudly, "Everyone step back a bit. He's about to turn into a zombie." Lu Feng was furious and yelled angrily. You're the fucking zombie. Are you fucking kidding me? Yes. You bastard, you dare mess with me? Su Xian is so hard to get. How could she be with you? You. He was about to lunge at Chunbai when his body suddenly lost control. His entire body was infected with the virus and was in the process of turning into a zombie. Lu Feng, now a zombie, charged at Chunbai. He had anticipated this and used a skill, throwing a punch at Lu Feng. Chunbai lowered his hand, thinking for a moment. Not bad. The power is much stronger than I thought. Then, he turned to Ziqiang and said, Let's go, Boss Song. Your performance was acceptable. When we get back tonight, I can tell you a few things. Ziqiang followed behind him, calling out, From now on, you can just call me Ziqiang. Or Boss Song is fine too. Chunbai raised an eyebrow and asked, Oh, why is that? Ziqiang took his hand and said with a smile, I don't think it's a loss to be your partner. Is it too late to become one of your people now? Chunbai looked at her, then replied with a frown. That will depend on your value and your performance. The two quickly moved to another location. In the car, Ziqiang turned to ask Chunbai, perfect timing. How about I invite you to my home for dinner, Mr. Chun? Chunbai replied coldly. Don't bother me until we get to your house. Ziqiang obediently complied. He fumbled around in his pocket, thinking to himself, time to open my prize. Let's see what kind of reward I got for defeating Rasen. Chunbai opened his inventory to take a look and fell into thought. 2 skill books? Looks like my luck isn't bad. He seriously examined the information, frowning to himself. Active skill, Bloodthirsty Frenzy. All attributes increase by 3 for 10 minutes. Cooldown is 1 day. During the cooldown period, all attributes are reduced by 50%. Chunbai clicked his tongue, silently assessing it. This thing is more of a liability than an asset for me. He swiped to look at the other notification. Passive skill, Muscle Augmentation. Muscle mass is greatly increased. The growth efficiency of strength and stamina is doubled. Chunbai shook his head, seriously evaluating it internally. This one's no good either. From what I know, using this will turn me into a muscle freak for life. My flexibility would be greatly reduced. Although they're useless to me, in the early stages of the trial, these 2 skill books are very valuable. They're great for building up forces or winning people over. Chunbai suddenly remembered something and thought to himself with a frown. Speaking of building up forces, it's about time to get started, isn't it? He quickly checked the money he had left. 6 gold coins, 35 silver coins, 6 copper coins. Chunbai's eyebrows shot up in excitement. The reward for killing Rasen was 6 gold coins. Just enough to create a chat group. I can use the chat group to summon the Pathfinders and help them build a good foundation before the trial. He immediately pressed the confirm button to create a chat group, which would cost 5 gold coins. He pursed his lips and thought, the factions in the later stages of the trial are very complicated. The relationships before the trial are also quite important. The notification board then displayed a message. You are creating a chat group. ID 001. Please set a name. Choosing cancel will automatically name the group. Chunbai didn't think much of it and casually pressed cancel. The notification board displayed a message reminding him that he had created a group. Group name, Chat Group 001. He raised an eyebrow and thought to himself, Hero, I will rebuild White Emperor City and turn it into a divine kingdom. And you will become my most despicable dog. 3 hours later, at Ziqiang's villa, she rubbed her chin, looking at him thoughtfully as she spoke. In the universal trial, over 90% of humans will become monsters or evolvers. Also, firearms and most electronic devices will lose their effectiveness. Chunbai sat down on the sofa naturally and said casually, This is all I can tell you. He continued nonchalantly. This should be enough for you to handle things and gain the upper hand, right? Ziqiang shook her head and replied, It's not enough. Chunbai, let's get straight to the point. How can I become one of your people? Chunbai quickly answered her. 1. Ability. I don't need trash. 2. Loyalty. Like a dog that is absolutely loyal to its master. Ziqiang hesitated for a moment before continuing. Loyalty. I can do that. She then said firmly. As for ability, I believe I'm qualified. Power, wealth, status. No one in Jiangsheng has what I have. Chunbai cut her off, speaking seriously. The rules and values after the trial will be completely new. Your current power, status, and money will have no value other than making you a more attractive slave. The next item up for auction is the Queen and Princess of Jiangqing. Taking the noble queen home is something everyone has dreamed of before the auction, isn't it? Ziqiang frowned and retorted, "What's the difference between being your loyal dog and being someone else's plaything?" Chunbai shrugged and answered casually, "One can unleash their power in the arena, and one has a master who won't restrain you out of fear, because I will always be stronger than you." As for the other, Ziqiang felt she had heard enough. She waved her hand and said with a bright smile, "I feel that if I hesitate any longer, I'll miss a very important opportunity." With that, she knelt down. Kneeling before him, she spoke seriously, "I am willing to offer everything to you, master." Chunbai was amused by her action. He remained silent for a moment before speaking. "I have to say, your reputation and status do provide a very pleasing spiritual value." He walked over to where she was kneeling and gently lifted her chin with his hand. In a deep voice, he said, "Show me your charm once more. Also, I have a few things I need you to do." In chat group 001, Ziqiang sent a message to everyone. "Younger, have Luli send you the video of Chunbai, then take her home. She's been through a lot of fear these past 2 days. Let her rest well. After that, find someone to keep Chunbai's post prominent on major forums." The title of his post is "To the Pathfinders," and the post ID is Pathfinder White Emperor. Lung Shuang thought for a moment, then walked over to where Lu Li was sitting. She spoke softly. "Lu Li, Director Song told me to have you send Chunbai's video to me, and then take you home to rest." Lu Li asked, confused, "Home? Is there nothing else you need my help with?" Lung Shuang replied, "Director Song said you've been through a lot of fear these past 2 days and wants you to go home and rest well to recover your spirits." Hearing this, Lu Li replied cheerfully, "Miss Lung, even though I almost died at the hands of zombies today, it seems the shock I received wasn't as strong as the first time I saw that family of zombies." She recalled the horrifying scene from earlier and sighed. "I don't know if it's because deep down, I've accepted that I could die by a zombie's hand. And Chunbai's strength is also very reassuring." On the other side, Ziqiang's phone suddenly rang. The screen showed a call from her daughter. Chunbai glanced at it and casually put the phone to his ear. Song-gu. Song-gu, hearing the line connect on the other end, asked urgently, "Hello? Mom? Sister Shuang said you told me to come back. Is something wrong?" Chunbai replied with a bright smile, "It's me, Chunbai." Hearing his voice, Song-gu was surprised and then angry. "Chunbai? Why are you answering my mom's phone? Where's my mom?" Chunbai calmly replied, "She's busy eating and working, no time to talk. Come back and we'll talk. It's very important." Song-gu agreed, then sighed and continued, "All right. And you? Chunbai, wait for me at home. I sent you so many messages and you didn't reply to any of them." Hearing no response, she lowered her hand to check her phone and saw the call had ended. She muttered in frustration, "He hung up? Damn it." Her face gradually turned red with anger. She trembled with rage. "That hateful Chunbai. Sooner or later, I'll make you kneel at my feet." On the other side, Ziqiang asked softly, "Master, can you protect my daughter as well?" Chunbai casually patted her head and replied with a raised eyebrow, "Her ability is insufficient, and her personality is too spoiled. But if you work harder, I can guarantee that she most likely won't turn into a monster when the trial arrives." Ziqiang replied happily, her face blushing with shyness. "Yes, thank you, master." At a secret warehouse on the outskirts, Song-gu asked her mother irritably, "Mom, you haven't been fooled by Chunbai, have you? You actually believe something so incredible?" Ziqiang sat down with her arms crossed and replied calmly, "That's why I stopped you from looking for Chunbai last night. You weren't allowed to get out of the car or speak. You just had to watch him honestly." Hearing this, Song-gu nodded in understanding. "Oh, so that's how it was." On the other side, Lung Shuang reported the current situation to Chunbai. "Mr. Chun, yesterday I visited all the places in the city with rumors of zombies and monsters. In the end, I only found this place." She observed her surroundings for a moment before continuing. "This place was originally an underground casino, but now the dealer and gamblers inside have all turned into zombies. There are about 160 of them. I didn't find any special zombies like Rasen. Chunbai nodded after hearing her report. Chunbai fell into thought. A zombie slaughterhouse? No way. Because it was an indoor hospital, Rasen was extremely difficult to kill. However, this place is in a remote location, so if something happened, it would be hard for people to remember. He turned and asked Lung Shuang. You went to all the places rumored to have zombies and monsters, but you only found them here? She answered honestly. That's right. Chunbai let out a breath and thought to himself. It seems someone is still collecting zombies. The place where he's collecting them must be a zombie slaughterhouse. The army only dares to take in a few dozen zombies. The person collecting all these zombies and monsters. He smiled brightly and said, Is it a curious warrior or a pathfinder who knows everything? This is making me look forward to it. Chunbai activated his power and stood confidently in front of the door. Open it. The others heard him and came over to pull open the heavily locked, difficult door. As soon as it opened, a pile of corpses rushed out like hungry tigers, causing the guards to scream in disbelief and fear. At the same time, he activated his power, causing them to explode into pieces that flew everywhere. Seeing one stubborn one still standing, Chunbai didn't hesitate to walk over and kick it squarely in the chest. Su Xian cringed while watching through her phone when she saw this scene, while Song Ge felt more nauseous. He placed his hand on the corpse's head to absorb the virus. At that moment, the system also appeared with a notification. System reminder. You have killed over 300 zombies. Congratulations on achieving multiple titles. System reminder. Zombie Hunter. All attributes +5. Damage to zombies increased by 5%. At this time, as Chunbai walked, he continued to listen to the notifications. System reminder. 500 virus points have been collected. Virus points can be used to exchange for the zombie virus serum formula in the zombie virus talent tree. Hearing this, he became a little interested. Zombie virus serum formula? Looking at the exchange panel, he thought for a moment. Unlock the zombie virus serum formula? It costs 300 virus points. This is a good item. Evolvers who awaken their talents can also be troubled by the zombie virus. After all, not everyone is immune to the virus. Then Chunbai went out and waved to them. Song Ziqiang, have everyone come in. Do you all still remember what I told you before we set out? Song Ziqiang took the lead and said forcefully, We still remember. Song Ge, however, was still feeling nauseous. She stepped forward and repeated, Using cold weapons to slaughter zombies significantly reduces the rate of turning into a monster. Killing zombies with your bare hands ensures you definitely won't turn into a monster. After hearing this, Chunbai pulled out a zombie to test them. Then show me your strength. One for each of you. Who's first? Lung Shuang, having prepared her cold weapon, said coolly. As she rushed forward, he immediately released the zombie. Lung Shuang, strong and fearless, managed to wrestle it to the ground. It was suppressed by her strength and fell flat, unable to move. Just moments later, the zombie's neck was broken, causing it to spew out a syrupy substance. Seeing this scene, Chunbai proudly commented, Fast speed, precise strike. Next, it was Ziqiang's turn. She advanced, using her staff to powerfully strike the zombie's head. Then, with all her might, she decisively smashed its head to finish it off. After watching, he commented somewhat stiffly, Impact force is lacking. It went down once, but it took more than 10 hits to do it. Next, a zombie was taken down with a great deal of effort. It was Su Xian, who had to use all her strength to defeat it. Seeing this, Chunbai walked over and commented, Your strength is too poor. You were pushed down by the zombie. But you used your body structure to counterattack. Just barely enough. At this point, only Song Ge was left, crying and trembling, too scared to go up. This prompted Ziqiang to urge her, Song Ge, you're the only one left. But she was so scared that she wet her pants immediately. Song Ge collapsed to the ground, sobbing. I can't do it. I can't. Seeing this, he said with disappointment, Scared before you even fight. A failure. Then Chunbai turned and called out, Ziqiang, come here. Seeing this, she had to follow. As he led her away, he gave her a task. Lung Shuang has been to all the places rumored to have zombies and monsters, but there was nothing. That's not normal. Go investigate it thoroughly. After hearing this, she was still hesitant and said, Then, Ziqiang looked back worriedly and said, Chunbai, Songgu. He didn't seem to care much and said coldly, she's too weak. Especially Songgu. I don't have time to train her slowly. You arrange it yourself. After hearing this, she still said with some worry, but without you, we don't have the ability to eliminate the virus. Chunbai turned back and without saying much, handed her a piece of paper. Take this. She was startled when she saw the paper and said, this is. She was surprised to see that the paper he gave her was a serum formula. Zombie virus serum formula synthesis sequence. He also instructed her on how to use the paper. You can put the ingredients into the formula and craft them yourself. This is the value of pharmaceutical formulas. Having obtained this, Ziqiang replied with even more confidence, thank you for your trust. I will definitely do my best to complete the task you've given me and take good care of this formula. He had nothing more to instruct and just said, go do your work. Have someone take me back. Receiving this trust, she bowed in thanks. Yes, I'll have Schwanger take you back. As Chunbai left, he didn't forget to check his device. Many people must have seen the post I made. I wonder if anyone has contacted me. On his device, a series of dramatic comments appeared. One called it a fantasy, a web story, the craziest person around. Another posed a question to White Emperor Saint Emperor, wanting to challenge him with an advanced problem set from killing Dao Ancestor. Then sternly warned White D to keep the secrets of evolvers and not disclose information to ordinary people. Finally, another comment criticized the fantasy, asking which mental hospital they had escaped from, or if they were trying to write a novel. Chunbai opened it and gave a forced smile. What is all this? But suddenly, he received something that surprised him. A private message was sent to him. I'm not a money grubber. That thing. Big bro, I really know about it. I'm a pathfinder. Big bro, what do you know? I'm not a money grubber. Big bro, why aren't you replying? You've seen the private message, right? Chunbai became a bit more interested and said, looks like he's not just here for fun. I still got something out of this. Seeing the messages from the not a money grubber person urging him to reply, he finally responded. The Pathfinder insisted he wasn't after money and urged Big Bro to reply. After revealing his S-rank mental talent, Big Bro gave him a mission to find an assistant, 01, and contact him later through the ranking board. While they were chatting, a stranger entered, which shocked him a bit. Welcome Han Xiao to the chat group. But what he said was confusing. Han Xiao said that Shui Chuan had come to him after White Emperor didn't reply to his messages, but he had pretended not to know anything to keep it a secret. The conversation ended with surprise at Shui Chuan's appearance. This shocked him. A Pathfinder, Shui Chuan? He can't be mistaken. It didn't take long for Chunbai to realize. The highest level, strongest evolver, the S rank known as the Water Monarch. Without a moment's hesitation, he immediately sent a message back. If you notice any other Pathfinders, you can invite them all in. After sending the message, Chunbai grinned, pleased with his perfect plan. Immediately after, the chat group announced, welcome Shui Chuan to the chat group. At that moment, on the other side, at 7:30 p.m., Ziqiang called Lu Li to ask about the situation. Lu Li, have you found anything from your investigation? She answered honestly. Yes, it was the city lord of Jiangshang who did this. They took all the collected zombies to the Monkai container yard near the Jiangshang ferry terminal. Lu Li didn't stop there and continued. I sent people there to gather more information. It's time for their scheduled meeting, but they haven't returned yet. I think, as time ticked by, she said helplessly, there's no need to wait any longer. As Lu Li was speaking, two people were thrown down from above, causing her to tremble in fear. Witnessing this fear made the other person feel more thrilled than ever. Xingmang called out, are you trembling with fear? This call made Lu Li freeze even more with fright. Then she looked up at him and said, I've been discovered. Back at Song Ziqiang's villa, his phone displayed a message from Lu Hui. White Emperor, I just joined the group. After reading the documents in the group, I've learned a lot. But there's a part one still don't understand. The explanation of my talent is a bit confusing. Could you take a look for me? Send it over. After checking, the system announced, Enwood Body. Enwood is the extreme of life, possessing endless vitality. Soul enters, eternal life. Activating Wood Body reduces 1 point of spirit. Opening En's soul reduces 1 point of physique. Chunbai was stunned. It's actually S rank. Seeing this, Chunbai was momentarily shocked. I can't believe it's S rank. He messaged Lu Hui back. The cost to open your ability is a bit high. A normal person's initial stats are only around 3 to 5 points. That's right, so I've been hesitating. If your spirit is higher than 3, you'll have to spend spirit to open the wood body. The logic is simple. Physique is the foundation. Don't risk harming yourself. I have 5 points of spirit. Thank you, White Emperor. Just then, Ziqiang rushed into the house. She stopped in front of Chunbai. Why the rush? What's wrong? She anxiously recounted everything. Luli found out that all the collected zombies are being taken to the Monkai container yard. But Luli was captured. The other party is demanding that I come to negotiate. Hearing this, he suddenly spoke, startling Ziqiang. The other party contacted you? Chunbai asked a question that made her panic. Did Luli sell you out? Seeing his suspicious gaze, she fell to her knees in fear and begged. Master, Luli was trained by me. I am absolutely certain she would not betray me. Moreover, she was only commanding from behind this time. The problem probably lies with the people she sent to investigate. After hearing this, Chunbai agreed. If that's the case, then I'll save her. With his agreement, she was overjoyed. Thank you, Master. At the Monkai container yard, a person walked over and said, Miss Luli. Xingmang looked at her and teased. It seems you've misunderstood something. I haven't touched you out of respect for Song Ziqiang. If she chooses to submit after we meet, you'll be my subordinate. If not, you'll all be my playthings. After speaking, Xingmang threw the wine glass in his hand, shattering it near her. He walked over and said, I'll pour you another glass. You can't keep spitting it out. He continued to threaten her. If you refuse a toast, you'll be forced to drink a forfeit. It won't be pleasant. At that moment, a person was calmly cutting and eating a steak. Then he spoke up. How ungentlemanly. What if the young lady doesn't like to drink? Xingmang saw him and gritted his teeth. When did this guy get here? Chunbai paid him no mind and walked up, inviting her. Are you hungry? I tried this steak. It's pretty good. He hesitantly probed. You are? Chunbai politely fed her a piece and said, I'm here to take her home. Knowing this, he remained unafraid and continued to drink. Song Ziqiang sent you? No. To be able to get this close without me noticing, you must also be a pathfinder. He didn't want to waste words and untied Lu Li's ropes. Then Chunbai smiled at her and instructed, Go. Ziqiang is waiting for you in the car. Being rescued made her reply shyly. Realizing this, he also recognized something. It seems Song Ziqiang is one of your people. He also confronted him, saying, That's right. He received confirmation and also stepped forward. Interesting. At that moment, Xingmeng also held out his glass and probed. The Queen of Jiangxing probably won't be subdued so easily, right? You must have a lot of clever tricks. Then he poured wine, wanting to test him. We can exchange a few pointers. I'm very interested in those. Among the 3 major forces in Jiangxing, I've subdued the city lords, and you've subdued the queen. Now only the commander is left. He also brought his wine over, suggesting a partnership. Help me become the king of Jiangxing. We can make you my right-hand man. Cheers. But Chunbai bluntly replied, I refuse. The refusal stunned Xingmeng. The 2 wine glasses he was holding fell to the ground instantly. He was no longer gentle and revealed, I don't mind telling you, I have an S-rank talent. That's the highest rank. Or do you also prefer to drink a forfeit? Chunbai also walked over and retorted, Before coming here, I observed the surroundings. You not only collect zombies, but also create them from living people. A person like you gaining great power is only harmful, not beneficial. It's better if you die sooner rather than later. And he didn't hide his own level from him. Also, you're not worthy of being my subordinate. Because my talent is S rank. At this moment, Xingmeng pulled out and activated his power, revealing his hand and saying, My talent is called Sandslaughter. It's progressive. It can transfer a portion of the target's attributes to myself, and it can continuously evolve. After seeing it, he said confidently, This kind of invincible ability is only A rank? Yours must be about to become godlike. He also answered his question, something like that. But I can't tell you. After speaking, Chunbai thought for a moment. I didn't expect it to be a pure combat-type talent that can continuously evolve. And it has claws too. Must be equipment. He didn't want to say any more and rushed forward, attacking while saying, Arrogant and conceited fool. I hope you'll boost my stats after you die. Don't disappoint me too much. But he was not someone easily caught. He successfully dodged. The dodge caused Xing Meng to claw the door. He attacked, and seeing Chunbai dodge made him fall. This made Xing Meng even more interested, and he unleashed a berserk slaughter. So you're a transformation-type talent. Quite interesting, but still not strong enough. Chunbai dodged to the side and calculated a bit. It's a skill. It seems he hasn't revealed his true abilities. I wonder what effect this skill has. I need to be more careful. Just then, he leaped high into the air and punched down at him, cursing, "Die." But Chunbai didn't back down either and opened his own fist to punch back. The two clashed, neither giving an inch, creating an explosion in an inconclusive battle between Xing Meng and Chunbai at the Monkai container port. After the clash of techniques exploded the container, Chunbai ducked and slid forward. Xing Meng fell backward, landing on his feet. Immediately, he laughed ferociously and charged forward, unafraid, taking the punch from him head-on without blocking. Yet, there was no sign of damage. Xing Meng glanced at him provocatively. "Are you still okay? You look exhausted to me." Gradually, a green flame ignited on both of his hands. He continued his taunts. "Aren't you an S-rank talent? Stop hiding your strength. Unleash it." Chunbai took the hit, showing signs of trembling as he remained silent. Then, a smirk appeared on his face. "My talent has been active for a while now. You just haven't noticed." Provoked, Xing Meng channeled even stronger energy. Still talking tough. Amazement filled his eyes. He swiped his claws fiercely, sending Chunbai flying with a thud. His voice was full of contempt and disdain. "Your strength, physique, and agility are all clearly inferior to mine, yet you still like to act all mysterious. What a bluff." With his gray-black claws extended, Xing Meng seemed to have his opponent figured out. "Let me tell you, in the face of absolute power, your little tricks. Now we'll see who's the chicken and who's the rice." Xing Meng spat blood from his mouth, utterly shocked. "This is..." The system flooded his vision with notifications. Notification: virus has surpassed the immunity limit of your physique. Strength -2, physique -1, agility -2, spirit -4. And that wasn't all. After all the stat reductions, there were special effects. Notification: received negative buffs, photophobia, hydrophobia, abnormal body temperature, slowed thinking, slowed actions, increased stamina consumption. Receiving that barrage left Xing Meng stunned. What is happening? I was just holding back until now. Chunbai finally revealed everything. Your physique is indeed not bad. It took this long for the virus to take effect. With so many afflictions, how do you feel? Having been played for a fool, he roared in fury. Despicable villain. Now Xing Meng was done for, his abilities significantly reduced. He took advantage of the opening, dashing forward and ramming his elbow hard into his stomach. Hearing the curse, Chunbai felt wronged and asked, "Despicable? I told you from the start, my ability is not ordinary. It's a pity you didn't believe me." Dark purple tentacles erupted around his body. He spoke his final words. "I hope the benefits I gain after absorbing you won't disappoint me." In the end, the information panel appeared. System reminder: human evolver absorbed. Blacklight virus has completed preliminary awakening. The provided stats are greatly enhanced and have become the basic attributes of the virus monarch. System reminder: Blacklight's devouring ability has evolved. You can now choose to view a portion of the devoured target's memories. There is a low probability of acquiring any skill the opponent has mastered. With his hand on it, Chunbai was quite satisfied. The attribute enhancement provided by the HQ virus has changed from an active use to a basic attribute boost. This is a huge benefit. Let's see how much the provided attributes have increased. Before, it was a 30-point increase to stamina and agility, 20 to spirit, and 100% recovery ability. Looking at the evolution numbers, Chunbai stood with his hands on his hips in acknowledgement. It really is a huge increase. Each stat increased by 20 points, and it's been added to my basic attributes. Bending down to pick up the claws, he reminded himself, "It seems I can't just swing my blades around carelessly before the apocalypse. Ordinary people with low base stats are too fragile compared to me now." Looking at Xing Meng's information, he was pleased. Equipment, blueprints, and consumables. This guy's luck was pretty good. He must have killed a mutated creature before, otherwise he couldn't have had attributes and equipment superior to mine. Before he could be happy for long, Chunbai was disappointed. It's actually a C-rank crafting blueprint. Still, a gain is a gain. This guy's luck attribute must not be low. But now it's all mine. Outside, it was now evening. A junkyard full of containers. From the day I returned to the past until now, my talent has increased from E to S. The rumors about the 3 strange events have also brought me a rich harvest. At the same time, I've also subdued Song Ziqiang, the future city lord of Jiangqing. One side of the sleek car door was pushed open. She drove the luxury car and said, "Master, please get in." With my current strength, finding the scattered monsters that appeared before the trial descended is a bit of a waste of effort. A powerful purple energy erupted and spread. In the final days before the descent, I must strive to arrange and prepare for my growth after it arrives. At Song Ziqiang's villa. At this time, Chunbai stood on a high floor. He looked out at the brightly lit city and said to himself, "The trial is descending." From behind the white door came a series of rapid, strong knocks. Chunbai quickly said, "Come in." The door was flung open. Ziqiang and her information-gathering team appeared. "Master, fortune has favored us. We have completed the tasks you assigned just in time." First was Lu Li, holding a thick stack of documents. She reported, "The designated area, with the mountaintop villa as its center, has had its terrain and population data confirmed to be without error. After the apocalypse arrives, we can immediately begin clearing it out, completing comprehensive control and occupation." Su Xian, after reviewing a messy pile of papers, reported, "The procurement of supplies is complete. The list has been sorted and sent to you. No need to review it." Chunbai had already glanced at it. "We've all confirmed the previous arrangements." At that point, Ziqiang only asked, "Time is almost up. Do you have any other instructions?" Holding his phone, he said with satisfaction, "All right, well done. Just leave the documents on the table." Chunbai felt a bit anxious and sent a reminder message. "There are only 10 minutes left until the trial begins. Don't get complacent just because you have a head start and rare talents. Stay calm. The danger the trial brings is beyond your imagination. I don't want anyone in the group to disappear in 10 minutes." Lien Xian received the signal and crossed his legs leisurely. "Thank you for the reminder, Monarch." Lu Hui was still outside, casually stroking her hair. "Thank you, White Emperor. There are still 9 minutes left." While lifting weights, a man texted with one hand, 8 minutes. "I can't wait any longer." Wu Ya, in a corner of an old, abandoned street, continued the countdown, 7 minutes. "Brother Overlord, calm down." Among the crowd, Meng Meng's anxiety was palpable. 6. "Monarch, I'm so nervous." The chat group buzzed with reassurance. 5 minutes left. "Little sister, don't be nervous." For minutes. "I'm really looking forward to it." At this moment, Chunbai seriously suggested, "You all should come over here and take a look." The final 10 seconds. He had to let them know. Soon, this peaceful scene will become a thing of the past. This world is about to welcome the apocalypse. The time continued to tick down. 7, 6. As for the naturally timid Song Gu, this scene made her tremble even more. 5 seconds left. "Sister Schwanger, I'm a little scared." In her role as an older sister, she reassured her, "Don't be afraid." No one else in the room spoke. Lu Li clenched the papers in her hand, her lips pressed tightly in tension. June 15th, 0 hour, 0 minutes. The trial descends. The entire city crumbled into ruins. The moon was stained a brilliant red. And so the nightmare began. The Blue Star Apocalypse trial has officially begun. The city became a desolate wasteland. Humans lost their humanity, tearing each other apart. Therefore, to survive, humanity must become evolvers. Evolvers use their talents and abilities and can also level up by gaining experience. Other races will emerge, and many challenges will join this life-or-death battle. In this trial ground for everyone, countless secret realms and otherworldly objects will appear on Blue Star. Whether this will be a danger or an opportunity will be decided by your own strength. Watching the plane crash to the ground, Chunbai emphasized, "Use all your strength to grow and evolve." This trial's secret realm also had a gift for him. Hourglass of time, owner confirmation complete. Beginning connection. It immediately lit up in his astonishment. The hourglass of time is confirming its owner. But my reaction is fast. This is bad. They're still here. I can't let anyone know about the hourglass. And then he shouted, "All of you, get out now." Just when Chunbai thought he had to hide it, he froze. "You guys." All three of them were pale, standing still as stone. Chunbai had to glance around, still in disbelief. He was utterly astonished to realize the falling plane was frozen in midair. Something he never dared to imagine was happening right before his eyes. He was stunned. Time has stopped. At the same time, the hourglass necklace floated up. It transported Chunbai to another dimension. In an instant, it dispersed into particles of energy that converged into his body. A notification appeared. Hourglass of time, connection complete. After reading the long string of text on the panel, Chunbai understood. Returning to the past. It seems I was able to be reborn because of the hourglass. He also discovered, this state preserves and reads. The data panel for it was incredible. Chunbai was overjoyed, smiling as he assessed it. A life-saving skill this strong, and it only has a 1-hour cooldown. Exiting the private space, everything returned to normal amidst Ziqiang's call. "I feel like you just called us. Do you have any instructions? Or did I mishear?" "Just what he needed." Chunbai asked them. "You didn't mishear. Everyone, quickly go and confirm the safety of our villa. The night is extremely dangerous. Tell everyone to be on high alert immediately. At dawn, we'll begin clearing the villa." With the big boss's order, Ziqiang and Lu Li. The next day, buildings were burning with specks of fire, black smoke billowing up. At Song Ziqiang's villa, corpses and zombies were scattered everywhere. This sister is fired up. She held a crystal sword. Crystal pupil of the stars. Converts objects into amethyst or transforms into amethyst for attack and defense. Power increases with mental strength. Crystal insight. You can check the target's attributes and the effect changes depending on the difference in and strength of mental power. That's a common zombie. Energy 3, Agility 3, Physique 4, Spirit 0. Adult male zombie. They are also infected with the zombie virus. Weakness is the head. In a flash, Ziqiang lopped off its head with a single strike. In the sea of zombies, a figure with fluttering bangs. Lung Shuang bent her knees and activated Guest of the Shadows. A breath is concealed and difficult to detect. Sensitivity and strength are increased. Agility in the dark plus 30% and attack speed of priority strikes on targets plus 100%. Wuya launched a powerful blow, sending smoke flying. He used a butcher knife to cleanly sever the heads of the zombies. One slash sent them flying. One side took care of clearing out the zombies. On the other side, in the main hall of Song Ziqiang's villa, a bodyguard in glasses rushed in, carrying an injured person in a panic. An injured survivor. Su Xin, who had healing attributes, reacted. "Inject him with the zombie virus serum. I'll treat him right away." And the skill super speed recovery. The recovery speed of one's own wounds and stamina is greatly increased, and you can actively use it on others. Night had fallen. At their group's base, it was very peaceful. After making his rounds, Chunbai opened the door and commented, "I see the current situation isn't too bad." Lu Li replied to him, "That's right. As you arranged, we have both geographical and social advantages. For now, there haven't been any unexpected incidents. We can rest easy." Chunbai tilted his head up slightly. "Then I'll leave this place to you all. I still have things to do." He closed his eyes and got to it. Lu Li was both dazed and certain. Yes, okay. With so much to do, he took off, leaving behind a trail of powerful, dark green energy. On the Dongshan Mountain Road, Chunbai dashed forward, his legs moving at extreme speed. The initial stage of the apocalypse trial is quite troublesome, as some things like vehicles and guns can't be used. But with my current speed, I should be able to make it in time. On the first day the apocalypse descended, before I was reborn, I saw that thing. A symbol appeared in the sky above Jiangxing University. It was a long time before I knew what that symbol meant. I later regretted not getting there in time. Chunbai's face was serious. This time, I must seize that opportunity. So his next decision was Jiangxing University. Standing in the middle of the campus, he raised his hand and absorbed all the life force from the corpses. It was within his expectations. He was quite satisfied. "I'm here. This is the place." All evolvers desperately wanted to see this symbol, the symbol that showed an image of a god's avatar descending here. He ran towards the light. Very close. It's right in front of me. Just as he was about to go deeper, a footstep appeared, blocking his way. Evolver, please stop. In the early stages of the trial, it's not often I meet a kid as strong as you. I am a merchant. Are you interested in making a deal with me? Hearing this, he was very willing to respond. Of course I am. To be able to trade with someone like you, sir, is a great honor. The mysterious person spread his hands, feeling it was nothing special. It's just a trade with a merchant. What's so honorable about it? Rare and hard to find. Chunbai was very enthusiastic. I have heard of your divine name, sir. I have admired you through the symbol. I have longed day and night for the chance to meet you. Kind, fair, generous, wealthy, and powerful. He placed his hand on his chest. His gaze was sharp, his voice quite dangerous as he revealed the identity. God of Transactions. Scene change, Jiangxing University. Ludu pulled out a green card and said joyfully, You flatter me. You flatter me. I feel that you and I are fated to meet. Take this as a gift for our first meeting. He explained the card's privilege. This is the gold membership card of our Goblin Merchant Guild. You'll get a discount when buying props at the Goblin Merchant Guild. Chunbai muttered, I met him in my past life. He's immune to flattery and praise. Being one step ahead is really beneficial. Knowing Lu Du's personality, he went along with it and accepted the card with both hands, gratefully saying, Thank you. You are indeed as kind as the rumors say. After Chunbai accepted the card, he began the transaction. All right, since you've agreed to trade, I'll show you my merchandise. The system panel appeared. Thunder Gauntlet, pseudo S-rank control lightning to destroy enemies. Also possesses extremely strong close combat capabilities. Exchange price, 500 gold coupons. Death's Touch, a legendary sniper rifle. Only gun experts can use it. This is a masterpiece created by Goblin and the God of Transactions. Ludu, he was extremely shocked and exclaimed, It's the Thunder Gauntlet practitioner's exclusive weapon from my past life. So it was bought here. There are still many precious professional props. Suddenly, a hint of regret flashed in Chunbai's eyes. I'm sorry, Mr. Ludu, I want all of these things, but I can't afford them right now. Hearing this, Ludu spoke up. I know the trial has just begun, and evolvers don't have much money. But my merchandise isn't junk. Work hard to get some wealth, and we'll trade again later. Hearing these words, he became a bit pensive. Suddenly, Chunbai spoke up, probing. Mr. Ludu, although I can't afford your merchandise, I've heard that gods cannot directly participate in the trial. They need to invest in evolvers to profit from it. He smirked and said, You must have come here with the intention of investing, right? Hearing this, he laughed knowingly and asked, You know quite a bit, kid. You want me to invest in you? Chunbai began to present his case. I've heard that you possess a treasure praised by all the gods, one that no evolver can refuse. Invest it in me, and you won't regret it. Ludu was still a bit skeptical and questioned him. An investment must yield a return. That is a prop that all the gods desire. What makes you think you can use it to bring me a profit? He looked straight at him, his voice deep and rumbling. Even if you are someone I admire, I will not make a losing business deal for you. At this moment, to prove to Ludu that investing in him would not be a loss, Chunbai revealed his monstrous arm. His other hand clenched into a fist, displaying its power. He stood confidently before him and declared, Please see for yourself. This is my proof. Witnessing such a spectacular display, Ludu clapped his hands in praise, his mouth full of compliments. It's actually an S-rank talent. A very special talent, completely different from any I've known. He tilted his head, a smirk on his face. The Blue Star trial is truly interesting. So captivating. But I have no intention of investing that treasure so soon. Ludu slowly stood up, his voice half joking, half threatening. It's decided then. Kid, I've decided to give you a chance. You must cherish this opportunity. If it weren't for seeing your talent, and your body not having any divine aura, I wouldn't have agreed. Unable to believe his ears, Chunbai was so happy he exclaimed, I can get that precious investment. Not letting him celebrate for long, he raised his hand to show his dissatisfaction, saying, It's still not enough. Talent doesn't represent the future. Even among the gods, there are those with S-rank talents. He looked down. Lu Du made his request. To get the highest investment from me, you must use your own strength and growth to prove your worth. After speaking, he gave Chunbai a mission. The system panel displayed. Mission reminder. Goblin and the God of Transactions, Lu Du, have issued an S-rank mission. The final investment, first round. Accept. After reading it, he didn't hesitate and quickly replied with a very confident voice, accept. Lu Du took out a gold coin and said, when you finish the mission, you can use this gold coin to summon my projection. He flicked the coin towards Chunbai, his voice filled with anticipation. I hope you won't keep me waiting too long. He caught the coin with 2 fingers. Then, Chunbai had a request. Mr. Lu Du, I wonder if you could show me the treasure that the gods desire? Lu Du did not refuse. He opened a golden scroll and replied, of course. The system immediately displayed. Dual class scroll. Special prop allows the use of 2 full-time classes simultaneously. Dual class attribute growth, attribute bonuses, and skills are all effective. At the same time, seeing this, Chunbai muttered in astonishment, 2 classes. That's enough for you to see. Lu Du closed the list of treasures with his hands clasped. All right, kid. The transaction is over. I should be going now. He left with a meaningful smile, saying, today's unexpected harvest is truly delightful. I hope you can complete the trial. Immediately after Lu Du left, Chunbai received a mission panel. System notification, the final investment. Mission introduction. If you wish to receive the most valuable investment from the most intelligent and greatest god of transactions, Goblin, then you naturally need to present sufficient credentials. Talent is just a stepping stone. Ability is the capital for investment. The system displayed. Mission objective. Find a copy of the special secret realm at Jiangxing University. Defeat the creature that Lu Du is interested in. Take a part of its body and give it to Lu Du mission reward. The content and right of interpretation of the reward belong to Goblin and the god of transactions. Lu Du, after a quick read, he couldn't help but be surprised, muttering, the right of interpretation belongs to Lu Du as expected of the god of transactions. Chunbai fell silent, thinking about what he had heard about Lu Du. The rumors about him in my past life were very good. If I complete the mission excellently, he probably won't treat me poorly, right? Scene change. He walked down a corridor in the school. Chunbai looked around. To think that Jiangxing University would have a dungeon in the early days of the apocalypse. It must be a very well-hidden dungeon. I've never heard of it before. He stopped, resting his hand on his chin in thought. Chunbai stomped his foot, a bit hesitant. Where should I start looking? Scene changed to Jiangxing University, the gymnasium. At this moment, inside the gym, a group of students was being bullied by another group. The girls were unharmed, but the guys were beaten black and blue. Tom stomped on the guy in the white shirt mercilessly, his voice mocking. Now, everyone take off your clothes. Put on a play that pleases me and beg to be my slaves. He smirked contemptuously, uttering a threat. Otherwise, I'll kill you all. Got it, you lowly monkeys. One of them refused to submit, shouting in defiance. In your dreams, you dog. As soon as he heard that, Tom tensed up, clenching his fists. A red light flashed in his eyes, making him look like a demon waiting to pounce. His voice was deep and rumbling. If you want to die, then let me grant your wish. Don't worry, I'll let you die comfortably. Seeing the situation had gone too far, the brown-haired girl stepped forward to stop him. Tom, you're going too far. Tom showed no mercy to the delicate girl, slapping her hard across the face. He shouted, "Get out of the way, you bitch." Suddenly, a loud noise came from behind. The gym door was shattered in an instant. The group saw a cloud of dust obscuring the view behind them. Suddenly, everyone's eyes widened in astonishment. Chunbai stepped out, looking incredibly cool. His eyes were sharp as he spoke. The gym. You're the one who beat up these students, aren't you? Tom, still unaware of the danger approaching, replied nonchalantly, Yeah, you got a problem with that. In that moment, he moved like a flash of lightning towards Tom, to everyone's amazement. Chunbai landed a blow to Tom's midsection, shouting, "It was you." Then died. Instead, the blonde-haired guy rushed forward to provide support. All she saw was a spray of fresh blood splattering on her face, her expression a mix of fear and shock as she tried to save him. He grabbed the guy's head with his demonic hand and turned to ask everyone, "Students, is anyone here a medical major? I'm looking for something. I need help from students familiar with the medical field." At the Jiangxing University Gymnasium. Hearing this, everyone started asking each other, "Are you a medical student?" "Me? No, I'm in engineering. I'm studying foreign languages." One person in the crowd pointed at her and said, "It's her. I remember she's a medical student." Finding herself pointed out, she panicked, her voice trembling as she begged, Don't kill me. I didn't hit anyone." She tried to justify herself. "I like people from Manhwa. That's right. I'm white with blonde hair. I'm very, very good." Hearing such words, everyone burst into derisive laughter. Only a black-haired girl turned away in embarrassment. She knelt on the ground, begging in a small voice, "Please spare me. I'll do anything you say." The black-haired girl also spoke up for her. She really didn't do anything. It was just those two over there. Hearing this, Chunbai chuckled softly and replied, "I know." At that moment, a bright yellow light shone from outside the gym. He pointed at her and said, "She stays. The rest of you can go." After everyone had left the gym, Chunbai instructed them, "After you leave, follow the trail of zombie corpses to the Dongshan Villa area in Jiangxing. Tell them Chunbai's name. The people there will help you." The guy in the blue shirt asked, "We're leaving now? There are zombies all over the school." The girl in the pink shirt also said worriedly, "The Dongshan Villa area is very..." At that, the black-haired girl hesitated. He confidently pointed towards the path ahead, his voice firm. "I've already cleared most of the zombies on the way here. You guys can rest assured. If you can survive, you can become evolvers." Chunbai's eyes suddenly became serious. His voice was as deep as a threat. "If you don't dare to face the zombies now, and wait until they evolve on a large scale, you'll only have a dead end." Hearing this, everyone's face showed fear and anxiety. Only the girl in the blue shirt had great faith in Chunbai's words. She seemed to have found her motivation and said cheerfully, "I understand. Thank you. We're leaving now." She timidly approached and said softly, "Can I go with them? Why are you making me stay here?" Not knowing what thought crossed her mind, her face suddenly flushed. She muttered, "Could it be?" Thinking this, she stepped next to Chunbai and said without embarrassment, "I know. Manhwa students all like beautiful foreign girls. You're the same. That's why you're making me stay. You don't need to use force." "I agree." Hearing this, he just smiled lightly and said, "I'm not interested in you people. Don't you remember I said I needed someone to take me to the medical school to get something?" Hearing Chunbai's answer, she was so embarrassed she could have died. She tried to explain, "I'm sorry, I was so scared then, I didn't hear clearly." Afraid he would misunderstand her intentions, she explained loudly, "But you can't insult me." She clarified, "I'm not that kind of person. No one has ever touched me. I can prove it." Hearing that, he smiled faintly and said, "That's good." Scene change, Jiangxing University Gymnasium. After climbing a flight of stairs, she panted, "I'm so tired. I can't walk anymore. How about we rest for a bit?" Chunbai said decisively, "No." Then, he put his arm around her waist and said, "We have to go." As Chunbai leaped up with her, her jacket unfortunately slipped off. "My jacket." Next scene change, medical school research building. After arriving, she still hadn't forgotten what happened earlier and complained, "You're too much. If I hadn't used my legs, my jacket would have fallen off." Now, he didn't even pay attention to her words and cut her off. "Is this the research building?" Her face showed some annoyance, but she still replied, "That's right. On the third floor, only professors can enter the lab. They say there are many specimens and information about bacteria and viruses inside." As they both went inside, she nervously approached Chunbai and grabbed the hem of his shirt. Also, the path leading underground isn't a garage, it's a cremation furnace. If you're talking about the most mysterious place, this is all I can think of. After hearing her, Chunbai said coldly, "Got it. Follow me." Scene change. Inside, there were test tubes of various colors. In another corner, there was modern equipment for some kind of research. As they both stepped inside, at the Jiangxing University Virus Research Lab, he exclaimed in surprise, "I didn't expect this place to be such a treasure trove." Without hesitation, Chunbai reached his hand towards a test tube and sucked out all the liquid inside. So many flu viruses. It makes sense, though. This is a school, after all. A series of notification panels appeared. First time obtaining mutated influenza D virus. Acquired 5 virus points. Acquired influenza B virus and 0.3 points. Acquired influenza A virus and 0.7 points. Acquired antigenic variants of influenza A virus. Received 5 virus points. The system displayed a notification. Collected enough influenza viruses to upgrade influenza to level 1. The skill requires a few points. After reading the notification, he exclaimed with some interest, "Upgrade? The flu becomes a skill? Let's give it a try." The system displayed a notification. Upgrade successful. Acquired skill, common cold. Chunbai stood there reading the skills he had obtained. After the upgrade, common cold can also release influenza viruses, infecting targets within a range. All attributes of infected targets will be reduced and accompanied by a negative status. Sneezing can interrupt all spell casting, charging, and aiming after being activated. The effects of this skill depend on the form and race of the target. He burst out laughing in delight and muttered, "Not bad, really strong. This sneezing ability is amazing." Chunbai listed the types of viruses and thought to himself, according to the talent system, I didn't pay much attention to real-world viruses before. It seems I'll have to pay more attention to upgrading from now on. He also realized, an S-rank talent is truly terrifying. Chunbai remembered what Ledoux had said and thought to himself, I still have some points left. The Blue Star Trial of the Gods is not simple. First, I should use them all to upgrade my strength. Open the HQ virus skill tree. Unlock upgrade. Passive skill, wall crawling. Can firmly adhere to any surface through the HQ virus. At the same time, the sense of balance and direction is significantly enhanced. Unlock upgrade. Passive, combat specialization. Significantly enhances dynamic vision and reflexes. Doubles the control over all muscles in the body. He suddenly threw a punch into the air. Chunbai was a bit puzzled. All muscles. At that moment, behind him, she witnessed an unbelievable scene. With just a swing of his arm, Chunbai had caused the entire wall to crumble. After seeing that scene, she was terrified and felt incredibly lucky. That shock just now, was it caused by him? It's a good thing he didn't use that move on me then, or I would have been turned to dust. It seemed he had realized something. So that's it. Being able to control all muscles, not to mention attacks at extremely close range. Even a single hair could unleash its full power. At this moment, Chunbai turned to look at her. Seeing her face as if she had a fever, he asked, "Why is your face so red?" She shyly covered her face with her hands, her lips trembling. "Is something wrong?" Hearing that, Chunbai didn't ask any more questions. He said, "The item I'm looking for isn't here. Let's go to the General Anatomy Lab and see." Scene change. Underground of the Virus Institute, the General Teacher's storage room. She spoke fearfully. "Chun, there's no electricity here. It's so dark." Suddenly, he stopped abruptly and exclaimed, "Wait, something's here." The sudden stop and the dark space caused her to uncontrollably bump into Chunbai. He stood in front of a door and said, "This is the place." Chunbai slowly opened the door. Inside was like an alchemy furnace with strange symbols. He immediately instructed, "You wait here." She looked back in fear and exclaimed, "I'm scared." After telling her to wait outside, Chunbai slowly stepped inside. The system displayed a notification. Reminder, do you confirm entry into the cooling incinerator dungeon? Level requirement, 5 to 10. He didn't hesitate. Accept. Then, Chunbai slowly reached out and touched the incinerator. The system panel announced, you have entered a special dungeon. Successfully clearing the cooled incinerator can make it permanent. If you do not clear the level within 2 days, this objective will disappear permanently. After reading the notification, he realized, no wonder I've never heard of this place before. Suddenly, the corpses on the beds unexpectedly sat up. Chunbai was ready, his skills prepared to greet them. Come on. The living dead lunged at him like long-starved tigers. Chunbai rushed forward to strike the monster in front of him. With one move, he took down the first one, and the system sound rang out. Killed level 5 revived anatomy teacher. Gained 400 experience. He looked up at the monster clinging to the ceiling. Seeing this, it immediately launched an attack on Chunbai, which he couldn't dodge in time. Chunbai smirked. No wonder they didn't all attack at once. so they have this kind of ability. But the windup is a bit long. With that, he rushed towards the monster. Die! It was too surprised to counterattack and was slammed hard into the ceiling by him. The system announced, killed level 7 spliced spider corpse. Gained 1,000 experience points. Chunbai was surprised. As expected of a special dungeon, the experience is really high. Come on then. He looked around the room at the many monsters of various shapes. Chunbai wasn't scared at all. On the contrary, he was very happy and shouted, "The more, the better." With that, he rushed forward, destroying one after another. Following that was a long string of system notifications. Gained 400 experience points. Gained 1,000 experience points. System reminder, leveled up. Current level, you have gained 2 free attribute points. Chunbai stood before the tightly shut door and said, "Your little minions are all dead. Why haven't you come out yet, Star? Or should I help you out?" Suddenly, a noise came from the door. He glanced over and saw a monster shaped like a pile of meat crawling out of the room. Looking at it, Chunbai felt a sense of unease. How can this be? Why does this pile of meat make me feel a sense of danger? I have to kill it before it transforms. On it, he immediately rushed forward and launched a powerful blow at it. The monster quickly blocked Chunbai's attack. Seeing this, he activated Evolved Influenza Virus. But the system announced, skill ineffective against target. The monster suddenly struck Chunbai, who couldn't react in time, and took a critical hit. Suddenly, the monster grew bigger and taller. It was called a biological monster. It continued to rush towards him, but this time Chunbai used rapid regeneration to dodge the monster's attack. He said cheerfully, "Since my rebirth, nothing has been able to make me fight with all my strength. My hands and feet will get rusty in a few days. I'll have to use you for a warm-up." An hour had passed, but the two were still fighting. Chunbai's face was covered in faint wounds as he said, "Interesting. Infinite regeneration, huh?" Seeing the situation wasn't good, Chunbai activated Venomous Hand State. As if gaining more strength, he rushed in to fight the monster. "I want to see if you're really immortal." After Chunbai activated that skill, another hour passed. He stood before the monster and said arrogantly, "Why have you slowed down? Don't tell me you can't go on anymore." Another hour passed, and the monster, also starting to tire, lay on the ground trembling. Seeing this, Chunbai approached and urged, "Hurry up. I haven't had enough of a fight yet." An hour later, the monster suddenly shrank back into a strange pile of meat. He looked at it and wondered, this thing probably can't recover anymore. That was great. I guess it's time to end this. With that, Chunbai raised his foot and stomped the strange lump to pieces. System congratulations, killed biological monster, level 8. Gained 10,000 experience points. Leveled up. Current level, 5. You have gained 2 free attribute points. Successfully cleared the stage. You can exit the dungeon at any time. The Cooling Incinerator dungeon has been converted into a permanent dungeon. Refresh time is 3 days. Do you want to upload the video of your clear as a paid guide video? All proceeds will go to the uploader. You can choose to hide your face and ID. You can set the price for viewing the video. When the system's voice finished, he happily chose Upload. Choose to hide face. At the Dongshan Villa area, in Song Ziqiong's villa, Su Xin was treating Ziqiong when she suddenly saw a notification. Evolver By has uploaded a video of clearing the Nightmare level secret realm, Cooling Incinerator, for levels 5 to 10. Viewing price is 1 copper coin. Seeing this, the two girls curiously opened it. Let's see. And many other people clicked to watch the video that Chunbai had uploaded. Lung Shuang was shocked while watching the video. "He's so fast. I have to slow down the video to see clearly." Yeezy exclaimed, "Bai is so good. He hits so hard." He also added, "No way. That monster's recovery ability is so much stronger than Bai's. It's a bit inappropriate for Bai to fight so recklessly, isn't it?" Meng Meng replied happily. White Emperor has already fully recovered. In the Cooling Incinerator dungeon, Chunbai was bending over doing something when the system's voice suddenly rang out. Devoured Special Composite Variant. Gained 300 specialized evolution points for the Blacklight virus. He reached out to feel the cube and couldn't help but wonder. Specialized evolution points for the Blacklight virus? It's different from Talon evolution points. It can only evolve the abilities of the Blacklight virus. but it's still very good. The system then prompted, activated passive ability of the HQ virus. Acquired skill, cellular regeneration, a rank, from the biological monster. Cellular regeneration, A, passive, can consume a certain amount of the body's stamina or excess energy to recover at the fastest speed. Can regenerate lost limbs. The passive skill can be activated or. Hearing this, Chunbai was overjoyed. Great. The probability of getting a passive skill is low, and it's even an A-rank skill. Finally, let's see what the nightmare-level boss dropped. The system announced, Biochemical Demon, Gauntlet Master, A-rank, unique. Class purchase. Price low. Devour other life forms to improve oneself. It has the ability to stimulate its own cells to enhance strength and recovery. Note, excessive absorption may cause genetic breakdown or mutation. Class change requirement. Level 10 Evolver, Physique 15. Chunbai picked it up and said, a unique A-rank class. Risk and reward go hand in hand. But I have the HQ virus. The system once again provided information. Gene Essence, C-rank. Perfect Gene Essence. After use, it will greatly enhance one's physique. Each evolver can only use it once. He opened the cap of the essence tube and said, this isn't bad either. Then he drank the vial of essence. As he drank, the system immediately reported his status. Permanent strength increase +2, physique +6, agility +3. Chunbai picked up a piece of what looked like skin from the ground. He wondered, this thing is so strange. Is it a special prop or equipment? When he picked it up, the system also displayed detailed information. Skin of the Faceless, Special Tool, D-rank. A special leather product with multiple genes. Excellent defense. Can alleviate the problem of sagging skin. Agility +10, physique +10, defense +10. Body sculpting. Long-term where can improve your physique, and the effect is better for women. Fluctuating skin. After wearing, you can change the color and shape of any part at will. Chunbai, after reading the information about this item, had some doubts. The description of this fluctuating skin is a bit ambiguous. Does it change my physique or the equipment? He exclaimed, that's right. I still picked up some other small, strange things before. Looking at the items he currently possessed, he said, they are all common equipment of the skin layer. They can be worn under armor too. He saw a book and said, and this skill book? Not bad. The system displayed the information. Cell activation, active, D-rank. Enhances cell activity and recovery for a short period. Cooldown is 10 hours. Note, this skill book is ineffective for those who already have this skill. The information about this item made him think, ineffective, huh? It's fine. This kind of life-saving skill book can be traded for some things in the chat group. He said, it's time to leave. I just need to hand over this part of the boss's body to Lu Du to complete the mission. Chunbai smiled, surprised that he had completed the mission so quickly. As he operated the system, he thought, Goblin, God of Transactions. The system displayed a question. Do you want to leave the dungeon? He was about to choose no, but he paused. Wait. He muttered, analyzing. Lu Du is not a wandering merchant moving aimlessly in the game. He must have a reason for coming here. He remembered. He said I was an unexpected harvest. At that time, Lu Du had said, today's unexpected harvest is truly delightful. I hope you can complete the trial. And then he disappeared. He analyzed. So his purpose is most likely this special dungeon. He wondered, but the things I obtained are very valuable. There's no need for any god's projection to come here. Could it be that his purpose is not related to this dungeon? Or did I overlook something? He observed silently, and he judged. If there's still a place in this dungeon that I haven't been to, then it can only be inside this incinerator. He climbed inside, fumbling around as he analyzed. The bed near the incinerator. Oh, the embers, the walls covered in soot. Nothing special. Chunbai wondered. It's not in this pipe, is it? I guess I have to climb up and see. If I don't investigate everything thoroughly, I might miss something. He pushed off his feet and jumped high, then ran straight up the wall. As he ran, he said, this pipe is really long. It's as tall as the room. He was surprised to see. Chunbai was extremely confused. Reached the top. A dead end. He questioned, could it be that there's really nothing? Impossible. Suddenly, a face appeared from the black wall. He swung his fist at the face that had just appeared. He froze. At this moment, a notification appeared from the system. The main cause of the incinerator phenomenon is still unknown. It looks like a face and seems to have a miraculous function. He looked at the words and wondered. It's actually a prop? The will of all things? Indescribable? There's even a question mark. It's very likely that these are fragments of an S-rank prop related to the gods. Chunbai smiled as he looked at the mask. What a good item. It seems Ludu's purpose must have been this. I have to find a way to keep it. At Jiangxing University, in the underground incinerator, Chunbai suddenly appeared. A girl exclaimed at his appearance. She jumped up joyfully. You're so strong, Bai. I've seen your video. I love you. Chunbai asked, do you have any coins? She replied brightly. I helped fight the zombies others killed, so I contributed. He wondered, I don't know how many coins I have now. Pricing it at 1 coin, many people must have watched it. Notifications appeared one after another. 869 gold coins, 93 silver coins, 15 copper coins, 912 gold coins, 75 silver coins, 32 copper coins. He hesitated. Still not enough. I need 1,000 gold coins to unlock the warehouse. He thought. The warehouse is protected by the will of all things, cutting off all detection. This is the safest way to leave the prop behind without being discovered. Looks like I'll have to wait a while before completing the mission. At Jiangxing University, in the auxiliary building behind the main medical school building, the girl asked, are we going to the Dongshan wilderness area you mentioned? Chunbai replied, the night is full of unknown dangers. Let's find a place to spend the night first. She said cheerfully, there are some high-end hotels not far from the school. The facilities are also complete. It's not a holiday, so there aren't too many people. Plus, they're all high-rise buildings, so it should be quite safe. Chunbai agreed. Lead the way. They moved closer to the Love Hotel near Jiangxing University. Inside the hotel room, the girl had changed from the clothes she was wearing into a seductive nurse's outfit. Chunbai immediately spoke up. I don't like this style. She became flustered. I'm sorry. I thought you chose this hotel because you wanted to see this. He sat down on the chair and replied, I wanted to see this, but I don't like you wearing it like this. She said shyly. Then I'll go change into something else. She changed into an even more seductive outfit, but he coldly commented, you don't have the right aura for that. She changed into a shirt and black skirt. He immediately commented, not smart enough. She changed into a school uniform, and he commented coldly again, bland. You're already a student. He asked, aren't there any more interesting styles here? She changed into a very revealing and enchanting outfit, then asked for his opinion. How about this? He said with satisfaction, that's acceptable. Tonight, you can be a good little pet. Come here. The night deepened. At the Love Hotel, near Jiangxing University. After some activity, Chunbai spoke. Activate the warehouse function. The system displayed a notification. Warehouse activated. Cost, 1,000 gold coins. You can choose your heir. It cannot be detected by any ability or skill. It is an absolutely private and secret space protected by the will of the universe. Please use it reasonably. Reminder, the mask has been placed in the warehouse. He said, okay, it's time to move on to the next stage of the mission. Chunbai flicked the coin. In front of him, impressions appeared in the air, summoning the goblin god of transactions. He smiled meaningfully. At the Love Hotel, near Jiangxing University, there's a saying in the world, when dealing with Ludu, emotions are a bargaining chip. This means that Ludu will consider the emotions of the trading partner to adjust the reward. Chunbai pondered. Of course, in the past, I was very valuable in Ludu's eyes. He gently fiddled with the item in his pocket. The sigil disappeared, and Ludu appeared. He immediately asked, little fellow, I didn't expect you to summon me so soon. Have you completed the mission and proven your ability? He tossed the thing from his pocket in front of him and said, that's right. This is the proof. This is what the mission required, a part of the body of the creature in the dungeon. The thing rolled to his feet. It was no longer fresh, but shriveled. He exclaimed, oh, it seems this thing has been dead for a while. Did you complete the mission last night? Why didn't you summon me right away? He didn't answer him immediately. He asked again, you really want that scroll, don't you? He replied, because I don't understand. Chunbai voiced his doubts. I respect you so much, Why did you hide the difficulty of the dungeon from me? Chunbai recounted. When I entered the dungeon, I found out it was nightmare level. If I didn't have a few tricks up my sleeve, I'm afraid I would have died in there. He walked as he replied, so that's how it is. Kid, I understand your dissatisfaction, but I can also offer an explanation for you. Actually, that was part of the test. Lu Du continued. With a treasure like that, I can't just hand it over to someone who can't handle the unexpected. Do you understand now? Chunbai replied. All right, I understand. So what are the reward and the next mission? He answered. All right, hiding the information was my fault. Moreover, you've already proven your strength. In that case, he snapped his fingers. The reward for this mission is yours to choose freely. And the next mission will be the final ring mission. How about it? Chunbai bowed and said, I am very grateful for your explanation and generosity. Lord Lu Du lightly touched the brim of his hat. The limit is items of B-rank quality or lower. Please make your choice. Countless items appeared. He chose one. I'll take this. Lu Du was puzzled. Is that the design for the Return City scroll? Chunbai smiled. You have a good eye for things, and your goal is very clear. Well then, next is the final stage of the mission. He stopped and held the item tightly in his hand. The system displayed. Mission request. The god Lu Du wants to give you an S-rank mission. The ultimate investment, final round. Obtain 2 S-rank profession scrolls. Do you accept? He was shocked and exclaimed, 2 S-rank scrolls? This is very difficult, Lord Lu Du, Chunbai said. You must know that even gods are not born with S-rank professions. Lu Du laughed. Of course I know. My first profession was A-rank. But, he continued in a somber tone, this is my best treasure. So naturally, it will have the best. Otherwise, it would be hard for me to give away my love. He replied nonchalantly, all right. It seems I have no choice but to accept. In the dark night at the Dongshan Villa area, a monster was gnawing on a person. It was a level 5 mutated giant rat. Strength 18, agility 20, physique 19, spirit. The level difference was too great, so other abilities couldn't be seen. Lung Shuang, hiding behind a large rock, said nervously. Compared to before, they are appearing more and more frequently. Even with both our teams, we would be completely wiped out if we encountered it. Ziqiang replied, level 5? Its stats are 3 or 4 times greater than ours. Lung Shuang then asked, we can't deal with it. What should we do? Ziqiang frowned and said, we can't deal with this one right now. First, we need to get away from it. But we still need someone to stay behind and watch. Lung Shuang was startled and paid attention to the movement on the other side. She shouted a warning. Everyone, split up now. The monster lunged to attack them. Lung Shuang hurriedly said, Ziqiang, you have to get out of here right now. A weapon materialized in Ziqiang's hand. She said nervously, it's too late. Its speed is too fast. The monster lunged at the 2 girls. A person suddenly appeared in the sky. Chunbai delivered a devastating blow to the monster. Ziqiang exclaimed happily. After taking down the monster, he spoke. Looks like I didn't arrive too late, huh? He assigned tasks. Lung Shuang, go call people to clean up this place. For those who lost their lives, compensate their families well. Ziqiang, come back with me and explain what just happened. Returning to the Dongshan Villa area, Ziqiang began. After clearing the zombies, during the inspection, many mutated rats over 1 meter long suddenly appeared. Chunbai replied, the initial discovery location was in the eastern part of the villa area. Luli stepped forward. I'm truly sorry, master. Those beasts suddenly appeared and destroyed 6 warehouses. The total number of casualties has exceeded 100. The specific details are here. He took the document from her hand and said, you all really haven't done anything wrong. It seems you haven't had any rest either. Everyone, go rest first. Luli replied respectfully. I will go clean up the remaining mutated rats in the villa area and also investigate their origin. Ziqiang smiled. Thank you for your concern, but it would be more practical if we all went to rest without anyone around to take care of you. So I would like to recommend someone to you. He agreed. That's a good idea. With that, she called out, come in, Lingyu. The door creaked open. A girl with a curvaceous figure walked in. Ziqiang pointed at her and introduced, this girl is Qin Lingyu. We rescued her while clearing the villa area. You two probably know each other already, right? She studied law and used to be a lawyer. Therefore, she can help you establish rules and regulations, and she is also willing to become one of your people. Chunbai waved his hand. Qin Lingyu stays. The rest of you go rest. At this point, Lingyu shyly spoke up. If there's anything you need me to do, just let me know. He used his hand to lift her chin and asked, I've heard that you people in this industry are very good with your words. Come here and let me experience it a bit, can you? She replied sweetly, Of course. Lingyu knelt on the floor, her face flushed. She covered her mouth with her hand and said softly, Thank you for your reward, master. Chunbai, bare-chested, leaned back on the sofa and praised her softly. Your technique isn't bad. I'm very satisfied. A moment later, he stood up and walked towards the window, looking down at the city, and called softly, Come here. Lingyu replied uncertainly, Yes. Her feet slowly moved forward. Looking out into the distance, Chunbai said in a firm voice, Listen carefully to what I have to say about the rules of this place. She turned her head, showing off her most seductive pose, and shyly explained, I'm sorry, sir. I didn't hear you clearly. It's probably because of my S-rank concentration ability. This ability allows me to improve my thinking ability. When I concentrate on thinking, feeling, or working, my speed and senses become sharper, but it will block out all other information from the outside. A moment later, after the ambiguous atmosphere had dissipated a bit, they both looked out into the distance. He began to explain his plan. I called you here so you can see the 3 areas of Dongshan. The villa area, the high-end residential area on the mountainside, and the residential community at the foot of the mountain. Chunbai glanced at Lingyu and made a request in a soft voice. I want you to create different regulations based on these different areas. She stood up straight, regaining her professional demeanor, and seriously accepted. I can do it. Do you have any other requests? Hearing this question, he rested his hand on his chin, looking interested, and scanned her from head to toe before saying playfully, Requests? I'm very curious about your ability. Leaning closer to her, Chunbai teased. Come on, let me see how sensitive you can be when you concentrate your mind. Lingyu blushed, looked up at him, and stammered her agreement. Okay. The next day, at the Dongshan drainage outlet, the Linjiang drainage gate, Chunbai led the way, pointed at the sewer gate, and cleared his throat. Last night, I found this place through the blueprints and the tracks of the mutated rats. Inside is the lair of those mutated rats. Stepping onto the sewer grate, he added, Although I can clean this place up by myself, I want to use this place to train some trusted people who can be relied upon. People who can protect everyone when I'm not here. That's why I've chosen a few people and brought you all here to level up. Standing up straight and turning completely around, Chunbai used his words to win them over. Becoming the middle-class pillar of the villa area. With the bait sufficiently tempting, he cleared his throat and shouted, Is everyone ready? Their spirits gradually rose. They all knelt on one knee and replied in unison, We are ready, master. Chunbai smiled with satisfaction, stroking a few strands of his hair. He gently corrected them, Get up. It's a bit strange for men to call me master. From now on, you will call me White Emperor. The group behind him stood up without question and immediately called out, Yes, White Emperor. He turned around, satisfied. Leading the way down into the sewer, he approached the grate covering the entrance. Chunbai grabbed the grate and pulled it open forcefully. He commanded in a deep voice, Let's begin. The system quickly popped up, appearing just in time to announce, Special mission triggered, the dwellers of the sewers. He exclaimed in surprise, A mission? Do you guys have it too? They looked at the notification panel in front of them and quickly replied, Yes, we got a notification too. Lung Shuang read the mission details carefully and slowly analyzed. The mission requires us to kill all the mutated rats and investigate the origin of these mutated rats. The reward will be determined after completion. The person behind her also quickly confirmed, White Emperor, we received a similar mission. With preparations complete, Chunbai led them into the sewer. Ziqiang looked around and sighed softly. It's so dark in here. Good thing I had someone bring torches for light. Lung Shuang, beside her, also commented, This place seems cleaner than expected. Suddenly, a rustling sound from a corner attracted their attention. He noticed the abnormality and quickly raised his hand to block the way, warning, "Everyone, be careful. They're coming." As soon as he finished speaking, a swarm of mutated rats rushed out from around the corner. They revealed their sharp teeth and ferocious faces as they charged forward. On this side, Chunbai crouched down, his arms transformed, one into a large fist, the other into sharp claws. He looked up with great interest. There are quite a few of them. The group behind him followed his every step, splashing through the water as they moved forward. With each attack, the mutated rats were sent flying in all directions. Ziqiang ran behind Chunbai, sword in hand, continuously shouting to build morale. "Everyone, charge. If they're not dead, hit them a few more times." The group behind them followed, dealing with the stragglers. One of them discovered something new and shouted, "I found a piece of rat skin equipment here." Later, they stopped to rest. She looked around and reported softly, "This section of the pipe was cleared very quickly. We've cleared 16 sections of pipe. We're almost at the source area." He looked again before nodding in confirmation. The group behind had also caught up. The person who found the item pointed at a dark shadow at the bend ahead and shouted in panic, "Here comes another one. It looks like there's only one." Hearing this, Ziqiang smiled excitedly and volunteered, "If it's just one, let me give it a try." Chunbai sat there watching her advance. He didn't stop her, only casually reminded her, "Don't forget to use your reconnaissance skill first." Ziqiang cleared her throat and replied, "Of course." A moment later, her eyes narrowed as her mind quickly activated crystal insight. A virtual circle appeared before her eyes. Ziqiang focused, analyzing the situation through it. Then, she panicked, realizing, "This is not right. This is a boss. It's a level 7 boss." She reported with a trembling voice, "I can't see its specific stats. Its strength is close to 30, speed over 40, physique." Before Ziqiang could finish, a familiar transformed figure rushed past, drawing her attention. She quickly shouted, "White Emperor, be careful." But then she froze at the scene before her. He just flew over and gave it a light scratch, and the giant mutated rat fell backward. It dropped a piece of equipment, plague boots. A rank, armor, defense. Agility +5, poison resistance, reduces debuff effects. Plague set 1/5. All attributes +1. Equipment requirement, level 5. Equipment description, worn by the plague emissary when spreading the faith. Death and plague ravaged wherever they set foot. Chunbai stood on the corpse of the giant rat, reading the information provided by the system. Then he looked at the equipment card in his hand, muttering in confusion, "Equipment? And it's part of a set?" This rat king actually dropped a piece of set equipment. He silently thought, "Equip." The boots were quickly put on. He admired them for a moment before giving a light compliment. "Although the quality is a bit low, if I can collect all the other pieces, the effect will be greatly enhanced." Chunbai stood up straight, his brows furrowed as he looked ahead, and said, "The plague rat king is dead. The only thing left for the mission is to investigate the source." After walking a bit further, they reached the next section of the sewer. Ziqiang checked again. Still finding nothing, she sighed to herself. "We've passed 5 sections of pipe and haven't even seen an old rat." He, on the other hand, had his eyes darting around, his brow furrowed. As if sensing something, he cleared his throat and stopped them. "Wait." Chunbai slowly entered the green area in front of him. With each step he took, the system's notifications rang out continuously. First time absorbing stomach plague. Virus points +10. First time absorbing bone-stimulating plague. Virus points +23. First time absorbing rotting plague. Virus points +15. First time absorbing mutated dark green stomach plague. Virus points +14. First time absorbing the Black Death plague. Virus points +20. When the green patches disappeared, Chunbai looked down at his empty hands, silently analyzing in his head. It's normal for sewers to have viruses and some germs. But the types of viruses I'm absorbing now are things that didn't exist on Earth before the trial. Moreover, the variety and quantity could even harm an evolver. He narrowed his eyes, calculating. It seems the source of the plague is not far from here. Thinking this, Chunbai turned around and gave an order. "Song Ziqiang, you all can't go any further. Return immediately." She quickly obeyed, replying with a decisive yes. After making the arrangements, he stepped inside with a silent excitement. This is interesting. With every step, the number of virus points increases. I wonder how high the score will be when I find the source. After a few more turns, he reached another bend. Chunbai softly confirmed. It seems this is the place. Entering the area with a desiccated corpse hanging in the air and scattered blue lights flying around, Chunbai sighed in admiration. This place is truly a paradise for me. He approached the center and observed carefully. After a moment, Chunbai asked himself doubtfully, is that a corpse? Is this the source of the plague? He stood with his hands on his hips, a slight smile on his lips, and made a judgment. Based on the concentration of the plague virus, the cause originates from that scroll over there. In the hand of the dried corpse before him was something long and round. It was emitting wisps of green smoke that spread everywhere. Chunbai didn't hesitate to approach, take the scroll, and slowly pull it out. He unrolled it to examine it, then muttered in confusion, "This isn't a prop. There are no instructions. The content inside says, the high priest has sacrificed his life. Therefore, I leave these prophecies. For our great God, in the trial, the divine fire has reached the highest peak. We sacrifice the world just to leave the mark of our God's cult in the trial. Our lives will become the steps for the awakening of the God. Our spirits will be with the God forever. Our names will be passed down for generations. Do Fai plague. All things wail. All beings are immortal." After reading it, Chunbai was puzzled. Do Fai plague? Why have I never heard of it? Then he ignored it, closed it, and tossed it aside. But whatever, I'll just absorb all the viruses here first, and my strength will soar to another level. Physically, he silently thought, absorb virus. The blue specks of light, as if conscious, began to flow into Chunbai's body along with the air currents. Halfway through, he was startled and looked down to see several transforming strands tearing through his clothes. Chunbai lost control and dropped the scroll, shouting in panic, "What's happening?" The surrounding air flowed into streams of blue and purple gas. They formed a vortex with his hand as the center, pouring into his body. The system quickly issued a notification, "Special mission completed, Master of the Sewers." System notification, gaining 2,000 experience points, contributing to a random reward. System notification, "Congratulations, you have received the wall of flesh." The corpse, no longer supported, slumped into the water. Chunbai still held his arm tightly, even though it had returned to normal. Looking down at the glowing mark in his palm, the system displayed its information. Plague War Seal, proof of a core member of the plague cult. It is condensed from several terrifying plagues. Within the range of this seal's influence, other plagues will undergo changes. This made Chunbai extremely curious. He wondered, this is a plague seal? The content on the panel changed again. System notification, not transformed by the plague. Harvested the plague seal. Met the conditions to trigger the next mission. System notification, plague cult mission has appeared. Difficulty, S rank. Chunbai looked up and whispered softly, an S rank mission? He quickly opened the mission details. Do Fai plague. S rank mission. Mission introduction, to welcome the true God in their prophecy. The Do Fai plague cult sacrificed the old God and came to this world with countless treasures. Obtaining the plague seal means you are qualified to become the true God in the prophecy. Find the members of the plague cult, accept their trials, and prove whether you are the true God in their prophecy. Mission objective, find a plague emissary. Mission reward, 3 very large question marks. He read it while slowly analyzing. It's a mission related to divine authority. Remembering the beautiful figure from his past, Chunbai chuckled softly and muttered his determination. Become the plague god. I'll have the qualifications to fight HL head-on. A plague emissary. I must find one. Suddenly, a massive vortex appeared in the air. He approached to examine it. This is a dungeon being formed. He reached out and touched the edge of the vortex. The notification panel appeared again. System reminder. Hell difficulty of the plague sewer dungeon is in the process of being formed. System reminder. Time remaining is 19 days, 23 hours, 58 minutes, 59 seconds. Chunbai smirked, his brow furrowed in thought. Hell level. Even harder than the nightmare level of the iron furnace. It takes a full month to form the dungeon. It seems the level of this dungeon is not low. I'll come back in a month to check it out. With that, he turned and left. Outside, another vortex appeared. Ziqiang touched it to check and then announced, the Dongshan sewer dungeon has been formed. Normal difficulty. Level requirement is from 1 to 10. Entry is limited to 3 times a day. Stepping out from around the bend, Chunbai rubbed his wrist and said softly, level 1 to 10. Just right for us to level up. Seeing him return, she exclaimed excitedly, you're back. I've already sent people to call everyone to come here and level up one by one. We can't waste the 3 chances a day. Chunbai praised her with satisfaction. You did well. 20 minutes later, when everyone had gathered, he cleared his throat and reminded them, the space inside the sewer dungeon isn't very wide. It's best to go in groups of 4 to 8. Your lives are number 1, benefits are number 2. Have you all remembered? They all replied in unison. We remember. Then Chunbai turned to the group of girls beside him and said, all right, I'll go with you on your 3rd dungeon run. But you have to take care of yourselves. Based on your ability to cope, I won't intervene at first. They quickly agreed. Yes, White Emperor. After reminding everyone, he turned and waved his hand, saying, first, form a group, then add to this chat group. Everyone's system quickly displayed a notification. Evolver 001 requests you to join the group, White Emperor's Palace. Ziqiang exclaimed in surprise, 001. He spread his hands and replied nonchalantly, the number is just the order of the evolvers. Besides, what's there to be so surprised about? Songgu, who had been waiting and didn't see a notification, came over to question him. Chunbai, why wasn't I invited to the group? He glanced at her and answered honestly, because I haven't invited you yet, Kuma. Chunbai took a step forward and teased playfully. This is my harem. As long as you are loyal and capable, you can join right away. A girl who gets so scared by zombies that she wets her pants, of course, doesn't get an invitation. This sentence made Songgu angry. She hugged herself and stammered, shouting to defend herself. You can't look down on people. I've grown up. Chunbai stepped back, displaying a pile of equipment, and provoked her. All right, then choose a piece of equipment and enter this dungeon so I can see how much you've grown. Later, in the sewer dungeon, Songgu trembled, pressing herself against the sewer wall, looking at the mutated rats foraging ahead. In her hand was a dagger. Songgu cautiously approached, not forgetting to tell her sisters behind her, please don't help me. Let me handle this myself. He, from behind, observed her actions while turning to Lu Li and asking directly, I still don't know what your and Songji's talents are. She materialized a virtual sword, let it pierce through her hand, and explained, my talent is illusory imagination, B-rank. I can create illusions based on my imagination. It's not very useful in combat. Looking at the person in front who was trying to fight alone, Lu Li continued softly, and her talent is Heavenly Child's Insight, C-rank. Her growth rate in both experience and proficiency is increased by 50%. After hearing this, Chunbai's voice became deep as he quietly analyzed, a fast growth type? Right now, it's not as useful as your illusions in a fight. She quickly confirmed, that's right. The battle on the other side had ended. Songgu stepped on the corpse of one of them and cleared her throat to show off. How about that? I killed 3 of them by myself. This old rat is much more formidable than a zombie. He approached, a faint smile on his lips, not sparing his teasing words. Not bad, huh? Seeing how hard you're trying to become a member of my harem, I guess I'll have to make an exception and agree. Songgu blushed and retorted shyly. Who wants to join your harem? I just want to prove my own ability. Chunbai pretended to agree. All right, then I'll respect your choice and not send you an invitation. This time, it was Songgu who panicked. She quickly protested, don't. Chunbai took the opportunity to tease her more, don't what? Songgu blushed, turned her head away, and stammered, don't. Not send it. I want to join. Can I? His face was filled with a smile. He put his hands on his hips and playfully said something harsh. Seeing your reluctant look, I'm even less inclined to send it. This time, he successfully infuriated her. But she didn't dare to get angry, just turned her contorted face towards him, hesitating for a long time without being able to say anything, just mouthing the 2 words, I, and then fell silent. Seeing this, Ziqiang appeared and gently stroked Song Ji's face, explaining softly on her behalf. Master, don't be angry with her anymore. This child really wants to join. This morning, she was still angry with me because she thought I introduced Qin Lingyu to you instead of her. Hearing these ambiguous words, she shouted in embarrassment. Mom! Chunbai tilted his head and went along with it. Consider it for your mother's sake. You should accept the invitation. Immediately, the virtual screen lit up with a reminder. System notification, Evolver with ID 10,261,521, Xiao Gu, has accepted the invitation. Added to White Emperor's palace. Song Ji's mood brightened considerably. She shyly rubbed the back of her neck, then turned and ran off, not forgetting to leave a message. I have to go kill monsters now. He watched her cheerful figure, a doting smile on his face. This spoiled little princess. Beside him, Ziqiang continued. She's just stubborn. Besides, don't worry. After we finish the dungeon and go back to the villa, I guarantee she'll call you dad. She reached up and gently touched Chunbai's face, her eyes red as she made a promise. He glanced at her, a satisfied smile on his face. A woman like you is very decisive. Ziqiang stretched, showing off her most seductive pose, and affirmed, Of course I have to be decisive. Times are changing too quickly. Xiao Gu is a young lady who has never experienced such hardship. Having a father like you is a very good thing for her. Her eyes narrowed, hiding a hint of calculation deep within. In the bathroom of a luxury suite in some hotel, Lu Hui soaked in the bathtub, sighing comfortably. This feels so good. It's all thanks to the monarch's wonderful advice that I can live so comfortably in this world. A notification sound rang out. System notification. The Evolver team has cleared the normal difficulty of the Dongshan sewer dungeon for the first time, levels 1 to 10. System notification. The Evolver has released a video of clearing the Dongshan sewer dungeon. The price per view is 10 copper coins. Her eyes widened in surprise. She sat up straight in the tub, looking at the video and exclaiming, The monarch, he cleared another dungeon. Gently touching his image on the screen, Lu Hui sighed with a hint of regret. He's so amazing. I've never even seen a dungeon before. 10 copper coins. I, Lu Hui, am about to go bankrupt. The video switched to the next scene. She sat on the edge of the bed drying her hair, her mood a bit irritable. Why are there so many women? Elsewhere, a man sat on a chair with his spear, his foot resting on his victory, his eyes still focused on the playing video. He continuously commented, This little girl's talent isn't bad, but her combat skills are still lacking. I want to see that by guy in action. Fast forward for me. On the rooftop of some building, Wuya was also intently watching the events on the screen. His mind was racing, constantly analyzing. The monsters in the deeper parts are of a very high level. Even with Bai's guidance, those girls wouldn't be able to get through. In the end, he'll still have to step in. Here he comes. He looks very strong. On this side, another group was also watching together. The black-skinned man, sitting furthest away, asked in a firm voice, So, how strong is that lowly Easterner? The white-haired man below tilted his head and replied, There's definitely no problem. It's just that our luck was bad, and we didn't encounter a dungeon. He can't possibly be as strong as Tang Mo's S-rank talent. After observing for a while, the brown-haired man frowned and retorted, No, he's much stronger than me. Back in the living room, Lu Hui lay sprawled on the bed, her eyes sparkling with pride. That was a level 10 boss before. The monarch is really strong. The combat methods he pointed out for those women were also very useful. She secretly wished, if only I could be in the same city as the monarch. I'm so jealous of those girls, getting personal guidance from the monarch himself. At the Song Ziqiang villa, in the study, Chunbai gave serious instructions. After everyone clears the dungeon, you'll be able to get a lot of low-level equipment. You, Qin Lingyu, and Lu Li should coordinate as soon as possible to establish the rules for trading, economy, and equipment for the base. Ziqiang quickly replied, Do you have any other arrangements? Pointing to the pile of items on the table, he said, I have something else I want to give you. Chunbai emphasized, You must know how important these things are, right? Ziqiang said nothing, just leaned in closer to observe for a while, then was endlessly amazed. She picked them up and examined them one by one. The wall of blood, It's something that can devour flesh and blood to create a city wall. It's much stronger than any wall we could build. If used correctly, it will create a huge deterrent. Picking up the scroll, Ziqiang murmured. After use, it returns to the marked city within 10 seconds. The effect is created from materials. This thing is truly a life-saving item. With it, we can definitely become the sole rulers of Jiangsheng in a short time. Picking up a set of clothes, she continued. Just by changing its shape, it can turn into any piece of equipment. Hearing her brief introduction, he chuckled teasingly. What's wrong? Does it feel like this one isn't as important as the previous two? Ziqiang sat right on the table, leaning forward on her hands. She explained, how could that be? You are the true master of this entire place. Therefore, the piece of equipment that can satisfy you is the most important thing. Chunbai looked at the woman leaning over the table and putting it straight into his chest, smiling and asking some casual questions. I don't know anything about women's things. I wonder if you can give me a few surprises, She rested her hand on his chest and teased. There are surprises, but it's not me. She narrowed her eyes mysteriously. Ziqiang continued. I already said I want Xiao Gu to officially have you as a father. Let me go help her with her makeup. Please wait a moment. The night sky sparkled with stars. Below, a room in the villa was still brightly lit. He stood there and turned his head away decisively, a satisfied smile still on his lips. Chunbai quickly got dressed. The system promptly displayed a notification. You have used the plague cloak. System reminder. Plague set equipped, 2 out of 5. All attributes +5. Reduces debuffs, weakens resistance. Chunbai slowly analyzed. I went into the dungeon 3 times today and only got 1 piece of the plague set. If I can get 1 piece from this set every 3 runs, then after 3 days, I can complete the full set. He looked at the screen in front of him, overjoyed. Suddenly, a chime rang out. System notification. A member of chat group 001 wants to send you a private message. At this point, Chunbai had stepped outside and closed the door. Seeing the notification, he was surprised and thought to himself, is it Meng Meng? He opened the message. The content was, Hello, Monarch. I have seen your strategy video. It's clear that you can devise combat methods based on each person's talent and abilities. To be honest, I'm not good at fighting, so I would also like to receive your guidance. Is that possible, Monarch? Chunbai understood. So she wants guidance. He quickly typed a reply. Guidance requires me to have a certain understanding of you. If you trust me, tell me your talent, and then I can help you. If you don't want to reveal your talent, just showing your attributes is fine. However, from an attribute perspective, I obviously can't see much. Receiving this reply, Meng Meng was momentarily stunned. She quickly typed on the virtual keyboard and agreed immediately. No, it has to be my talent. I'll send it to you. While waiting for the message, Chunbai was staring blankly ahead, starting to search his memories. In my previous life, I never heard of this girl, Meng Meng. But the people in the group are at least pioneers, so her talent probably isn't bad. Then, when he looked back at the virtual screen, his eyes widened in astonishment. The content was, Dreamscape points, 31. Chunbai was stunned for a moment, his mind racing with doubt. It's S rank? It's that kind of infinitely growing supernatural power. How could an ability like this be unknown? It seems she died in my previous life. He quickly sent a message asking, an S-rank talent is extremely complex. Can you tell me what effects your talent has? Without any hesitation, Meng Meng replied immediately, of course. The dream skill allows me to enter a dream world that is identical to the real world, and I can also use it to enter other people's dreams. I can also get a lot of items in the dreamscape. Dream weaving allows me to adjust everything in the dream world, although there are very few things I can adjust right now. And shared dream allows me to invite others into my dream world by creating a dream totem. Chunbai read these lines seriously. He was a bit confused. As long as her real body isn't found, she's practically invincible, isn't she? On the other side, her hands were still flying across the keyboard. She gently probed. I think I can send you a dream totem in the form of a picture and invite you into the dream world to guide me. Is that okay? After reading it, Chunbai quickly refused. I can't agree to that, because in the dreamscape, I have no protection at all. She quickly replied with a pleading message. Please don't refuse me. I can make an Evolver's pact with you to ensure you won't suffer any harm. He was utterly shocked. An Evolver's pact? Shunbai walked forward quickly. As he walked, he texted, an Evolver's pact, recognized by the will of the universe, requires at least 10 gold coins, right? If you can get 10 gold coins, why are you asking about my combat skills? Meng Meng hurriedly explained, the monsters I deal with in the dream world also die in reality. I can also adjust the monster spawn rate in the scene through the dream. That's how I have enough gold coins. I can also give you other gifts, such as these 2 things. After texting, she sent over 2 items, including Mental Perception, D-Rank Skill Book, and Tears of the Saint, S-Rank Special Prop. This shocked him endlessly. Her ability is truly formidable. It's arguably no less than my Virus Monarch. Not receiving the desired answer, Meng Meng sent another plea. Please, even though I'm very strong in my dreams, I'm extremely weak in reality. She bit her lip, trembling, but her fingers still deftly sent the message. I have a very strong feeling that if my combat skills can't be improved, sooner or later, I will die. Shunbai sighed and thought deeply. Her intuition is not wrong. This ability doesn't improve her physical strength at all. This is a fatal weakness. He accepted and sent his agreement. Then send the Evolver's pact over to me. In his heart, he had his own calculations. If she's willing to make an oath, then I must naturally help her. A talent this powerful must be recruited to my team. The system panel quickly appeared. Notification, Evolver Meng Meng has sent you an evolution contract. Evolution contract. Meng Meng promises not to take any action that would cause any harm or negative impact. If you violate the contract, you will lose your status as an Evolver. The contract is valid for 24 hours. He reached out and touched the large agree button on the right, affirming loudly, I agree. The sky was still full of stars. In the Song Ziqiong Villa, in another bedroom, Shunbai took off his coat and lay on the bed, letting himself relax, while silently murmuring the instructions. The dream totem requires relaxation and looking at it for 3 minutes. If the observer is on guard, it will take longer. Looking at the picture sent by Meng Meng, his mind slowly drifted with the clouds floating outside the window. If this ability evolves to the point where one can see into dreams, it would be truly terrifying. Following the flow of emotions, Chunbai's eyelids slowly closed, pulling him into the destined dreamscape. The place Chunbai arrived at was her bedroom. Meng Meng was already waiting. When their eyes met, both were startled. She hugged the teddy bear in her arms tightly, her face red as she spoke hesitantly. Hello, Monarch. She introduced herself in a small voice. My name is Meng Meng. Meng, as in Mencius. Meng, as in Dreamscape. I'm the Meng Meng who just made a pact with you. Chunbai spoke in a casual tone, as if answering an everyday question, but remained vigilant. My name is Chunbai. Just call me Bai. Is this your dream world? This place isn't suitable for combat training. Meng Meng immediately denied it. It's not this place. She smiled faintly, her hand touching the door as if touching a portal. I've cleaned up the gym. It's not far from here. Hearing this, Chunbai frowned slightly. This is... All he saw was a vortex of soft pink light, like smoke, rising amidst the concrete city. He looked ahead with a questioning gaze. Is that the gym? Your dream world is this big. Meng Meng shook her head slightly, her eyes seeming to be lost in the pink mist that filled the space. Not exactly. The dream world exists independently. It doesn't depend on me. As a dream walker, I can only enter and transform it. According to my explorations these days, the dream world will reflect the real world. Chunbai narrowed his eyes, half surprised, half intrigued. Then he exclaimed, so that's how it is. I understand now. Then let's start training in the gym now. Now she ran ahead quickly, turning her head back to look. Let's go. Scene changed to the dream world, the basketball court in the gym. The scene shifted. Meng Meng snapped her fingers. Meng Meng said, let there be light. In a flash, the basketball court appeared right before their eyes. He glanced at it, his deep voice echoing softly. Are you still a middle school student? Meng Meng burst into laughter. Before the world descended, I was a novelist. At the same time, Chunbai quietly sat down. He looked up at her. What you want to improve is your combat effectiveness in the real world. The best way to do that is to fight. Don't use the abilities of the dream world to attack me. Let me see your combat level first. Meng Meng clenched her fists, her voice proud. My attributes in the dream world will be improved to be on par with my mental strength. Right now, my mental strength is 48. You have to be careful, Monarch. Hearing this, Chunbai straightened up. Don't worry. Just give it your all. She replied quickly, her eyes full of determination. Here I come. As soon as the words left her mouth, Meng Meng threw a punch at Chunbai with all her might. The punch was fast but off target. He shook his head helplessly. Unstable center of gravity. You can throw it, but can't retract it. Not good. At the comment, Meng Meng's cheeks flushed bright red. She charged at him with both hands. Chunbai leaned to the side, dodging the next blow, a mocking smile on his lips. Is this the king's 8 punches for 5-year-olds starting martial arts? At this point, he began to teach seriously. First, control your center of gravity. A punch that cannot be retracted is your biggest weakness. Second, you need to know where you want to hit first, instead of just swinging wildly. Third, observe your opponent and don't just focus on your own attacks. After a while, Chunbai reached out his hand. All right, I know what your level is now. For now, just remembering those 3 points is good enough. After a moment's hesitation, he let out a soft laugh. I was only using about 20% of my speed just now, and you were completely unable to react. She looked embarrassed. I'm sorry, I'm too much of a noob. Hearing this, Chunbai chuckled softly. What are you sorry for? Just keep practicing and you'll get better. Receiving the encouragement, Meng Meng nodded happily. I know. Time shifted to 7 days later at the Dongshan Villa area. At this time, Ziqiong quickly reported, Master, the rules for Dongshan have been posted everywhere. There is a person responsible for explaining them in front of each notice board. Chunbai let out a breath. With this, the Dongshan settlement is on the right track. A moment later, he suddenly announced, I have cleared the area around Dongshan in the past few days. From now on, the management of this place will be handed over to you. I will be leaving early tomorrow morning. She was taken aback, a mix of surprise and slight regret. Why are you leaving so soon? I thought it would be a few more days. Because your plague set is still missing one piece. Just at this moment, the system screen lit up. Plague set, for fifths. +10 to all attributes. Applies a weakening resistance debuff to those who take a hit. The attack will be accompanied by a random plague debuff. Chunbai spoke in a hoarse voice. I don't have time to find the last E-rank piece. There are many more opportunities and treasures outside that are more valuable than it. I have to go and seize them. Ziqiong immediately hugged him tightly. Then you have to think of us and come back. Otherwise, if your White Emperor's palace floods, there will be no one to manage it. Chunbai turned to her with amusement. There's a flood in my territory? He didn't hesitate to grab her chin. Then go call them over. Today, we will discuss thoroughly how to block the new drainage route. Amidst the quiet night scene, Ziqiong's voice rang out sweetly. A moment later, Chunbai carefully closed the door. Just then, Lung Shuang approached. He immediately reacted. Are you looking for Ziqiong? She's not awake yet. She hastily denied it. No, I'm here to see you. He looked puzzled. What is it? Lung Shuang hurriedly reported. Someone is causing trouble in the settlement at the foot of the mountain. Hearing this, Chunbai coldly questioned. You're coming to me for something like this? Haven't the rules of Dongshan been established already? He glared straight at Lung Shuang. Don't you know how to act according to the rules? Before Chunbai's gaze, she hesitated for a moment. I'm sorry, we have everyone under control. But among them is a classmate of yours. Therefore, Chunbai, without a moment's hesitation, ordered, Take me there. Lung Shuang immediately replied. Scene changed to the Dongshan Villa area, the residential area at the foot of the mountain. Li Shun excitedly pointed in a direction. Chunbai? He's here. I see Chunbai. At the same time, Lung Shuang looked towards the crowd and reported, These are the people who are dissatisfied with our fee of 1 copper coin per day. They also want to protect their homes and settlement for free, but they don't want to pay the price. On this side, he enthusiastically introduced himself. Chunbai. It's me, Li Shun. Chunbai replied curtly. Li Shun, I know it's you. He didn't flinch and directly questioned him. Our rules aren't strict. 1 copper coin is enough if you just kill 1 zombie. Even if you can't kill them, there are still profitable jobs in the settlement. Why are you gathering everyone here to cause a scene? Li Shun quickly retorted. The problem isn't the money, it's that you're wrong. When the world descended, we should help each other. Now that you have resources, you should help everyone get through this hardship. He curled his lip, his voice as cold as ice. Take my advice as the student council president, Chunbai. If you achieve great things and benefit the world, then abolish this rule and everyone will be grateful to you. He couldn't stand it anymore and cut him off with a contemptuous sound. I'm too lazy to talk nonsense with someone like you. Chunbai turned around, his cold voice echoing everywhere. Everyone, listen up. These are the rules here. If you can't stand it, then get out immediately. If you don't leave within 3 minutes, you will be killed without mercy. Chunbai's footsteps echoed dryly. He coldly swept his eyes over the crowd. These are the rules here. If you can't accept them, then get out. 3 minutes later, if you still haven't left, you will be killed. No questions asked. Then Chunbai reminded, Lung Shuang, start the timer. She quickly replied. Just then, Li Xin smirked and shouted provocatively, no need for 3 or 5 minutes. I absolutely will not leave. I am here representing the welfare of everyone. Everyone will stand with me and be grateful to me. Hearing this, someone couldn't hold back and cut him off. Stop spouting nonsense. 1 copper coin is no burden for the people here. Those who are unwilling are either selfish or self-serving. We will not protect these 2 types of people. In that moment, Li Shun became the center of curses. Someone angrily spat. Useless trash. You can't even kill 1 zombie in a day. Another person chimed in. If you can't earn 1 copper coin, come be a guard dog at my house. I'll even pay you 2. Now get out. We built this place. It has nothing to do with you. His whole body trembled, his face pale, his voice cracking. You people. Li Xin almost screamed. Fine, I'll go. Who would want to join this godforsaken place anyway? Just you wait, Chunbai. You'll regret kicking me out. Just at this moment, Chunbai slowly walked over, his shoes making a sharp sound. He spoke softly. Wait a minute. He turned back. What? Regretting it now. All he saw was Chunbai's claws slowly revealing themselves. Without a word, he swung his hand. Fresh blood immediately splattered onto Li Xin's face. In an instant, his body collapsed to the ground. He looked down, his voice low but sharp as a dagger. You're not wrong. Letting a piece of trash who resents me get away? That's what I would regret. Lung Shuang looked at her watch and then announced, 2 minutes left. Are you still not getting out? A young man knelt before Chunbai, his voice trembling. I am willing to abide by the rules here. For gathering and causing a disturbance, I am willing to accept punishment. Please give me another chance. He looked at the man, his eyes no longer cold but emotionless. You're a smart one. 5 copper coins. After a month, you'll be back to normal. He nodded eagerly. I'm willing. Thank you. Thank you so much. The remaining people all bowed their heads. We are also willing. Please give us another chance. Chunbai turned and gestured. The rest is up to you. Lung Shuang bowed her head. I know. Please rest assured. Suddenly, his phone vibrated gently. Meng Meng had sent a message. Meng Meng showed her concern. Master, it's very difficult for my strength to improve now. Although my spiritual power is great, I don't have any offensive skills. He gently reassured her. Be patient. It will come in time. I'll keep an eye out for spiritual offensive skill books for you. She asked curiously. Master, which city are you in? When I go out, I will definitely come find you. He replied curtly, Jiangcheng. Another message appeared, quick as a flash. That's so close. I'm in Wuchang. Just then, he suddenly proposed. If you're willing to follow me, I can come pick you up. Meng Meng was overjoyed. She quickly texted back. That would be great. He closed his phone, a cold glint in his eyes. Wuchang, huh? In my past life, the profession quest I got was also near Wuchang. Although it was an S rank, it could still be used as capital to exchange for some necessary materials or information. Chunbai looked up at the sky and declared decisively, then I'll go to Wuchang first. At a certain hotel in Jiangxing, Luo Ping seriously inquired, Jihe, how much food do we have left? He replied wearily, not much, Brother Ping. With more than 10 of us, we won't last more than 3 days. Hearing this, he gritted his teeth in anger. It's all because of that damn special zombie. That Luo Ping casually killed 5 of our people without a word. Its senses are sharper than anyone's. It can sense us as soon as we get to the 10th floor, let alone trying to get out the door. All they saw was a monster, neither human nor ghost. Just then, Jihe's face turned pale. He managed to add, "Looks like we're going to be trapped here and starve to death." At that moment, Weisher suddenly pointed. "You guys, look over there." Outside, strange creatures were running and jumping wildly. Seeing this, Luo Ping couldn't help but feel a little surprised. What is that? I can only see an afterimage. Don't tell me it's a new type of special zombie." He hastily pulled the curtain shut while carefully reminding them. To be able to leap over roofs and scale walls like that is too dangerous. We'd better keep the curtains closed. Weisher raised her hand to stop him. "Don't be hasty. I think it looks like a person." He was utterly bewildered after hearing that. "A person? How is that possible?" Luo Ping asked doubtfully. "Aren't you mistaken?" She looked ahead and affirmed, "Absolutely not. Don't forget my ability." "Weisher," Yao Shui warned in a stern voice. "He's heading towards us." Right before the group's eyes, a giant monster appeared. At the same time, Chunbai calmly observed, "A tyrant? Excellent. What an unexpected harvest. Coincidentally, I have the blueprint for a weapon made from a tyrant's bones." His voice was low, laced with calculation. Using a giant hammer to smash you would affect the drop rate and the completeness of the tyrant's bones. As soon as Chunbai finished speaking, a burst of purple-black energy erupted, wrapping around his arm like a fierce tide. He shouted coldly, "Then, I'll just cut off its head." Jihe's voice trembled, his head practically pressed against the glass. "I can't see clearly. Miss Wei, what's the situation now?" Yao Shui hurriedly advised, "Don't look anymore. It's too dangerous." Weisher swallowed hard, her face pale. "They're fighting now. That person has transformed into a pair of claws." Luo Ping bit down hard. "I told you it was probably a monster. No normal person can create a pair of claws like that." Suddenly, her expression changed, her eyes fixed on the scene outside. "He's already killed the monster. It looks like he's absorbing the monster." Weisher's eyes suddenly caught a glimpse. "Wait, I saw his face." Back to Chunbai's side, the tyrant's corpse lay at his feet. Immediately, the system sent information. Notification: you have killed the tyrant zombie virus, an elite enhanced attack and defense type. Gained 2,000 experience points. Notification: devoured the elite mutated body, the third stage comprehensive tyrant zombie. Blacklight virus's overall power has increased. Notification: gained 800 virus points. Gained 500 exclusive evolution points for the Blacklight virus. Notification: Blacklight virus has acquired a new form, muscle reinforcement. Notification: Blacklight virus has acquired a new form, shield. Chunbai looked at his arm with satisfaction. Muscle reinforcement can strengthen all parts, unlike other forms that affect body shape and cause inconvenience. The shield's defense is almost twice my own. It's really not bad. All eyes simultaneously focused on him. Weisher unconsciously shouted, "Chunbai? It's Chunbai." At the same time, he looked up in confusion towards the source of the sound. "Who is it?" As soon as Chunbai looked up, the figures of Luo Ping and Weisher came into view. Chunbai was almost stunned in front of the large building. His gaze began to move, then stopped at a window frame. At the same time, Luo Ping forcefully covered her mouth. He angrily questioned, "Weisher, how can you be sure he's the Chunbai you know? What if he's a monster in disguise?" Yao Shui added, her voice strained, "That's right. He easily killed the monster that's been trapping us for so long. If you want to die, don't drag us down with you." Suddenly, from the curtain on the opposite side, his voice slowly drifted over. "Is anyone in there?" "Hello, I'm Chunbai. Someone just called my name, right?" Weisher immediately broke free and ran towards Chunbai. She blurted out, "Chunbai? It's me, Weisher." As soon as she peeked out, she saw Chunbai climbing up to the window. He glanced at her coldly. "So it's young Miss Song's best friend. I was wondering who it was." Weisher immediately fired off a question, her eyes shining. "Chunbai, do you know how Songgu is doing? Is she okay?" After a while, in a hotel in Jiangxing, Chunbai's voice rang out. "I've established a base in the Dongshan Villa area. There are hundreds of people living there now. Song Ziqiang is helping me manage the base, so Songgu is very safe." Weisher asked again, her eyes glistening with tears. "Really?" Immediately, Luo Ping was skeptical. "He established a base? With hundreds of people?" He hesitated before speaking. "The Queen of Jiangxing is there managing it for you? You're bluffing. aren't you, brother? Chunbai calmly replied, his voice casual but full of confidence. You'll know once you go. I don't usually tell lies that are so easily exposed. Just then, a stranger suddenly pushed the doorknob hard. A cry came from the other side. Ah, Chunbai. He immediately turned around. Chizhong. He excitedly rushed inside. I was just saying I heard someone call your name. Zhao Mu stared at him in astonishment. Chunbai, it's really you. He quickly stood up and asked hurriedly, what are you guys doing here? Chizhong threw an arm around Chunbai's shoulder. He quickly explained, the day of the descent, Brother Luo wanted to go help Campus Bell Wei, who was working part-time, so he brought a lot of people over to hang out. Zhao Mu chimed in. At that time, we wanted to ask if you were free, but Li Feng insisted you were busy. Hearing this, Chunbai suddenly made an offer. Are there many Jiangxing University students like you here? If you want, you can come back to my base in the Dongshan Villa area. Suddenly, he grinned with a malicious look. But there's a rule there. You have to pay 1 copper coin every day. I wonder if you can accept that. Of course we can. Luo Ping agreed without hesitation. He couldn't help but feel a little worried and probed. If we weren't blocked here by that monster, we could have even earned gold coins. But the road to the base is very dangerous. I wonder if you could come with us. Seeing this, Chunbai interrupted, I have other things to do. But you can rest assured. On the way here, I only encountered that one tyrant. Hearing this, he showed a dissatisfied expression. So you didn't encounter any monsters? That means we were just too unlucky. Just then, Chunbai waved his hand. A series of cards appeared. He gently moved his hand to the side. Chizhong, Zhao Mu, and Wei Shi too. These are low-level equipment pieces. I can't use them, so I'm giving them to you. After speaking, Chunbai quickly stood up. I have to get going. Since you know the location of the base, I'll be leaving first. Luo Ping nodded slightly. Thank you, Chunbai. At this moment, Chizhong called out worriedly, be safe, Chunbai. From the top of the building, he easily leaped to the opposite building. At that moment, his phone vibrated. Meng Meng requested a chat. Master, she sent a serious message. Your Han Xiao is complaining in the group. I think my new ability can help him. Chunbai immediately replied, there are too many groups. Just tell me directly what happened. A moment later, Chunbai thought with a serious expression, my Han Xiao? You mean Han Xiao? Back with the group, Zhao Mu spoke urgently. Brother Luo, let's go to the base. Luo Ping said in a heavy tone, with one more evolver, the base will be even safer. This is more important to us. He frowned slightly, his voice cold. That's right. But we need to prepare this well. Because we practically have to cross all of Jiangxing to get to Dongshan. At the same time, Li Feng gently pushed up his glasses. He said lowly, wait a minute. I think, just as Li Feng's voice trailed off, he was surprised to see a familiar figure. Chunbai, why are you back? Wei Shi quickly approached. Is something wrong? He replied calmly, yes. I need a temporary room to take care of some things. Zhao Mu quickly suggested. Then you can come to my and Qi Zhang's room. Chunbai teased. I want to be alone. He grinned. No problem. Just stay in my room. We can stay in the living room and watch over you. Just then, Wei Shi seemed to remember something. That's right, she called out urgently. Chunbai, wait a moment. In the hotel corridor, Wei Shi asked hurriedly. I forgot earlier. Do you know Song Ji's Evolver ID? I want to add her as a friend. Chunbai said in a deep voice. 990,225. Chizhong immediately chimed in. Chunbai, what about your number? Zhao Mu and I want to be friends with you too. He turned and read out a series of numbers. 0, 0, 1. As soon as the words were out, he almost froze in shock. After a moment of silence, Chizhong burst out laughing. We've all evolved. Why hasn't your cold sense of humor evolved at all? From behind, Zhao Mu suddenly grabbed his shoulder. Chizhong, just add him and you'll see. Suddenly, the system announced, Evolver 001 has accepted the friend request. He shouted in astonishment, this is... Another person reminded him, Chizhong, don't just stand there stunned. Let's go. 10 minutes later, the chatter started up again. He said with admiration, Chunbai's ID number is real. That number is too cool. Zhao Mu continued. He said it's the order of evolution, which means he was the first person to become an evolver. He suddenly remembered. That's right. Do you still remember what Chunbai posted in the dorm chat group? The news about the school moving the physical fitness test to mid-June. Qizheng nodded quickly. Of course I remember. Because of that, we foolishly exercised for over a week. A long silence followed. Then he asked in confusion, wait a minute. You don't mean Chunbai knew about this world in advance, do you? Xiaomu just gave a forced smile. Maybe it was just a coincidence. But we also benefited from the exercise, right? Hearing this, Qizheng nodded slightly. That's true. We really did benefit from the information Chunbai provided. Xiaomu chimed in, his tone somewhat proud. That's right. Suddenly, Qizheng changed the subject. He asked curiously, Campus Bellway, why is your face so red? Weisher hurriedly ran towards the door. It's nothing. I have to go back to my room. Don't forget Chunbai's arrangements. Absolutely do not enter his room. Immediately after, the room door slammed shut. Outside, Weisher had an embarrassed expression. She silently called out, Chunbai. A moment later, Weisher urgently sent a message. Songgu, it's me, Weisher. On the other side, she immediately replied, Weisher? How do you know my number? She honestly admitted, Chunbai told me. Songgu showed her dissatisfaction. I knew it. He's definitely out there picking flowers and chasing butterflies. You're my best friend, aren't you? We're the same. Weisher quickly replied, of course. She sent a satisfied message. That's great. When we all live together later, it won't just be me calling him dad. She couldn't help but feel a little confused. What are you talking about? After a while, Weisher seemed to be lost in a dream. She kept questioning herself. She's not thinking the same thing as me, is she? How could that be? Just then, Weisher remembered. Chunbai, with Xiaogu, and everyone living together. Just at this moment, Li Feng's voice came from somewhere. Listen to me, Songgu. This isn't simple at all. He brazenly accused. Chunbai is definitely lying to us. There are too many holes in his story. Luo Ping nodded without a second thought. I also think there's something fake about it. He snorted coldly. What's this about Song Ziqiang helping him manage the base? No matter how you hear it, it sounds like he's bragging. On this side, Weisher was almost stunned by the series of information. At the same time, the system reminded, Dreamscape Space, motto, Han Zhao's family. Chunbai flew down from above. He smiled lightly. Hello everyone. I had to make some arrangements in the real world, so I'm a little late. Chunbai's gaze stopped at one point, and he said lowly, looks like I'm the only one left, huh? Before Chunbai were Wu Ya, Han Xiao, and Meng Meng. He immediately took off his hood and introduced himself loudly. White Emperor, I'm Han Xiao. I finally get to meet you. I knew you must be handsome, but I didn't expect you to be 3 parts more handsome than I imagined. Hearing this, Meng Meng turned away helplessly. Such a flatterer. Han Xiao grinned. Not at all, not at all. Everything I said is the truth. Immediately after, Wu Ya took a step forward. Hello, Monarch. I'm Wu Ya. Meng Meng said she could bring one more friend from the group, and I happen to have a spot. My talent is fear incarnation, materializing fear. Han Xiao blurted out, his face contorted. Doesn't that mean my S-rank mental control is the weakest one here? Just then, Chunbai narrowed his eyes at him and slowly analyzed. Although your talent is not enough, your luck isn't bad. If you had encountered difficulties like this the day before yesterday. He suddenly glanced towards Meng Meng. Meng Meng wouldn't have been able to help you, because at that time, Meng Meng could only pull us into the dream world, to her own private place. At this point, Chunbai carefully explained, giving you the dream totem as a core. That's the power to let everyone come to your place. He suddenly extended his arm towards her. Actually, Meng Meng just learned that yesterday. Han Xiao immediately raised his head. He burst out laughing. That means my luck isn't bad, right? In that moment, Chunbai seriously suggested, all right, Meng Meng can only maintain the 4 of us. The time we can operate in the dream world isn't very long. You should quickly tell me the difficulties you're having. Han Zhao's fingertips moved nimbly. He quickly replied, I have a unique quest dungeon. I'll send everyone a screenshot of the quest. The distance isn't that far, so we can talk as we walk. Family mystery, S-rank quest. Among your father's belongings, you found a medical record from the Hongxing Mental Hospital. It contains the name of an aunt you've never heard of, which makes you curious. What are the symptoms of this genetic disease? Why was my aunt never mentioned? Is your powerful mental talent related to this genetic disease? It seems the key to solving this mystery is at the Hongqing Mental Hospital. Scene changed to Hongqing Mental Hospital, 16. Han Zhao's voice was faint, with a hint of resentment. This is the Hongqing Mental Hospital. By the time I found this place, it had already become a dungeon. He suddenly turned coldly towards Chunbai. I tried to enter once, but I quickly gave up. Han Xiao crossed his arms, his eyes showing clear unwillingness. He continued, I really can't defeat the nightmare difficulty monsters from level 5 to 12. And there's no way to wait until I level up. After I gave up on the dungeon for the first time, the will of the universe reminded me that someone had noticed my appearance and might leave with everything. Chunbai grinned with a confident look. I know. The air went silent for a beat. Then, the system's cold voice rang out. Reminder, does the team wish to enter the dungeon? Hongqing Mental Hospital? Hearing this, he smirked. In another development, the Dreamscape space, motto. Inside the Hongqing Mental Hospital dungeon, Wu Ya's eyes darted around. He snorted coldly. It's just a small monster. Meng Meng looked ahead cautiously. I feel like there's something wrong with this place. Han Xiao didn't forget to remind them. We just entered the dungeon, but the small monsters aren't weak. So be careful. Suddenly, a nurse monster appeared. Its body was twisted in a very grotesque way. Wu Ya, without hesitation, took a step forward. Everyone, wait a moment. Let me go test its strength. Suddenly, the nurse monster rushed towards him. All they saw was a spirit behind Wu Ya. S-rank talent. Fear incarnation. Immediately, the nurse monster fell to the ground. She stared in horror at the object behind him. At the same time, Wu Ya snapped his fingers. Fear mode, law burst. The nurse monster's body was immediately enveloped in an electric current. System reminder. Team members have killed the mad nurse. Experience points have been distributed. Meng Meng happily assessed. This looks like a final boss, too. Chunbai chuckled softly. Not bad. Han Xiao cheered excitedly. That's awesome. Piercing scream burst. Unleashes a mental attack with sharp explosions, dealing mental damage in a certain area. The sound created by the skill will attract the attention of monsters. Wu Ya coldly clenched the card. He slowly turned his head. Everyone, our luck isn't bad. This is an explosive skill. Now Chunbai began to urge. Han Xiao, you and Meng Meng both have spiritual power talents. You choose. He suddenly refused. I don't need it. I just need the quest item. Besides, my talent has a similar skill in here. On this side, Meng Meng excitedly took the card. Then I won't be polite. Thank you. As soon as she absorbed the card, the system announced. Skill learned. Piercing scream burst. Just at this moment, Chunbai suddenly suggested. Meng Meng, try using this skill. Meng Meng showed concern. Master, the damage range of this skill isn't large, but the sound range is very wide. That way, even the monsters in the hospital rooms will be lured out. Seeing this, he gently reassured her. The important thing is its monster luring function. If we look for them one by one, it's too troublesome. Don't worry, there won't be any problems. Meng Meng, as if empowered, immediately nodded. After speaking, Meng Meng released herself into the void. Piercing scream burst. In an instant, dozens of monsters were drawn over. Chunbai smiled as if he had expected it. The effect of luring the monsters is really not bad. In the dim light of the abandoned apartment complex, dozens of staggering figures advanced towards the group of survivors. Han Xiao backed away in fear. The monsters in this dungeon, there are too many of them. Right behind him, Wu Ya turned to warn. Everyone be careful. Don't get distracted. Amidst the chaotic scene, Meng Meng looked up at Chunbai anxiously. Master, with so many monsters, will it be okay? He tilted his head slightly, his voice deep and full of certainty. Of course, there's no problem. At this moment, Chunbai stood still, his eyes flashing. A deep, calm voice then spoke. This is a good chance to test out my newly upgraded skill. Hearing this, Han Xiao seemed to gain more confidence. He shouted, if the team leader says so, then I'm relieved. Let the slaughter begin. All they saw was Han Xiao waving his hand, and the living dead were immediately sent flying. From the shadows, Wu Ya quietly gave the command, source of fear, darkness. He looked up and shouted, barrier kill. On Meng Meng's side, the space in front of her suddenly exploded. Han Xiao and Wu Ya simultaneously turned around. Oh my god! In that moment, Meng Meng once again raised a rocket. She said softly, One more shot. Han Xiao couldn't help but feel a little surprised. A rocket? The Dreamscape's creation ability, it's too overpowered. In the future, will Master Meng Meng be able to create a Gundam? Wu Yu affirmed with certainty, definitely. After speaking, he unconsciously turned to look in one direction. Wu Yu's heart filled with doubt. But why hasn't the team leader made a move yet? At the same time, Chunbai stood motionless, his thoughts piling up. Finally, the impact force has reached its limit. The charging speed of this skill is a bit slow. It seems difficult to fully charge the weapon during combat. After a while, he smiled with a sinister look. All right. All they saw was Chunbai bending down, his two hands slamming hard onto the ground. From below, a series of spikes shot up, piercing straight into the monsters. In a flash, the scene seemed to be erased. Witnessing this, Meng Meng couldn't help but exclaim, "You're too strong, master." Han Zhao's jaw dropped in astonishment. Holy crap, White Emperor. Wu Yu was almost speechless. He muttered, "Wiped them all out." Just then, two living dead silently approached Chunbai. He was momentarily caught off guard, a look of surprise in his eyes. Seeing this, Han Xiao rushed forward. "There are still two left alive. I'll take care of them." Chunbai unexpectedly stopped him. "Wait. I intentionally left these two head nurses alive." At the same time, Han Xiao froze in place. He looked at him in shock. "They're caught?" "Caught with one hand." System reminder. Blacklight's devouring evolution ability. You can choose to view any of the devoured target's memories. There is a probability of absorbing any of the opponent's mastered skills. Chunbai thought to himself, so, reading and absorbing the target's memories. I haven't used it since I got it the night before. A symbol appeared on the nurse monster's body. She screamed in panic. What is this? What is this? All they saw was the nurse monster's body being hung on a cross. A moment later, she screamed almost insanely. "Don't come over here. I'm begging you, don't come over here." The person next to her reminded her, "Head Nurse Kong. Head Nurse Kong. Be quiet for a." He slowly reached his hand towards her. "She's gone mad. Her mental fortitude is so poor. And I was planning to offer you to my master. What a pity. A madwoman can only be a sacrifice next month." Another person turned to comfort her. "Head Nurse Wong, don't be too sad. Everyone is not accepting you because of what happened to Head Nurse Kong." She nodded slightly. "I know. I also really liked Head Nurse Kong." Then she unconsciously muttered, 16, 16. Such a good person, and so beautiful. 16. Why did she suddenly go mad? 16, 16. Back in reality, Chunbai narrowed his eyes slightly. 16, and the demon's formation. I've figured it out. When I was a demon hunter in my past life, I heard that a certain mental hospital dungeon in Motto was related to demons. It could even summon demons. At that time, my level had long surpassed the dungeon's limit. I only read related posts on the Evolver forum and didn't pay much attention to it afterwards. Thinking of this, he gave a signal. All right, let's go find Han Xiao for clues about the private mission. Everyone, be careful. Don't split up. Chunbai looked up into the distance, his voice clear. There might be a relatively powerful creature here. Half an hour later, at the abandoned hospital, Han Xiao leaned forward. The monsters in this building have all been lured out. It's been so long, and we haven't seen a single one. We've searched 3 floors and found no clues. Meng Meng chimed in. It's not that there are no clues at all. The number 16 appears with a very high frequency here. In contrast to the group, Wu Yu seemed impatient. His eyes were fixed on Chunbai. Regardless of 16 or 18, I just want to know why the dungeon boss hasn't made a move until now. Could it be that he's so scared of White Emperor that he doesn't dare to show his face? He didn't turn back and just replied curtly, Young man, you seem a bit crazy. The situation suddenly became chaotic. The group started shouting, Who's there? Come out. Just then, a rumbling sound came from somewhere. From the darkness, an old but terrifying voice rang out, slowly introducing itself. This old man is the director of the Hongxing Mental Hospital. The director of the Hongxing Mental Hospital, and also the envoy sent by Solomon, the 16th demon of the 72 pillars of demons. Meng Meng immediately became vigilant. He's a demon. Wu Yu cautiously guessed, a demon god's envoy. Chong Lin grinned, his voice chilling. Pretending to be calm is useless. Becoming a sacrifice for my master is your only outcome. This girl. If you are willing to faithfully serve the master and bear his children. He narrowed his eyes at the group. I can spare your lives. Hearing this, Meng Meng was enraged. She shouted angrily, in your dreams, you go bear children for your master yourself. At the same time, Chunbai smirked, his contempt evident. A low-level demon transformed by a human. Aren't you a bit too arrogant? He glared at it and provoked. If you really have the ability, then show your grandpa what you've got. Don't just stand here playing these stupid games. In the surrounding silence, Chong Lin's voice rang out, dry and cold. Humans, truly ignorant of the immensity of heaven and earth. Then I will let you understand. His voice remained unchanged, each sentence growing colder. Just what kind of power the master has bestowed upon me. As soon as he finished speaking, a wave of spiritual pressure, like a tidal wave of stone, crashed down on them. Han Xiao doubled over, covering his eyes with his hands. At this moment, Han Zhao's body was rigid, his heart filled with panic. What is this terrifying feeling? At the same time, Meng Meng clutched her head in pain. She whimpered softly, "Ma master." On this side, Chunbai looked at Chong Lin with a serious expression. He couldn't help but curse silently. Damn it. The thing I hate the most is this kind of spiritual power demon. I always have to endure constant mental pressure. Although my spiritual power isn't low, I don't have any spiritual abilities. Using it all up would be extremely disadvantageous. In that moment, Chunbai boldly proposed a plan. It's better to fight a quick battle. Instantly, he rushed forward, his hand striking down with a punch. He tilted his head, looking at him, his expression like someone enjoying an interesting game. You're here. Good. All they saw was the entire space being swallowed by flames. Seeing this, Chunbai quickly used his shield to block. Chong Lin let out a contemptuous laugh. You really have some skill, huh? To be able to block that. His voice continued to echo, but you can't possibly break my hell-black flame. And the result of that is being defeated by my spiritual pressure. Back on Chunbai's side, his body was almost unable to move. Just then, Chong Lin opened his mouth and shouted, You're cornered. There's no escape. In this deadly situation, just struggle and scream. Show me your despair. Suddenly, Han Xiao looked up. He let out a chuckle. All they saw was a burst of light. In that moment, Wu Yi couldn't help but feel a little surprised. The spiritual pressure is gradually disappearing. Meng Meng turned and scolded. Why didn't you use this ability sooner, Han Xiao? Faced with the question, he gave a forced laugh. Although I don't know what's going on, it seems that as long as I release my spiritual energy, I can counter his pressure. On the opposite side, Chong Lin suddenly spoke. Han Xiao, so you are a descendant of the Han family, the master's bloodline. At this point, he smirked. Don't think that just because you can resist the spiritual pressure with your bloodline, it's over. The hell-black flame can still turn you all to ash. Hearing this, Han Xiao didn't flinch and taunted. Aren't you the master's dog? Why do you want to kill the master's descendant? Aren't you afraid the master will stomp you to death? Chong Lin was furious after hearing that. He roared. It's just a family that wants to betray the master. If I kill you, I might even be rewarded by the master. You all can just turn to ash in the hellfire. Immediately after, Chong Lin leaned back. He let out a roar, hell. Realizing the critical situation, Wu Yi rushed forward. Don't let him spit out fire. Stop him. Suddenly, Chong Lin sneezed. The flames subsequently died down. Seizing the opportunity, he casually taunted. Old man, caught a cold? Han Xiao looked suspicious. Is this a new trick? At the same time, Chunbai suddenly spoke. The effect was slower than I thought. It seems your physique isn't bad for a demon of your level. Hearing this, Chong Lin couldn't stop coughing. He angrily questioned, You, what did you do? He leaned in close and whispered in his ear. It's just a skill that can make the enemy constantly sneeze. It's just that I recently upgraded it. This skill is called Pulmonary Infection Flu. Evolved skill, Infection. After releasing pulmonary infection on a target, it will enter the first stage within 1 second to 10 minutes, depending on the difference in physique between the two sides. First stage. All attributes gradually decrease, and 3 to 5 random disease-like debuffs appear. All channeled spells will be affected by the sneezing effect, leading to inaccuracy, slowing, or failure. Upon entering the second stage, physique will drop below half. Chong Lin had a look of disbelief on his face. He frantically denied it. Impossible. How can I get sick? Second stage. All recovery abilities minus 90%. Causes difficulty concentrating. 5 to 10 random disease debuffs appear. Respiratory ability begins to decline. Chonglin's voice was weak. I am a high-level life form. How can I? Third stage. Respiratory ability. He suddenly raised his head, his whole body trembling. Witnessing this scene, Chunbai smiled smugly. The effect isn't bad, huh? Demons need to breathe too. It was really worth the large number of virus points I used. System reminder. Killed the Hell Dungeon boss, Apostle Zhao Chonglin, level 12. Based on combat contribution, received 30,000 experience points. After a while, he slowly turned around. All he saw was the group's bodies trembling uncontrollably. Chunbai pointed at them in dissatisfaction. What are you guys doing? The group all covered their mouths, their voices muffled. Virus. There's a virus. Meng Meng sobbed. Master, I don't want to get sick. Hearing this, Chunbai couldn't help but laugh. Don't worry. If I don't intentionally release it, you guys won't get infected. She couldn't help but exclaim. White Emperor, this skill of yours is truly invincible. He cut her off coldly. Don't flatter me. This demon's physique wasn't strong, so it was effective. Besides, there are plenty of monsters that don't need to breathe. Suddenly, Chunbai turned to Han Xiao. The clear reminder and the strategy video notification. I've received them too. How's your quest now? He looked over in confusion. Why isn't there a quest completion notification? Chunbai immediately turned around. Then there must still be a side quest in the dungeon. Let's go find it. Suddenly, he asked, Oh right, I'm planning to release the clear video. Does anyone not want to show their face and become famous? Wuya quickly replied, Please hide my face, team leader. Meng Meng chimed in. Me too. Han Xiao carefully reminded. Please. First let's see what cool stuff the boss dropped. Then help me find the side quest. In another development, a video clip appeared on the screen. Evolver has led his team members, Meng Meng, Han Xiao, and Wuya, through the nightmare-level Hongxing Mental Hospital Dungeon, levels 5 to 12. A guide video of the copy has been uploaded, and the viewing price is 5 copper coins per view. Ziqiang's eyes unconsciously shifted. On this side, Qizheng seriously watched from beginning to end. Meanwhile, Wei Shi's jaw was practically on the floor in astonishment. In contrast to the group, Li Feng smiled with an interested look. All they saw in the video was a character with a hidden face. In Jiangcheng, in a room on the 15th floor of a certain hotel, Yao Xuan now confidently declared, Although his face is hidden, that pair of twin sabers, those 2 clawed arms. I remember them very clearly. Based on Bai's videos, this is definitely Chunbai. Just then, Wei Shi looked at the group with contempt. Speak up. Why are you all silent as clams? Just now, you two were objectively analyzing and saying Chunbai was a liar, weren't you? Li Feng was almost stunned. He asked again, Chunbai, isn't he still in the hotel room? Li Feng spoke quickly, his gaze shifting to Luo Ping. Besides, even if this is Chunbai, this video can only show that his combat strength is very high. There's no proof that the residential area he mentioned is real. A moment later, Luo Ping stood up abruptly. He gritted out each word. That's right. This is probably even more terrifying. Have you guys ever thought about it? Luo Ping shivered at the thought. Chunbai? Could he be trying to lure people to his base to use them to cultivate himself? This is the most terrifying thing. As soon as he finished speaking, Wei Shi's voice cut in, sharp and uncompromising. Li Feng, everyone can see that you and Chunbai don't have a good relationship. He also shared equipment, and you were the only one who didn't get any. And you, Luo Ping, you're still being stubborn, aren't you? After speaking, she smirked. Then watch the video I sent to you too. A monster of unknown shape appeared on the screen. The moment the image appeared, a terrified scream erupted from Yao Shui. What kind of monster is this? Wei Shi, what do you mean by sending this? She quickly replied, Song Ge just sent me this video. Let's watch it together. The screen showed a clearer image, drawing everyone's attention to what was on display. Li Feng trembled. This. Video content, Jiangcheng, Peak Villa area. Song Ge suddenly popped her head in. She cheerfully introduced. This is the wall of flesh and bone that protects the outside of the settlement. It only eats the corpses of the dead. Wei Shi, you must be scared to death, right? Suddenly, Song Ge moved the camera further away. She made a suggestion. Didn't you want to see the base? Watching videos from the Will of the Universe isn't cheap at all, so I could only buy 10 minutes. That should be enough to see from the foot of the mountain to the top, right? Song Ge spoke in a teasing tone. The foot of the mountain is the most crowded place. Anyone can come. You can join for just 1 copper coin a day. But if you want to cause trouble, you'll lose your life. She turned in another direction, her hand raised high. The mountainside is where many of our relatives live, and there are currently plans to expand with more recreational areas. This is the villa on the mountaintop, and it's also where I live. You know my home now. There aren't many people on the mountaintop, but it's absolutely safe. Ordinary people can't enter here. At the end, Song Ge looked straight at the camera. She smiled faintly. But you can probably live here when you first arrive. Although you said Chunbai hasn't made a move on you yet, it's only a matter of time. That big pervert. Suddenly, Song Ge made an invitation. Anyway, come here quickly. I still have a lot to talk to you about. Alright, I have to go to the dungeon now to level up my physique. Otherwise, a few of us won't be able to handle Chunbai. As soon as she finished speaking, Yao Shui asked doubtfully, together? Have you ever asked Song Ge how many women Chunbai has? Wei Shi replied shyly. That's not important, Yao Shui. She lowered her head, filled with regret. I should have watched it myself before sending it to others. Just then, Li Feng stepped forward. Then there's no problem now. I didn't expect Chunbai to be so formidable. Actually, I was just raising some possibilities for us to discuss earlier. Luo Ping suddenly cut in. Wei Shi, you can't beat Chunbai's woman. Wei Shi immediately retorted, her voice a mix of anger and annoyance. What do you mean? When did I say I wanted to be his woman? Seeing this, he hastily guessed. That's right. He's too much of a womanizer, with so many women. You definitely wouldn't like that, right? Then Luo Ping suddenly confessed. I'm not like that. I only love you. The atmosphere softened for a moment, then immediately flared up with intensity. Wei Shi coldly stopped him. Stop. Don't you come over here. She didn't waver in the slightest, her voice firm. Luo Ping, who you want, how many people you want, has nothing to do with me. In front of everyone, I've rejected you so many times. At this point, Wei Shi emphasized her words, and I'll say it again. I don't have even the slightest feeling for you. Stop liking me. Dreamscape Space, motto. Inside the Hongxing Mental Hospital dungeon, 4th floor. On this side, Chunbai bent down to examine Chonglin's corpse. Suddenly, a bolt of lightning shot straight into his head. This creature contains special bloodline atoms. You can choose to continue devouring or reject them. Absorbing the bloodline atoms will have an impact on the blacklight virus and the body. Chunbai made a cold decision. Demons often give their lackeys their bloodline. Reject it for me. Reminder, you have devoured a special creature and received 500 evolution points specifically for the HQ virus. Reminder, activated the ability to absorb the target's skills. Acquired skill, Hellfire Immolation, A rank. Reminder, the rejected bloodline atom has become a prop. Bloodline atom description, weak demonic bloodline essence. A rank, consumable prop. Condensed within the body of a demonic bloodline holder. After consumption, one can obtain a weak demonic bloodline. Usage requirement, spirit greater than or equal to 20, physique greater than or equal to 20. He looked at the vial with suspicion. This is a bloodline atom? Chunbai clenched the vial in his hand. He smirked faintly. Rejecting it actually turned it into a prop? I thought it would just disappear. Immediately, Chunbai turned back. What's wrong? Did this boss drop any good items? Han Xiao replied faintly, with a hint of excitement. A lot. It dropped a ton. There's a Hell Emissary class change scroll, A rank. And a Hellfire skill book, also A rank. Meng Meng happily held out a piece of paper. There's also an armor blueprint and a D-rank piece of equipment. Hell's Breath. Detailed crafting blueprint for the Horn of the Ram Man, S-Phone. Required materials for crafting C to S-rank armor. 1 pure-blooded demon skull, Hell Abyss Fire, 1 dark crystal. Note, the rank of the finished product is determined by the materials, and once an S-rank Horn of the Ram Man appears, it will be unique. No one else can craft an S-rank Horn of the Ram Man after that. Chunbai continued, his voice heavier. A pure-blooded demon skull. I happen to know where to get one. His voice was calm and decisive, as if he had already calculated everything. I'll take this blueprint. The class change scroll will go to Han Xiao, who has the demon bloodline. The skill will go to Meng Meng. We also helped out earlier, so the equipment will go to you. He waved his hand. Then thank you, White Emperor. Han Xiao praised him. A very reasonable distribution. White Emperor is too amazing. Then he flinched and gently reminded. The last step is to help me find the quest clue. Little Han, I'd first like to thank you all for your help. As soon as he finished speaking, the entire space fell almost silent. Scene changed to the director's office. Dreamscape space, motto. Inside the Hongxing Mental Hospital dungeon, director's office, 4th floor. Han Zhao's eyes scanned the entire room. I think the clue is probably in here. Unless the demon director has another secret room. After speaking, he quickly pushed the door open hard. Before he could finish his sentence, a terrified cry escaped him. Damn it! This is... Before Han Zhao's eyes was a giant statue. Meng Meng trembled and exclaimed, This statue, it has such a powerful aura. Chun Bai slowly explained, What kind of demon is this? This is Jie Pai, the 16th of Solomon's 72 pillar gods. He's the master that Director Lin mentioned. He looked up, a smirk playing on his lips. The reason this statue has such power is because Jie Pai has, in some form, possessed it. How interesting. I wonder if this director has figured out a way to summon this demon. It all started about 100 years ago. A woman from the Han family fell in love with the image of Jie Pai on a blue screen. Since then, every generation of the Han family has given birth to a pair of male and female twins. When the daughter comes of age, she lives here permanently, becoming Jie Pai's new bride. The son, on the other hand, marries and has children, completely unaware of this fate. In the dreamscape of Mordo, inside the Hongxing Mental Hospital, on the 4th floor director's office, Meng Meng stood in the middle of the room, holding a tattered book. Her voice rang out clearly. Over a decade ago, Han Zhao's father somehow learned the truth of the Han family's inheritance. To escape this destiny, to prevent his daughter from being forced to live in this mental hospital for her entire life, serving a demon. He chose to kill his own daughter right after she was born. Zhao Chonglin discovered this and stopped Han Yong, then reported the incident to Jie Pai. For this betrayal, Han Yong's bloodline was stripped from him. Afterward, Han Zhao's younger sister was taken by Jie Pai and raised. Zhao Chonglin, as a reward, received a demonic bloodline. After a moment, she coldly tossed the book aside. That's basically the content of this department head's diary. Most of it is just him being jealous of the Han family's bloodline and cursing Han Yong for being a fool. The rest is just him bragging about his merits and swearing loyalty. This is the most I could piece together. Just then, Han Xiao expressed his gratitude. After Boss Meng Meng finished speaking, I received the next quest. Thanks, Boss Meng Meng. To be honest, reading those lines was really painful. It's a good thing you were here. She shook her head slightly. Cut the crap. I still prefer finding clues this way. With that, Meng Meng glanced towards the statue. Master, you've been studying this statue since you got here. Is there something wrong with it? Chun Bai was carefully touching the statue. He uttered a cryptic phrase, Of course there is. Suddenly, the entire room began to shake violently. Wu Yi looked at Chun Bai in alarm. What is this? Han Xiao unconsciously swore. Damn it, a secret room. Meng Meng raised an eyebrow. Is there still something hidden? The scene shifts outside, where a red glow covers the land. At the same time, Han Xiao descended the steps cautiously. He spoke hesitantly. At this height, we must have gone from the 4th floor to underground, right? At least 2 or 3 floors down. I've been counting the steps. Chun Bai grinned, his eyes narrowing. Probably. We're almost there. If I'm guessing right, what's below must be. He boldly made his prediction. The place where Zhao Chonglin summons Jie Pai, or communicates with him, or maybe an altar for him. As soon as they stepped inside, their eyes were met with crosses. Below them, a magic circle was drawn. Wu Yi looked around warily. He couldn't help but exclaim, The smell of blood here is so thick. Meng Meng curiously approached. Master, what are you looking for? Chun Bai took out an object and gestured. I've shared it. See for yourselves. Core of the Hell Transmission Array. A core fully inscribed with a hellish array. It can be used to activate the Hongxing Mental Hospital instance to summon a demon. Requirement. Sacrifice 16 lives, along with their souls and blood. Note, this item is unique. The summoned demon god is bound by the instance's rules, and its level will be limited to 12. After the summoning, the instance's difficulty will increase to hell level. Han Xiao exclaimed in shock, "Summon a demon god?" Wu Ya's eyes widened in astonishment. "There are level restrictions after summoning? Is that?" Just then, Meng Meng casually interjected, "Master, if we summon the demon god and then kill it, wouldn't we be rich?" Suddenly, Chunbai posed a question. "I'm only level 8. What about you guys?" She lowered her head. "Level 5. Wu Ya answered curtly, 4. Han Xiao quickly added, almost level 4. He looked up, his gaze seeming to pierce through each of them. "That's right. After summoning it, you'd all die in an instant. You're not even level 10, with no class or gear. Where do you get the guts to think you can kill a level 12 demon god?" Faced with the question, he laughed sheepishly. "Don't we have you here by D?" Seeing this, Chunbai felt even more helpless. He advised them gently, "Even with me, it's not possible. There's a huge difference between a demon god and one with a diluted bloodline. You all should know this, right? Wait until you reach the instance's level cap and get a class, then come back here." Seizing the opportunity, Wu Ya quickly suggested, "Then you have to bring me along next time, great masters." Meng Meng winked. "You'll be our top priority." Once outside, she asked cautiously, "So, is this instance over? Is there anything else you masters want to do?" Han Xiao spoke up hesitantly. "I still have one thing that's not clear." His voice dropped, as if asking himself, "The demon's descendant. I have a sister. I'm wondering if these things just suddenly appeared when the apocalypse began." Chunbai leaned forward, his eyes probing. "I don't know if they came from the void or if they've always existed, but they definitely exist now. Why do you suddenly ask this? Do you remember what happened to your father before the apocalypse?" Han Xiao shook his head slightly. "No. Our relationship was never very close. As I saw it, he was just an ordinary man." He continued, "My father's life was unremarkable. The most unusual thing was that he became a zombie completely different from the others." Wu Ya exclaimed excitedly, "A demon zombie? That's so different." Han Xiao wore a serious expression. "No, it had nothing to do with demons." The image appeared in his mind, his voice trembling slightly. He turned into a plague zombie, covered in purple and green plaques. They gave me a feeling of extreme dread, so much so that I didn't dare touch them at all. Because of this, I was forced to quickly master telekinesis. You could say it was my father's final lesson for me. Chunbai frowned slightly. "A plague zombie, you say?" Han Xiao nodded in confirmation. "There must have been a problem with the chemical plant where my father worked. His colleagues in the neighborhood also had those plaques on their bodies." His eyes lit up when he heard that. That chemical plant. It might be related to the plague sect's quest. A moment later, Chunbai made a suggestion. "I'm very interested in that chemical plant. When I get to Mordo, please take me there for a look." He nodded happily. "Sure, of course, no problem at all." Just then, Wu Ya's voice cut in, soft but firm. "By D, I have some questions about my abilities." Chunbai turned to him. Sure. If you have any questions or information, you can take this opportunity to share it with all of us." In a flash, Chunbai silently thought to himself, "This harvest wasn't bad. I actually got some clues about the Lord of Pestilence's quest." A while later, Chunbai was sound asleep. In Jiangchong, at a certain hotel, in a bedroom on the 15th floor, room 03. Seeing the group writhing on the floor, he nearly shouted, "What's wrong with you guys?" Someone's whisper was heard. Immediately after, Chunbai rushed to support the group. He asked worriedly, "What happened? Didn't I tell you not to enter the room? I released a lot of viruses to prevent any accidents." Zhumu coughed incessantly. "I have over 20 negative buffs right now, like diseases." Qi Zheng helplessly chimed in. "All 30 of my stat points have been zeroed out. You damn Chunbai, do you have an antidote?" Hearing this, he reminded them in a serious tone, "I've already removed the viruses from your bodies. Your stats will recover in a little while. You guys rest here while I take, what's his name, out first." At this moment, Sherwei hesitantly ran over. "Chunbai, Jiang Leibing. He actually wants to kill you." The information was like a bolt from the blue. He couldn't help but feel a bit bewildered. "Kill me? What's his reason?" She replied in a low voice, her face somewhat downcast. The reason is that he and Li Feng didn't believe the base you mentioned was real. Then, to verify it, I asked Brother Song to send a video. But I didn't expect Brother Song. Finally, Sherway added with a slight affirmation. That's what happened. She spoke urgently. After I rejected him, he screamed your name and rushed over, wanting to kill you. He said all the problems started after you came here. If he could just kill you, everything would go back to normal. Chunbai was momentarily stunned. Is he an idiot? What kind of logic is that? Sherway angrily blurted out a curse. He's just a brain-dead moron. And he's always threatening any other guy I interact with. He even made my childhood friend drop out of school. She recounted bitterly. If Brother Song hadn't protected me, preventing him from using the same tactics he used to force other girls on me, I would have been ruined by him long ago. From inside the room came the sound of continuous coughing. Sherway clenched her fists, her voice choked with emotion. Being trapped in this hotel with him, my days felt like years. Luckily, his talent isn't strong, so he couldn't force me. Suddenly, Sherway looked up. You know, Chunbai, I see you're very strong now. And I was really so happy to learn that Brother Song is still alive. Suddenly, the noise died down, and the space became incredibly quiet. A moment later, Sherway asked worriedly, Zhang Leibing has been trapped in your trap for so long. Will he die? Chunbai shook his head. No. A large number of common viruses will weaken his stats quickly, but it will take some time for him to die. She suddenly made a suggestion. Then I have a plan. He bowed his head with interest. What do you want to do? Sherway said coldly. I hate him to the core. I want to make him die with his eyes wide open. Inside, Zhang Leibing was on the verge of collapse. What hit him straight in the eyes was the sight of Sherway and Chunbai kissing. He smirked. To piss him off, a kiss should be enough, right? She smiled with satisfaction. It's enough. What else are you thinking about? That was my first kiss. 2 days later, in a forest in the mountains outside Wushuang. At the same time, Ziqiang made a private video call. Chunbai immediately answered. What's up? Song Ziqiang smiled faintly. Let me report the situation. Our people have picked up Sherway and the others along the river and are now on their way back. As soon as she finished, he didn't forget to praise her. Well done. In the study of Song Ziqiang's villa on the hill. Just then, she suddenly changed the subject. There's one more thing. Recently, many people on the Evolution Forum have been discussing a mysterious chat group, a gathering of masters. It's rumored that you are the leader of that group, and the group, consisting of awakeners who awakened their talents not long ago, is called the Pioneers. Ziqiang turned to look straight at the screen. Is this true? Chunbai was silent for a moment, then responded. Chat Group 001? Of course. Did you forget the post I asked you to promote a few days ago? Her lips parted slightly. So, does that mean so many masters will be working for us in the future? Oh, right. What should we do with the posts about Chat Group 001 on the Evolution Forum? Chunbai immediately reassured her. Don't worry about that for now. I'll make a decision after reading the posts. For now, just send me the titles of the posts with higher discussion levels. She immediately replied, right away. I'll arrange it immediately. A pre-apocalypse post claims that the self-proclaimed by D knew about the upcoming universal trial. Analysis. A video explains that many masters are actually members of the same chat group. Since there were monsters before the trial, it's possible there were evolved people. The leader of Chat Group 002 stated from personal experience that it's highly likely Chat Group 001 was created before the trial. A moment later, he frowned in thought. It seems it's time to start Chat Group 001. Chunbai stared at the screen, talking to himself. This can not only achieve great influence and power, but also give the group members a sense of collective honor. It will be easier to recruit the masters in the group later on. Below Chunbai's feet were withered leaves. System prompt. You have entered the secret realm, village of the evil god cult. Hearing this, he smiled triumphantly. Finally made it. In my past life, I found the secret realm for the professional level evil god hunter class quest. Quest 1. Prevent the villagers from summoning the evil god. Difficulty. D. All participants will receive 500 experience points upon completion and can leave the secret realm. Quest 2. Kill all tainted villagers. Difficulty. C. All participants will be rewarded with 1,500 experience points upon completion and can leave the secret realm. Quest 3. Kill the evil gods summoned by the villagers. Kill all tainted villagers. Difficulty B. All participants will be rewarded with 5,000 experience points and receive a bottle of low-grade evil god bloodline C. In another development, Ai Chong shouted excitedly, "Everyone, we just need to enter the secret realm, complete quest number 2, and then get out. The dropped equipment is set to fair roll points by the group function. If you don't roll anything, you'll still be rewarded with gold coins. Brother Chong, will absolutely not let anyone suffer a loss. In my past life, to earn some gold coins, I believed Brother Chong's lies. He also joined my team to enter this secret realm. Unexpectedly, that Brother Chong intentionally missed his shot. His mistake allowed the villagers to summon the evil god, but he took his own teammates and retreated from the battle range. His goal was to use our lives to weaken that evil god. He coldly waved his hand. You only have one way to live, and that is to weaken the demon to my satisfaction. By the time everyone realized it was a trap, that Brother Chong had already arranged for his men to surround the battlefield and mercilessly kill any evolved person who tried to escape. That Brother Chong had recruited nearly 100 people, all of whom were solo players and small groups struggling to survive nearby. No one could organize an effective resistance in time. Many people died in vain under the combined assault of the evil god and that Brother Chong. After realizing the truth that there was no escape, the remaining people could only turn back to fight against the evil god, struggling for a chance of survival that was completely non-existent. Ai Chong tightened his grip on his weapon. He excitedly signaled, "Brothers, we can charge now." Until the last person fell, that Brother Chong led his group towards the exhausted demon. But he never expected that I was still alive. I knew that if I were discovered, I would be eliminated. So I stayed silent. When they were fighting, I barely managed to escape to the edge of the instance. At that time, I tried to escape by using the mechanism to leave the secret realm after completing quests 1 and 2. At that moment, by a strange coincidence, just before I was about to leave the instance, they killed the demon. The point roll began. System prompt. Point roll for the item. Evil God Hunter class change scroll has begun. Prompt. Your roll is 100. Prompt. You have received the item. Evil God Hunter class change scroll. They wanted to use the point roll function to lure cannon fodder into the trap, but in the end, they lost the best loot. This can truly be considered a case of divine intervention. Wushuang, outskirts, secret village. The small path outside. That group then frantically searched for me, forcing me to leave Wushuang and find a new place to live again. Thinking of this, Chunbai smirked. What a pity that I couldn't see Brother Chong's expression back then. As he spoke, he was momentarily stunned. Chunbai looked down in astonishment. The tainted villagers are already dead, so there's someone in the secret realm. He unconsciously mumbled. In my past life, it should have been about 2 more months before Chun Erqiang killed the demon and cleared the secret realm for the first time. At this point, Chunbai reassured himself. But there's no need to worry that someone will get there first. But who could have discovered this secret realm so early? Wushuang, outskirts, secret village, central area. Announcement. Quest 2 has been completed and the experience reward has been received. You can leave the secret realm at the edge of the village. A wave of joy passed through them. Ai Chong smirked. Very good. Brother Zhonglong's guess was indeed correct. After completing the second quest, we can leave. Brothers, let's go. We'll come back and kill this boss next time. A group silently departed, then a voice rang out. Brother Chong, someone has entered. Chunbai suddenly appeared, gliding past the group. Are you all leaving? He turned and provoked them. In that case, I'll take over. Do you mind? He unexpectedly spoke. Not at all. Be my guest. At the same time, Chunbai bowed his head and smiled coldly. So it's Brother Chong. I didn't expect them to find this secret realm so early. Ai Chong didn't forget to warn him. Be careful. That's a level 11 demon boss. He waved his hand. Thanks for the warning. Take care now. Just then, the monster roared. What an interesting little bug. It seems you're not afraid of me. Or perhaps you're just calmly accepting your impending death. Faced with its pressure, Chunbai chuckled lightly. I just forgot. It's been too long since I've had to face a lone hunting demon. As for low-level demons like you, I want to kill every last one of you. Hearing this, the monster grew even more furious, roaring wildly. Just a mere human child. Die for me. Chunbai easily moved his sword, speaking softly. As a demon hunter for decades in my past life, I've killed countless hunting demons. Every move and every weakness of a hunting demon, even the direction of every vein on its body, I know it all. The monster's blood-soaked body immediately fell. Announcement: killed hunting demon clan warrior, Alolan 2. Level 11. Gained 130,500 experience points. Announcement: completed quest 3 and received a reward of 5,000 experience and a bottle of low-grade demonic bloodline potion C. Chunbai coldly glanced at his achievement. This feeling is so familiar. It seems my skills haven't declined at all. Over here, the group was excitedly boasting. Brother Chong, I got the participation reward. 5,000 experience points and a bloodline item. Another person chimed in. I got it too. He frowned, making a murderous expression. Zhang Long asked doubtfully. Brother Chong, is he planning to absorb the boss's body? N.I. Chong nodded in confirmation. Let's go. Let's go see. Announcement: you have successfully absorbed the special genes and received 350 exclusive evolution points for the vicious virus. Announcement: chose to excrete the bloodline genes and obtained a bottle of common demonic bloodline potion A. Chunbai slowly spoke. Why did you all come back? Could it be you want a share of the loot? A faint smile flashed across N.I. Chong's face, his lips curling into a sarcastic arc. Are you kidding me? You killed this boss all by yourself. How would I have the courage to demand a share of the loot? Chunbai's eyes were icy, his gaze as sharp as a blade. Putting on a righteous act again. But unfortunately, I've already seen your true colors. A moment later, he glanced at the pile of items in his hand, his eyes lighting up. This boss dropped quite a few good things. Look at this, a B-rank hunting demon bloodline potion, an A-rank demon bloodline, and even an S-rank demon hunter class change scroll. At this point, Chunbai suddenly turned. Are you really not tempted? Just then, Zhang Long unexpectedly threw a potion at him, speaking gruffly. Brother Chong, these are all the blood potions everyone just got. To say you don't want them would definitely be a lie. Zhang Long hastily announced. But we're not unreasonable people. You completed the quest, so of course all the drops belong to you. Brother Chong's eyes gleamed, his gaze sweeping quickly as if to pierce through one's soul. Hearing this, Chunbai grinned. That sounds nice. A moment later, he questioned coldly. You left and came back. Surely it wasn't just to congratulate me, right? Just say what you have to say. N.I. Chong hurriedly explained. It's really nothing. This little brother just wants to be friends with you. I wanted to ask where you're based. He gave a forced smile. Because my younger brother has recently been cleaning up the western suburbs of Wushuang. In fact, if he accidentally encroached on your territory. Chunbai's eyes gleamed. The western suburbs? Meng Meng seems to be in a residential complex near the suburban gym in the west. This guy, he looks so kind on the outside, but he's actually trying to find out what I'm doing in his territory. He suddenly lowered his voice. Don't worry, my territory is in Jiangcheng. I only know of a gym in the western suburbs of Wushuang. After speaking, Chunbai thought to himself, let's see if I can find out the situation of their forces near Meng Meng. He immediately smiled placatingly, changing his tone to a friendly one. We just took over the suburban gym in the west a few days ago. We're probably cleaning up around there now. With your strength, your influence in Jiangcheng must be considerable, right? Let's be friends and support each other. Hearing this, Chunbai couldn't help but feel a bit suspicious. Already cleaned up the gym? For this kind of person, cleaning up is just another way of saying conquest and slaughter. He cautiously speculated. No wonder no one knew about Meng Meng in my previous life. Perhaps she was cleaned up by these people. Announcement: Meng Meng has sent a message. He turned and signaled. Wait a moment. Suddenly, a voice came through, trembling through the screen. Master, a lot of evolved people suddenly appeared in my residential complex. It looks like they're searching for something from house to house. At this rate, they might reach my place soon. Chunbai instructed gravely. They're cleaning up the zombies and the evolved. Don't let them into your house. I'll be there right away. Seeing N.I. Chong's arm gradually reaching for him, he glanced over suddenly. You really? What do you think you're doing? Immediately after, Chunbai coldly bound him. He roared in fury. Die? Devouring evolution. Received memories. Chunbai stared at N.I. Chong. The memories received were fragmented. He couldn't accurately determine the Jinhui International Residential Complex where Meng Meng was living, nor the specific location of the gym. The scene shifts to another dimension. Chunbai stared at the running person. It seems I have to leave one survivor to lead the way. The one who warned me about the boss seems to know a lot. The scene shifts to a high-rise building in the western suburbs of Wushuang, Jinhui International Community, Building 16, Room 1, Meng Meng's room. From inside came desperate screams. Is anyone there? Open the door. A man relentlessly pounded on the door. I'll count to 3, and if no one answers, we're coming in. Inside, Meng Meng was so scared she was trembling. She whispered in defiance, "You're not welcome here. Go away. If you force your way in, don't blame me for being rude." Hearing the sweet voice, the man laughed with delight. "Brothers, turns out there's a woman inside." The man next to him chimed in. "Little girl, have you thought about how you're going to be rude?" The other one tried to sound reassuring. "Little sister, don't worry. Get ready. Your big brothers are coming in right now." Meng Meng couldn't help but let out a scream. The room inside instantly distorted. The men outside all coughed up blood. At the same time, the staff in her hand fell. Meng Meng's body slumped to the ground. She coughed incessantly. Meng Meng wore a helpless expression. Damn it. This skill still requires a certain physical constitution to withstand. It was only for a little over a second, but my voice is shot, and most of my strength is gone. She was momentarily stunned. But there's no movement outside now. With my mental power, I should have at least knocked them unconscious. A while later, only a faint voice remained on the other side of the door. The man, on the brink of death, turned and instructed, "Brothers, meet at Building 16, 12th floor. There's a girl who can attack with mental power. Everyone in my team is dead. Come and get her. With such a powerful mental attack, she won't be able to use it again for a short while." 10 minutes. The sound of banging on the door grew more and more urgent. Meng Meng glanced over in fear. They're here again. It seems I can only fight to the death. Suddenly, the door burst open, followed by the sound of footsteps. The man's gaze fell on Meng Meng. Turns out it's a little beauty. "Why are you sweating so much, little sister? Are you tired? Little sister, why aren't you screaming this time? You're so pretty, but your screaming is so unpleasant. Let Big Brother come and save you. Girls shouldn't be screaming and shouting." Seeing the group approaching step by step, she was filled with anxiety. With the little physical and mental strength I have left, I can probably still unleash one more hell's dark roar. Meng Meng roared in fury. "All of you go to hell. Hell." Immediately after, she panted heavily, thinking to herself, Master was right. The 4 attributes must complement each other. It's not good at all if one attribute is too high. Just then, a group of people walked in. The man smiled. "Brothers, it looks like the little girl can't take it anymore." The other one teased. "Beauty, are you going to obediently kneel and lick or die? Pick one." Meng Meng groaned incessantly. "My head hurts so much. I feel like I'm about to pass out." She struggled to reach forward. "No, I don't want to fall into their hands." One of them shouted, "What are you asking for? The girl already chose death, didn't she? Call all the brothers to come and play." The group immediately grabbed Meng Meng's body. Someone shouted, "Stop her. Damn it, this bitch is still resisting." In the midst of the situation, she cried out helplessly, "Help! Help me! Someone, please save me." Opposite her, a figure gradually appeared. Chinbai crashed straight through the window. He kicked one of them in the face, then gently scooped up Meng Meng. She smiled bitterly. "Master, you're here? I'm so sorry. Meng Meng's skills are not refined. I almost." He immediately comforted her, his voice gentle. "It's not your fault. You did very well. You want to rest for a bit? Leave the rest to me." Chinbai looked straight at them. "You dare bully my disciple? Today, not a single one of you will leave here alive." The 2 thugs glanced at each other, their eyes filled with panic. How did another person get here? That little girl still has backup. In front of them was a man in black with a grim expression. They shouted and charged forward. "Whatever. Brothers, kill him." In a flash, before the 2 thugs could react, each received a devastating blow. They had no ability to resist. One spat blood, the other was punched and sent tumbling, hitting his head against the wall and passing out. The man coldly glanced around. The door was still ajar. He mumbled, "Quiet. Is there no one else?" A weak call rang out. Master. Meng Meng lay curled up on the sofa, drenched in sweat. I feel so sick. Don't. Chunbai immediately turned back to check on her and confirmed. Exhaustion plus mental overload has led to headaches and hallucinations. Meng Meng's mind was hazy as she kept calling out. Master, where are you? He frowned, distressed to see her like this. Unable to resist, he took her hand. Stroking her hair, he gently soothed her. Meng Meng, Master is here. Just then, the sound of urgent footsteps came from behind. Another thug rushed in, intending a sneak attack. Chunbai spun around like lightning, delivering a kick that sent him flying straight into the wall. Then he immediately returned to Meng Meng's side, his voice firm. Don't be afraid. Your master, will protect you. A flash of anger appeared in his eyes. He slammed his hand down on the floor, and the entire floor shattered. This sent the thug rolling and tumbling. He thought to himself, no one will be able to harm her anymore. An hour later, the room was silent, with only the sound of steady breathing. Chunbai still sat there, letting Meng Meng sleep soundly with her head on his lap. He looked at her gently. Her face was less pale now. All around, the bodies of the thugs lay scattered. A hand reached out from the crack in the door. Chunbai immediately looked up. Zhang Long peeked from behind the door. It's me, Mr. Bai. It's me. Chunbai, while stroking Meng Meng's hair, said coolly, if you're here, that means Chun Erqiang's team has been completely wiped out, right? Zhang Long hurriedly knelt down, his hands on the ground, his voice trembling. That's right, Mr. Bai. Following your instructions, I came up with a way to trick them into coming here to kill you. Now, not a single one of Chun Erqiang's trusted henchmen is left. Chunbai frowned and confirmed. So the remaining people are your friends and relatives? Hearing this, Zhang Long was startled and hurriedly explained, no, that's not it, Mr. Bai. I don't have any close relatives. I only have my wife and child. The reason is because I have an A-rank investigation talent, true sight, so that Chun Erqiang used my family to threaten me into joining his group. Thinking of his situation, the man lowered his head. If my talent were ordinary, my family would have been raped and killed just like my neighbors and friends. Chunbai nodded silently, his gaze softening. I understand. Your talent is not bad. And you were the only one who reminded me to be careful with the boss. I'm very grateful to you. Are you willing to follow me to Jiangqing? Zhang Long froze, hesitating. He stammered, I. Seeing Zhang Long's somewhat hesitant attitude, Chunbai smiled lightly. It's okay if you don't want to. I'm not Brother Chong. I don't like using power and schemes to oppress anyone. Zhang Long, I will respect your choice. Hearing this, Zhang Long anxiously explained, of course I'm willing. I was hesitating just now because there are many people in Chun Nichang settlement who were captured and enslaved like my family. Chunbai nodded. I can take them in as well. However, if there are many people, it really won't be easy to bring them directly back to Jiangqing. Let me open my inventory. How about this? You stay in Wushuang for now to stabilize the situation. He opened his inventory and took out a tube of medicine, holding it out towards Zhang Long. I'm giving you this medicine. Use it to increase your strength. I've also sent you a friend request. You can contact me again after the situation has stabilized. At that time, you can decide based on the situation whether to develop in Wushuang or come to Jiangqing together. Zhang Long was extremely grateful. Thank you, thank you. After Zhang Long left, Meng Meng was still sleeping soundly in a daze. Chunbai opened his inventory. Damn it. This thing. Just after I gave the medicine to Zhang Long, it turned into this. In the inventory, a strange demonic face appeared. Its mouth was wide open, staring at the bottle of demon bloodline potion. He frowned. I remember when I put the item into the inventory in the secret realm, it didn't react at all. The things I put in at that time were the class change quest scroll and the demon bloodline potion. He looked at the arrangement in the inventory. After observing for a moment, he said aloud, let's try moving it to another spot. Looking at the wide-mouthed face from before, he thought to himself, that's the bottle of demon bloodline potion. Its eyes are always staring at the potion, with its mouth open this wide. Could it be that it wants to use these potions? Holding the mask in his hand, Chunbai thought to himself, these low-quality bloodline potions are useless to me. I might as well use them to feed it and see what happens. After all, it's a treasure that Leto wanted. Maybe after feeding it, I can unlock some functions. He threw the bloodline potions into the mask's mouth one by one. One more, then two more. All right, you can have them all. 5 minutes later, the mask changed to a satisfied, smiling expression. Chunbai frowned. Is that it? This spendthrift thing. So many of my bloodline potions, and all it gets me is one full meal for it. Fine, it's a special grade treasure. It's normal for it to eat these things. Suddenly, the mask spat out a purple lump. Chunbai stared blankly at the thing on the ground. This thing, does it eat and excrete through its mouth? What did it spit out? Do I have to clean up its poop now? Really? He picked it up to look. Startled, this is Purified Common Demon Bloodline A+. Item. A potion that condenses the essence of the demon bloodline, refined by a special method. The effect is greater the higher the user's stats are above the requirement. Usage requirement. Strength plus Constitution plus Agility greater than or equal to 75. Chunbai's eyes lit up. It can actually purify the demon bloodline? Plus the demon bloodline I got in the secret realm. I'll have an endless supply of high-level demon bloodline essence. Just then, Chunbai suddenly remembered. He had rushed to help Meng Meng in such a hurry that he hadn't even looked at this class change quest scroll yet. S-rank Demon Hunter class change quest. Only the first pure-blooded demon creature killed can drop this unique, special class change quest scroll. Completing the quest within can turn it into a Demon Hunter class change scroll. Quest requirement. Using the scroll will allow entry into the first layer of the abyss. Killing 100 demons and 100 fallen demons in the abyss will complete the quest and allow one to leave the abyss. Enter the abyss. Chunbai clenched the scroll, mumbling. This time, I won't just complete the quest with difficulty and leave in a hurry. The demon's headquarters, that's a place full of dangers and opportunities. Suddenly, she stirred slightly, her drowsy eyes opening. She sat up with a start and rubbed her eyes. Seeing Chunbai sitting in front of her, her emotions overwhelmed her. Master! She joyfully threw her arms around him, sobbing. Wah, Master! Chunbai gently patted her back, his voice soft. It's all right, I'm here. It's okay now. I've killed all those bad people. Meng Meng calmed down and sighed. Master, I'm still too weak in the real world. I want to train my physique tenfold. He patted her head, smiling. Training won't increase it by much. Just maintain the training I've arranged for you, and you'll be fine. Your main goal now is to level up and to understand and control your skills. Meng Meng lowered her eyes, tears welling up. But leveling up, it requires so much experience. And the nearby monsters in the dream world have all been cleared out by me. She lowered her head, her eyes misty. I don't have the ability to travel far, and I can't find any instances. Chunbai looked at her comfortingly. How are you feeling now? After you rest for a bit, how about we go back to Jiangqing? There are definitely enough instances there. As soon as she heard Jiangqing, Meng Meng immediately forgot her sorrow. She looked as excited as a child. I feel great. I don't need to rest. Let's go? Let's go to Jiangqing. Chunbai burst out laughing, taking her hand to stop her. Hold on. He swept her up into his arms, teasing. If I let you walk on your own 2 feet, we wouldn't even make it to Jiangqing by next month. Meng Meng's face turned bright red, flustered. Remaining in that position, the two of them shot out the window. Chunbai reminded her, don't open your eyes. If you feel the wind pressure is too strong, just tap me. Meng Meng obediently complied. He leaped to the top of the building, gained momentum, and then shot off, disappearing from sight. After some time, the two arrived in a forest. Wushuang, suburban mountain area, secret village, entrance. The two landed in a clearing. The ground was barren. A notification sound was heard. Hint: you have entered the demon-worshipping village secret realm. Meng Meng's eyes widened as she looked around. Wow, the surrounding scenery changed in an instant. So this is a secret realm, Chunbai explained as he walked. One of the differences between a secret realm and an instance is the entrance. Only secret realms that have been cleared will give a prompt upon entry. Therefore, for an evolved person, wandering into a new secret realm is extremely dangerous. Meng Meng looked at him with admiration. Got it. Master knows so much. So, do you need me to lead the way next? He spoke in a serious tone. This isn't the dream world. Every time you use a skill is extremely crucial. It's safer near the entrance. Wait for me here. In a flash, he disappeared right before her eyes. On his way to scout, Chunbai constantly thought about his upcoming plan. Quest 3 has changed. It's no longer killing a demon, but killing all the demon guards and dark priests. The quest reward also doesn't have a bloodline potion. Does that mean I can't get a bloodline potion? In the end, he decided, anyway, let's kill the boss first. Wushuang, suburban mountain area, secret village, central square. The space here was filled with mystical colors. Chunbai observed from a high place and was immediately discovered. The person below shouted a warning. Intruder. The people below had strange patterns painted on their faces. They drew their bows towards him, sneering. Intruder. Become a sacrifice for the demon. Before he could finish his sentence, Chunbai's figure had already vanished. He was startled, and before he could regain his senses, he was struck by a thunderous punch from behind. Evolution dissipated. The square was instantly in chaos. He tried to defend himself. The bosses rushed to provide support, but they only saw a fleeting shadow, and then they fell one by one. At this moment, a notification continued to appear. Killed instance boss, Dark Priest, Qiandahai, level 15. Gained 45,000 experience. This creature has special blood elements. You can choose to continue absorbing or excreting. Absorbing the blood elements may affect the virus, the host, and the original body. A triumphant smile appeared on his face. Not bad. I can still use devouring evolution to get the demon bloodline. In that case, I won't be polite. Immediately after, his blade flashed, and in an instant, he killed all the bosses. A line of notifications appeared. Hint, low-grade demon bloodline potion, C, has been separated. Chunbai exclaimed, the mini-bosses can indeed drop bloodline potions, and their level is the same as the bosses. Chunbai picked up 2 elite monster corpses and nodded. Elite monsters can also drop bloodline potions. Normal monsters can't. That's right, it's normal that they don't. At this moment, in Wushuang, suburban mountain area, secret village, at the entrance, Ming Ming was sitting on a large rock waiting for him to return. Master has killed the boss, and killed many mini-bosses and elite monsters. She rested her chin in her hand, thinking, Master won't forget about me, right? I haven't done anything, so I haven't gotten any experience. Even just letting me touch the boss would be nice. Suddenly, a familiar voice rang out, startling her. Ming Ming, prepare your skill. Chunbai immediately instructed, the widest range destructive skill you can manage. Don't worry, they're not monsters. You're at full strength. With your mental power, it definitely won't be a problem. A little surprised, she immediately accepted the order. A circular wave of powerful energy radiated from Ming Ming's body. Immediately after, a flurry of notifications appeared. Hint, killed tainted villager, level 10. Experience plus 250. Hint, killed tainted village woman, level 12. Experience plus 400. Hint, killed tainted traveler, level 1. Experience plus 300. Hint, killed tainted butcher, level 14. Experience plus 500. Hint, killed tainted farmer, level 10. Experience plus 300. Level up. Gained free attribute points plus 2. Ming Ming looked at her achievements, completely surprised. She continuously exclaimed, Whoa, so many. All quests have been completed. All monsters have been killed. You can choose to leave at any time. Sitting on the rock, her face was full of excitement. Whoa, Master, I've leveled up to 6.5. So much experience. Chunbai stood with his hands on his hips, smiling. I've leveled up to 9 too. Unable to contain her emotions, Ming Ming jumped down from the rock and threw her arms around him, cheering. Thank you, Master, for pulling the monsters for me. I love you, Master. Just then, the system announced, hint, a video call has been initiated through private chat. He answered. He looked at the screen and asked, What's wrong? Your expression is a bit off. What happened? The screen showed Hero, her expression serious. Master, we need your help right now. A goblin calling himself the god of transactions has appeared in the residential area. Chunbai froze. A face with an arrogant smile appeared in his mind. The god of transactions. He immediately asked again, Lado? Why did he come to the residential area? A flash of surprise appeared in her eyes. You know him? Wushuang, suburban mountain area, secret village. Hero briefly explained the situation. It's a long story, but I'll make it short. After a day at the settlement, that Lado guy found me. He offered a silver A-rank city establishment order as an investment. But the condition is that a Goblin Merchant Guild must be established in the best location after the city is built, and the Goblin Merchant Guild must also be tax-free for life. After hearing this, Chunbai rubbed his chin thoughtfully. A high-rank city establishment order is extremely rare. A city-state recognized by the will of the universe also has many convenient functions. This investment, for us, has 100 benefits and no harm. Hiro sighed as if a heavy burden had been lifted. Excellent. I thought the same as you. But there's another question. This city establishment order isn't something we can use whenever we want. Moreover, it has to be used immediately. Chunbai nodded slightly, analyzing. An A-rank city establishment order quest will attract monsters to siege the city. It's indeed very difficult for the current settlement to resist this attack. But you don't need to worry. I'll be back there within a day. Hiro was still hesitant. Then do I need to delay for a day to wait for you to come back and accept this investment? Chunbai smiled reassuringly at her. That's Leto's investment for you. Besides, I've accepted other investments before, haven't I? Oh, right. You can praise Leto more and also mention me to Leto a little. Hiro nodded, her voice firm. Understood. You can rest assured. By now, it was already dawn. After settling the matter, Chunbai called out, Ming Ming, come over here. She hurriedly ran over. Coming, master. He spread his hand, and immediately a series of images of equipment appeared. Here are all my pieces of equipment that can enhance your physique. Find what you can use to strengthen your physical fitness as much as possible. Ming Ming was a bit dazed but quickly nodded. Okay, master. But what should I choose? Chunbai stated his purpose. There's an urgent matter at the base that needs to be resolved. I'm afraid you won't be able to keep up when I run at full speed. Ming Ming seemed stunned after hearing this. All right. A moment later, Ming Ming appeared with a completely new look. Jacket, mask, hood, gloves, combat boots. She showed off happily. Master, I'm all equipped. My physique is over 30 now, and I have a lot of defensive stat increases. Chunbai gave a thumbs up. That's great. Meanwhile, Ziqiong, on his behalf, received Leto. Sorry to have kept you waiting, Mr. Leto. We've decided to accept your investment. Dongshan Settlement, Villa Area, Song Ziqiong's Villa, Living Room. Leto nodded. You are indeed a capable and decisive woman. It's no wonder you were able to create such a large settlement in the apocalypse. What's even rarer is being able to manage thousands of evolved people in such an orderly fashion. She smiled gracefully. You flatter me. My management and business skills are probably not even 1/10,000th as good as yours, O God of transactions. It is an honor for our entire settlement to be chosen for your investment. He appeared very pleased. What a modest girl. I am more and more certain that you can turn this place into the best city-state for the evolved. Leto clasped his hands, his attitude polite. Until then, I hope you will take good care of our Goblin Merchant Guild. Ziqiong bowed slightly and gracefully. That goes without saying. She skillfully showered him with compliments. To be honest, the manager of our settlement has admired you for a long time. When he learned that there would be a Goblin Merchant Guild in the city, he simply gave up his search outside and is rushing back here with all his might. Hearing this, Leto felt quite surprised. Who is that? At this point in time, not many evolved people know about me and the Goblin Merchant Guild. She smiled proudly. You must know him. His name is Bai, and he has also accepted your investment. As soon as she mentioned this name, Leto's expression instantly changed. He immediately changed his attitude, waving his hand. So it's that fellow. No, this investment won't do. Ziqiong was startled. It won't do? You can't invest. Leto spun the token in his hand, his face full of hidden meaning. I just didn't expect that kid to be the manager of this settlement. With that kid here, this will be more suitable. Ziqiong was surprised. A gold city establishment order? Leto spread the city establishment orders on the table, nodding. That's right. This is a gold rank city establishment order. An A rank city building quest. For that kid, it shouldn't be any trouble for him at all. His dark eyes flashed with a glint of light. If he can get back in time, you guys might even have a chance to get an S-rank siege monster. Just then, a notification screen appeared. Leto sends you an investment quest. Build a gold rank city. Ziqiong was stunned. This is investment, gold rank city establishment order. Quest description. After 1 day of preparation, At the center of where the city establishment order is used, all surrounding monsters will be strengthened and will launch a continuous attack on the city establishment location. The surrounding perimeter will be besieged for 5 days, then the quest will be completed. Quest reward. With the city establishment order as the center, an area with a radius of 10,000 meters will become an area recognized by the will of the universe and will receive the gold rank city establishment order reward. She leaned over to look at the map. This range, it's really much larger than the A rank one. Leto's eyes were full of challenge. The danger is naturally greater as well. What do you think? Do you dare to accept this investment? Ziqiang smiled confidently. Of course. With Bai Di here, what wouldn't I dare to do? A day later, at the Dongshan settlement, villa area, on the large rooftop, the person Ziqiang had been waiting for finally returned. Chen Bai, holding Meng Meng, gently landed on the rooftop. Getting back took longer than I thought. The monsters had already gathered, so I had no choice but to clear a path. Ziqiang ran over happily. That's great. It's so good that you're back. Meng Meng, in his arms, was still fast asleep. He nodded. I'll take her to her room first. First, tell me a little about the current situation. As they walked, Ziqiang reported. Right now, there's less than 20 minutes until the city siege begins. We've deployed 3 defensive lines based on the existing terrain. The settlement in Jiangcheng, the direction facing Jiangcheng, is the key defensive area. We have also prepared some plans to protect the city. Dongshan settlement, villa area, bedroom. Ziqiang brought a suitcase. For now, this is all we could prepare. Chunbai laid Meng Meng down on the bed and turned to look. You did well. She brought the suitcase closer to him and continued. There's also this. These past few days, we've been clearing the sewer pipe instance. We finally found all the remaining plague equipment. He nodded gratefully. Thank you. Choosing you was truly one of the best decisions I've ever made. She looked at him with eyes full of gratitude. Being chosen by you is also the luckiest thing that has happened to me. Ziqiang gently moved closer to him, her eyes filled with a certain affection. Actually, I was very nervous. But seeing that you were still in the mood to carry a girl back, I feel much more at ease. Chunbai smiled calmly. This isn't a woman I brought back. She's my disciple, and her talent is no less than mine. He pointed towards Meng Meng, instructing, later, have Brother Song come and take care of her. Also, tell me as soon as she wakes up. Looking at the cute, sleeping face, he added, she is the key to protecting our settlement, so we must not neglect her. Ziqiang immediately nodded. I understand. Ziqiang hurriedly followed him, and the two quickly left the room. Let's go. It's time for us to meet the monsters attacking the city. The scene shifts to the zombie gathering area, the gathering point at Dongshan Mountain, the city wall at the foot of the mountain. The zombies had blank white eyes and were growling incessantly. Chunbai looked at them and exclaimed, so this is the attack from a gold-rank city establishment order quest. Standing high above, looking from afar, he recalled the past with a bit of unease. In my past life, when my Bai Di city was established, it was only B rank. The number of monsters compared to this S rank time. Pausing for a moment, he looked down. The number of zombies was so large it was a black mass. Chunbai frowned in silence. You could say it's a world of difference. There were still 3 minutes until the monster siege. The gathering point at Dongshan Mountain, the city wall at the foot of the mountain. Chunbai, from high above, surveyed the black mass of zombies swarming at the foot of the city wall. On the city wall, Ziqiang sat next to a little girl with the ability to transmit sound. The loudspeaker blared everywhere. Everyone in the Dongshan Mountain gathering point. We are about to face a monster assault for 5 days and 5 nights. But there's no need to worry. To the people of the Dongshan Mountain gathering point, we must face the monster assault for 5 days and 5 nights. Everyone in the city, young and old, listened intently. The announcement continued, but there's no need to worry. We possess the strongest city wall in the world, along with the most abundant resources and the most stable reinforcements. We have over 100 comrades with B-rank talents, and nearly 10 masters with A or S-rank talents. We even have 2 powerful masters with S-rank talents. Meng Meng, in her room, still showed no signs of waking up. The call continued to ring out. We don't have to worry about failure, because in 5 days, we will possess the best and largest territory in the world. Ziqiang's words were met with enthusiastic support from everyone. At this moment, the defenders of the city will enjoy the convenience of the infrastructure at a discounted price. Everyone, 1 minute left. Are you ready to start harvesting money and experience? Everyone, 1 minute left. Are you ready to start harvesting money and experience? As soon as the speech ended, the people cheered in unison. The atmosphere exploded with fighting spirit. Ready? Chunbai leaned over, smiling faintly in praise. Good speech. Very inspiring. Ziqiang smiled back. It's thanks to you and the little girl you brought back. It makes me feel very confident. Chunbai looked at the little girl beside him and smiled. This little girl's sound transmission and amplification talent is not bad. Have someone take her to a safe place. Then he turned to Lu Li and continued to ask about the situation. Lu Li, how are the live stream preparations? She replied, following your instructions, I've chosen the best live stream camera provided by the will of the universe, which can be controlled. Chunbai looked down at the zombies. He ordered, you can start the live stream now. Lu Li immediately accepted the task. 1 minute until the monster siege. The evolutionist forum network exploded with notifications. People were buzzing with discussion. New. Live stream of city construction with a gold rank city establishment order in Jiangcheng. Jiangcha, this is clickbait, right? It costs 1 gold coin to watch. Ming Yi, definitely. Our entire gathering point had to work together just to get a D-rank city establishment order to drop. Gui Mui Xiao Dai, it's real. Oh my god, so many zombies. Does anyone know where this is? If they succeed in building the city, I'm definitely moving there. Rodak, Emperor of the New World, why is it an Easterner? The time was counting down, second by second. For it's almost time. The preparation time for defending the city has ended. Looking down at the strengthened monsters below, jumping around incessantly. The siege begins. Lung Shuang exclaimed in surprise. They're still getting stronger at the start of the siege? What a pity. We should have killed some of the unstrengthened zombies earlier. Ziqiang immediately explained. He knew the monsters would be strengthened long ago. But he said the experience and copper coins from the strengthened monsters would be more. Chunbai suddenly leaped into the air. In a flash, he tore through the sky, descending to slaughter hordes of zombies. Thinking to himself, the zombies' attributes are tripled, but the copper coins and experience are also tripled. Infectious Plague. Plague combo 5/5. All stats plus 15. Inflicts a debuff, reducing resistance to those who come into contact. They died without even a chance to struggle. With every swing of Chunbai's hand, a series of monster corpses flew from the front. The accompanying function of Infectious Plague has a 5-hour cooldown. Sao the Plague. With lightning-fast infection speed on one enemy, it causes long-term corrosive damage and attribute reduction. The skill is Very. Although the damage level is not high, its strong infection ability combined with attribute reduction can make this city defense many times simpler. Suddenly, he noticed a group of zombies. Where did that mental shock come from? The infected zombies were piling up. The other zombies were also moving away from them. Thinking back, Chunbai suddenly understood. A lord. This zombie horde must have a lord who can control the swarm. No wonder these zombies aren't pushing and trampling each other, but are advancing in an orderly manner. Find the lord. Leaderless zombies are much easier to deal with. It's just, I don't know the lord's location. Finding it will probably take a lot of time. His eyes flashed, but he hesitated. If I go look for the lord now, without me killing the main monster force, the zombie lord will command the zombie tide to attack with full force. The defenders will surely suffer casualties. But if I don't take the opportunity to find and kill the lord now, when the zombies from other places threaten the gathering point, our people will be scattered. At that time, I'll be even less able to leave. It seems that to resolve the current situation perfectly, I still need Meng Meng's help. Chunbai clenched his shield and rushed forward. In his heart, he kept calling silently, "Wake up, Meng Meng." Meng Meng slowly opened her eyes, a glistening teardrop on her eyelashes. Lung Shuang walked over, overjoyed. "You're awake?" Meng Meng asked shyly. "Who are you? Where's this? Where's my master?" The news was immediately relayed to Chunbai. Meng Meng is awake. I'm telling her about the current situation. He smiled in relief. That's great. Messages from Meng Meng came flooding in one after another. Sorry, master. You were going at full speed. It was too fast. I couldn't handle the wind pressure. My stamina was depleted, so I fell into a deep sleep. I've understood the current situation from what Brother Song told me. I'll enter the dream now to kill monsters and help you." Before she entered the dreamscape, the two exchanged a few more words. "No rush. I'll describe the appearance of a type of zombie to you. Quickly use your dream-entering ability to find that zombie." Meng Meng mumbled. "An ordinary human body, with something like shoulder pads on its shoulders, an extremely large head, with a meticulous net-like covering over its skeleton and tentacles extending from both shoulders. Powerful mental force." She immediately instructed Lung Shuang. "I have to enter a dream. Brother Yuan, please don't let anyone get near me." "Thank you." Lung Shuang was surprised. "Why are you sleeping? How did you fall asleep so fast?" After falling asleep, Meng Meng quickly entered the dreamscape. Standing on top of the city, looking down at the scene below, she was wide-eyed with astonishment. Wow, so many zombies. At the Dongshan Mountain gathering point, on the city wall at the foot of the mountain, Meng Meng took a deep breath, stretched out her hands, and began to weave dream creations. Instantly, countless giant boulders fell from the sky with a roar, smashing hordes of monsters. She clenched her fists in excitement. "Yay, the dreamscape is still the best." As she spoke, she happily stretched and swayed her body. "All right, time to quickly find the zombie Master told me about." Her body instantly dissolved into the space, surrounded by a faint pink light. She thought to herself, "I can't delay the mission Master gave me." The scene shifts back to reality at Dongshan Mountain on the first day of defending the city in the late afternoon. After a long period of slaughtering zombies with all his might, Chunbai returned to the city, exhausted. He took the water bottle Ziqiang handed him, asking as he drank, "Ziqiang, what's the specific situation regarding member casualties and the extent of damage to the city wall?" Her face was quite radiant. "Fortunately, thanks to you slaughtering them at the front, we have no fatalities. Moreover, while the monsters at the foot of the wall were sparse, we only had a few members injured after several rounds of killing." He nodded, finishing the water, and continued to listen. "The damage to the city wall is also extremely minimal. I think you can rest assured and let others continue the defense." However, Chunbai's expression did not relax at all. He shook his head. The current situation cannot be considered optimistic. Ziqiang instinctively blurted out, "The Lord?" Hearing that, Ziqiang couldn't help but shiver slightly. So there's still that kind of zombie? Today, only the enhanced version of common zombies appeared. The number of special zombies that appeared could be counted on one hand. Chunbai nodded thoughtfully. "I have a premonition. This Lord is likely actively conserving its strength, preparing to take us all down in one go." Just then, Luli brought Meng Meng over. The little girl cheered happily. "Master!" Luli followed behind, her lips moving. "Chunbai." Meng Meng skipped up the steps, waving her hands. "Master!" Chunbai also replied happily. "Meng Meng." Behind her, Luli hurriedly followed closely. Ziqiang stood to the side, thinking, "Little brother." Seeing Luli, Chunbai immediately instructed, "Tell Luli not to livestream here." Ziqiang nodded. Just a few minutes later, she reported back, "By D, Luli has moved all the livestream drones of the will of the universe." Chunbai nodded coldly. Meng Meng's ability is very special. It absolutely cannot be revealed to others. Understood. Meng Meng ran over, panting. He gently patted her back. "Why are you in such a hurry? Have you found the Lord yet?" "Not yet." She looked up at him, her eyes sincere and tinged with guilt. Although I could feel a few mental fluctuations, they were always brief. I could only confirm a general direction. I haven't locked onto its trail with my tracking skill yet. "I'm sorry, Master." Chunbai looked at her seriously, his voice slow. "Don't always apologize. I know you've tried your best to find it." Meng Meng wiped the sweat from her forehead, her gaze becoming serious. "But it's not like I didn't gain anything." She looked towards Luli. "Where's the map, little brother?" "Here." She focused intently, pointing to each spot. "Although I couldn't find the Lord, I discovered some suspicious gathering points for special zombies. Each place has several hundred special zombies. Like this place, near the Jiangcheng agricultural market, there are 200 or 300 red-eyed fatties, over 2 meters tall. Dongjiang Square is filled with strange zombies without hands and chins. On the Riverside TV tower, there's a dense swarm of crawlers. All of them are zombies with extremely fast speed. From one end of the Manhwa commercial street to the other, it's all muscular zombies with strong limbs. Chunbai nodded in understanding. Fatties, tanks, hunters, and screamers. Those are all Stage 2 evolved zombies. Ziqiang also agreed. You're right. They're definitely planning to finish us off in one go. She tilted her head and asked, By D, in your opinion, how strong are the Stage 2 evolved zombies? Thinking about what Meng Meng had just described, Chunbai pondered, his face showing a hint of worry. The level of Stage 2 evolution is at least level 10. Based on the numbers Meng Meng described, I'm afraid they've gathered over 1,000 of them. With this number, if it were just me, it wouldn't be impossible to win. The atmosphere suddenly became tense. All eyes were on him. Chunbai continued, Under the command of the Lord, they absolutely wouldn't surround and attack me. Instead, they would go all out to break through the city wall and slaughter the people inside. At that point, it would become a game of who can kill faster. The number of our survivors would be very unlikely to exceed 10%. Ziqiang concluded, We have to eliminate this lord first. I'll go investigate right away and see if there are any evolved people in the city who possess talents for tracking mental fluctuations and finding monsters. Chunbai smiled lightly and shook his head. Don't be hasty. I remember I have a suitable candidate. He immediately made contact. Do you have the ability to track the source of mental fluctuations? Are you kidding, Bai D? My talent is mastering the mind. Of course, I'm extremely sensitive to mental power fluctuations. Okay, help me with this. It's about the Lord you mentioned on the live stream. Got it. That's right. Let me explain the situation and plan to you first. On the afternoon of the second day of the city defense, in the villa area of the Dongshan Mountain Gathering Point, in the Dreamscape, Han Xiao was surprised. This is Bai Di's gathering point? The live stream only showed the side with the city wall. I didn't expect there to be such a large villa area. He winked and asked, Bai Di, if I move here, can I live in a villa? Chunbai smiled relaxedly. Of course you can. There are still many empty villas on the mountaintop. You can choose freely. Han Xiao clenched his fists and grinned. Bai Di treats me so well. I have to give it my all today. I'm ready. Shall we set off now? Meng Meng tilted her head and asked, Master, which type of special zombie are we going to kill first? Chunbai looked into the distance, his gaze firm. To the Riverside TV tower. On the bank of the Dongxing River in Jiangcheng, despite the height of the structure, zombies were crawling all over the glass wall. Chunbai said gravely, Those hunters are the only ones who can ignore the zombies at the city wall. They are also the ones with the greatest threat to the gathering point. Then he looked at the person beside him with a trusting gaze. That lord will definitely not let us kill these hunters. At that time, it's up to you, Han Xiao. Han Xiao smiled confidently. Leave it to me. Chunbai and Meng Meng immediately flew into the air. Let's go, Meng Meng. Han Xiao was left standing alone on the city wall. He watched them, looking dazed. Should I also research how to use mental power to control objects to fly? At this moment, Meng Meng once again opened the dreamscape. Dark twin explosion. With large pink wings on her back, she could fly freely in the air. She smiled with delight. Hee hee, in the dreamscape, I'm still very strong. Suddenly, she looked down and saw the zombies swarming up the building. Meng Meng's heart skipped a beat. So fast. Oh no. A group of zombies clung to the glass pane, gaining momentum and leaping straight towards her. Meng Meng's eyes widened in panic. I can't dodge in time. Suddenly, from a distance, Chunbai shot towards her like a bolt of lightning, shouting, Meng Meng, stand still. A scene of slaughter unfolded immediately after. Hellfire incarnation, A. His body was enveloped in hellfire, continuously consuming mental power, inflicting 2 layers of burning damage, both physical and spiritual, on enemies upon contact. The zombies only had time to scream in despair before their bodies were pierced, burned black, and fell like logs. A brilliant halo enveloped Meng Meng, separating her from the horde of monsters. Chunbai grabbed the head of a zombie and ordered, the last one, devouring evolution. The monster's body was completely drained. The system announced, devoured elite mutated entity, Stage 3 Speed Type Hunter Zombie. Gain Virus Points, 200. Ultraviolet Virus Evolution Points, 50. Repeated Devouring, Benefit Adjustment, minus 60%. Meng Meng flew to his side, her face worried. 297. It's only the second day of the siege, and there are already so many of these elite evolved zombies gathered. The speed-type zombies are naturally very fast. Chunbai nodded, his sharp eyes observing the whole scene. This is probably all the zombies from the entire Jiangcheng, and maybe even from the surrounding cities that could make it. The two stood on the rooftop, and he looked out over the entire city, saying calmly, "Of course, a few more zombies will come later, but by then, the Lord will probably be dead. Without a leader, their attacks will be scattered and not worth mentioning." Although she had just been through a dangerous situation, Meng Meng's eyes shone with excitement. Do we need to go pick a gathering point to sweep through? Chunbai suddenly looked behind him, quickly catching a communication tube between two fingers, and smiled. "Looks like we don't need to anymore," he said happily. "It's news from Han Xiao. He found it. He's locked onto the Lord's position." The scene shifts to the northeastern mountains of the gathering point in Jiangcheng, in the dreamscape. Han Xiao pointed towards the ravine in front of them. The source of the mental power fluctuation is in the ravine ahead. Chunbai frowned. "I didn't expect it to be behind us. It seems its intelligence is not low." Han Xiao was extremely enthusiastic. "Bai Di, are we going to fight the boss now? I can't wait." But Chunbai shook his head, his voice firm. "We have to return to the real world before we go fight this lord." Han Xiao was bewildered. "Why, Bai Di?" he said with a determined voice. "We have to livestream it. This lord is a top-notch stepping stone to make a name for ourselves." Then he praised, "You've been a great help this time. If anything suitable for you drops, I'll save it for you." Han Xiao scratched his head, embarrassed, and thanked him. "Thank you, Bai Di." Chunbai turned to Meng Meng. "It's time for us to wake up. Meng Meng, you can take Han Xiao to eliminate some Stage 2 elite zombies." She was curious. "Which type?" Chunbai then explained about the target. "The Screamers. This type of zombie is a mental power evolution type. It just so happens that the two of you can suppress them. Although they don't have close combat abilities, they can emit screams. For the enhanced zombies, they are also a type with a great threat." Meng Meng and Han Xiao said in unison, "Understood, Master. We guarantee to complete the mission." The scene shifts to the northeastern mountains of the gathering point in Jiangcheng. "This is the place," Chunbai thought to himself. "Very close. Although I don't have scouting abilities, I can sense the aura of a high-level evolved virus." Suddenly, a black shadow shot out from behind. Its hands were as sharp as sickles, attacking extremely fast. A hunter, a higher-level speed evolution than the catcher. The hunter charged as if to tear him to shreds. Chunbai kept speculating. "It's highly likely they are the guards the Lord brought along. This type of zombie loves close-quarters combat. Their speed is not much slower than mine." Instead of dodging, he raised his hand to block the blow, thinking, "I have to pretend to be weak, expose an opening to lure them into attacking me." While struggling, he was constantly planning his strategy. "Otherwise, if I get entangled with them in close combat, it will be a long delay. If the Lord takes the opportunity to move away, that would be bad." Chunbai sensed a hunter charging from behind. "Here it comes." Chunbai smirked, twisting his body to launch a fatal counterattack. The hunter was caught off guard and couldn't counter, and was immediately slammed hard to the ground. Its huge body crashed with a thud. Devouring evolution. The system then chimed in. "Reminder, devoured elite mutated entity, Stage 4 speed type hunter zombie. All abilities of the ultraviolet virus have been enhanced. Reminder, gained virus points, 1000. Ultraviolet virus evolution points, 750. Reminder, devoured elite mutated entity." The notifications sounded continuously. Reminder, gained virus points, 900. Repeated devouring, benefit adjustment, minus 10%. Chunbai held the hunter's two sickle-like hands and waved his hand, saying, "New form." The system continued. Reminder, ultraviolet virus has a new form, sharp blade form. He burst out laughing excitedly. Mental shock, such strong mental power. Then he turned his head and looked up at the tree where a figure was hiding. "I thought you would take the opportunity just now to run away. Do you really think you can kill me?" The remaining hunter revealed itself, its two tentacles vibrating violently. Chunbai gritted his teeth, stomped his foot hard, and jumped up. Then you're gravely mistaken. With a single blow, he flattened it to the ground. He thought to himself, this boss is a bit weak. Suddenly, a voice called out, "By D." A girl rushed over and threw her arms around him, her voice full of relief. Thank goodness By D killed the Lord. The subsequent attacks without a commander will be much easier to handle. Chunbai was a little surprised. You guys are. The other girls also ran over, their eyes full of admiration. Of course, we're here to celebrate your success, you bad boy. You really are extremely reliable. The master immediately rushed over and hugged his arm, massaging it for him. Chunbai smiled teasingly. Really now? You've accurately grasped my weaknesses and preferences. Suddenly, his eyes darkened. He mumbled, however, an illusion immediately appeared before him. But he sneered, an illusion of this level? Don't embarrass yourself by bringing it out. He glanced behind him, his voice firm. Although you created an illusion, you still couldn't interfere with my basic judgment. It seems your mental power index is lower than mine. The troublemaker this time finally revealed itself, growling and showing its sharp teeth. Chunbai smirked, his eyes shining brightly. Mr. Zombie Lord. In the dense darkness, Chunbai stood proudly, glancing at the monster before him. Behind it, magical tentacles radiated as if to grab its prey. At this moment, the comment section immediately lit up continuously. An illusion? No wonder I saw him slash at the air twice. The problem is, you can't see the illusion in the live stream. I thought it was an invisible monster. This high-level zombie doesn't seem very strong. Not strong. You go kill one then. Ngakton just had a mantis zombie. We just killed one the other day. The whole team had A-rank talents. I'm also from Ngakton. That was our strongest team. He just said the mental evolution type doesn't have as high a mental power as him. I didn't mishear, did I? You didn't mishear. I heard it too. Absurd. I suspect this whole city siege is a trick by this despicable yellow-skinned person. Yeah, there are always clowns who don't want to face reality. At this moment, a sudden notification appeared, making everyone even more curious. Everyone, switch to livestream room number 3. The main attack has begun. Immediately, at the city wall of the Jiangqing gathering point, a scene of monsters appearing from nowhere unfolded. They relentlessly slaughtered the small lives. The roars now echoed everywhere, as if the monsters wanted to devour everything. Stage 2, physical type evolved zombies, along with the tyrant. A single step from them caused the ground to shake continuously. The small creatures were constantly being tossed lightly into the air. Facing this destruction, Ziqiang did not flinch. She swept her sharp gaze around to observe the situation, slowly raising her hand to gather magical power. The announcement echoed, all hands on alert. Kill the zombies being thrown up first. The people who saw this scene had a flicker of fear in their eyes. Each type of talent was updated clearly. B-rank talent, Plague Head specialization. Quite adept at throwing things. Throwing rate increased. Damage from being thrown increased. Damage from being thrown increased. D-rank talent, Invisible Arrow. Can change the flight direction of the fired arrow. C-rank talent, Invisible Resistance. Can increase the air resistance in a certain area. The sound of whistling wind was ear-piercing. Bodies were continuously tossed away like fallen leaves. The monster stood there, its mouth wide open, waiting for each body to fall into its mouth. A moment later, it landed, causing the heavens and earth to tremble. In that instant, the atmosphere exploded again. It continuously created purple light streams that formed a huge shockwave, making everyone's head spin. Over here, the remaining people fled, their minds in a state of panic. They screamed incessantly. Section 4 of the wall has been breached. They're starting to throw zombies towards Section 4 of the wall. Right at this moment, she appeared, her body enveloped in a purple hue, and gently reassured them, don't panic. Hold your positions. Ziqiang summoned a giant weapon and threw it straight at the source of the strange purple light, causing everything to seem to freeze. Her firm voice rang out, Purple Crystal Arrow. Another continuous slash was unleashed. The dazzling light tore through the dark night. The monster was now in extreme pain, roaring in despair. Ziqiang's eyes were now incredibly sharp. She gently raised her hand, and a stream of purple energy appeared from it. At this moment, Ziqiang suddenly shouted, "Purple crystal pond." As soon as she finished speaking, a huge light beam struck the monster directly. It didn't have time to react and cried out in pain. The entire atmosphere seemed to freeze. There, she stepped out with a powerful aura, her eyes filled with confidence, and said softly, "Everyone, calm down. Bai Di will soon kill the Lord commanding them. Once we get through this wave, we will surely win." Immediately after, the battlefield shook. From afar, roars echoed incessantly. The comment screen suddenly lit up, and the viewers were excited, nonstop. "She's so strong. I'm not watching anymore. Brothers, I'm heading out. I want to be her dog. I like the one behind her more. A queen and a female assassin. Oh my God, I'm in love. Stop dreaming. That's Bai Di's woman. Everyone, look at Bai Di's side. Go see Bai Di's side. I can't believe there are still so many high-level zombies." The sky suddenly flashed. Blue and purple light seemed to want to merge. Infectious plague. In that blinding light, in the northeastern mountains of the Jiangchang gathering point, the monsters became more ferocious than ever. Both sides immediately clashed. Tyrant, stalker. The comments still showed no signs of stopping, filling the screen. What kind of zombie is this? Upgraded mutant tyrant, a strength type evolution. That should be a stalker. Brother, you know a lot. Have you seen one before? You must be new here. Bai Di named them. Powerful streams of light condensed, turning into a sea of fire that rushed straight towards Chunbai. His eyes now blazed, chillingly terrifying. The comments seemed to want to join the battle. Let me tell the newcomers. Bai Di waited until the Lord called for reinforcements before he started to act. Arrogant. He will surely pay the price for his arrogance. Some people just get jealous when they see someone skilled. Just then, the white mist continuously enveloped Chunbai. A moment later, his entire body was wrapped in a purple light. A rolling pressure seemed to want to force the enemy into a corner. Heretic. Condense. The comment screen was now overwhelmed by the image before them. Some knowledgeable people spoke up to explain. Let me educate you. This is the heretic Will-O-the-Wisp, on the same level as the Lord. It seems to be a mental type mutant as well. Is it an offensive type? It's been attacking Bai Di all this time. Why isn't Bai Di paying any attention to it? You fool. Of course, he wants to take down the Lord first. That's right. In this chaotic battle, if you get distracted by an illusion, you're done for. Chunbai at this moment teleported out of the white mist. The giant monster suddenly roared madly, its whole body trembling, and fell straight to the ground. A comment of admiration suddenly appeared from somewhere. This is the Lord's final reinforcement. A strength-type mutant, a mountain of flesh. I've seen a bigger strength-type mutant than that. Stop bragging. It's true. The entire city of Tian was swallowed by that slimy mountain of flesh. I'm also near Tian City. It's true, you could see it from very far away. The purple aura now erupted violently. His eyes flashed, his voice ringing out like a blade cutting through the oppressive air. You think you can block my path with just this? Hellfire incarnation. From above, a stream of dark energy from Chunbai descended straight onto the monsters like the scythe of death, causing them to screech in pain. The monster's face contorted, its teeth clenched tightly, its body trembling before the power he created. Immediately, a demonic arm slowly extended, stained with dark evil. Below, he stood proudly, his face burning with anger. Chunbai coldly uttered, "Trying to run?" Too late. The audience, who had been watching, continued to comment. "Is the Lord dead? I'm going to watch the live battlefield. I'm not going anymore. After you're done watching, hurry back and report." The zombies on the front line are in chaos, even starting to trample each other. As soon as the Lord died, they all went berserk. They don't even know how to throw the fat zombies anymore. It seems this Lord was truly a disaster. Knowing it was hard to resist him, the monster brought its large hand down from above, intending to trample Chunbai. But it never expected that it would be the one getting trampled. His counterattack crushed the monster. A deafening explosion echoed, sending dirt and rocks flying everywhere. The dust was now thick, covering almost the entire area. Being beaten so furiously made its body tremble. The monster was in complete despair. Seeing the scene before him, Chunbai didn't flinch, continuing to charge like the god of death, kicking it hard, not letting it rest. His face darkened, and he asked in a gruff voice, "Who gave you permission to eat my things?" Without letting the monster react, Chunbai swung his sword down from above. Streams of black blood surrounded by a purple glow appeared. At that moment, the comment section appeared, and they discussed animatedly. Doesn't Bai D have the ability to absorb monsters? Why isn't he absorbing these ones? It's probably not convenient during a fight. Back when he was dealing with the corpse tide, he could absorb them at will. How can those weaklings be compared to the current enemies? Even after all that, the monster was surprisingly still alive. It swung its sharp blades straight through the air. The sudden attack made him just barely dodge. Chunbai leaned back, his sharp eyes scanning everything. A cold smile appeared on his lips. Your strength is a bit weaker than before. It seems the weakening effect of the infectious plague is also working. With that, Chunbai launched another attack at the monster. It looked bewildered, and before it could react further, a blow descended swiftly. His voice rang out mockingly. Your resistance to the heretic's soul-refining will-o'-the-wisp is quite good. Let me borrow it. As Chunbai finished speaking, the atmosphere exploded violently. His entire body emitted magical power, causing the monster to gape in astonishment, its eyes wide. And then, Chunbai launched a swift, clean, and precise attack, sending the monster flying into the purple flashing light. Chunbai, with a cold gaze, stood tall in the desolate scene. Beside him, the giant creatures, though beaten to the point of collapse, still radiated a terrifying aura. Chunbai raised his hand, and two strange cards appeared. His voice suddenly rang out in midair. My luck isn't bad either. I really didn't expect that the materials I've been nurturing for so long would be gathered so neatly like this. How evil. At this moment, a notification board appeared. Biochemical disaster. C-rank crafting blueprint. Required materials. Zombie's claws, mountain shaking device, tyrant's bones, heretic's heart, lord's brain. After reading the information, Chunbai spoke again. These are all top quality items. They're even a step higher than what the blueprint requires. I have a feeling I'm going to create something good this time. In front of him, the second card continued to be revealed. Zombie's claws, E. Agility plus 10, strength plus 8. On hit, attached skill, phantom claw. Active, plus 10% agility, plus 20% attack speed. Equipment requirement. Agility greater than or equal to 25. Evolution level greater than or equal to 2. Instantly, demonic energy twisted the space. Pieces of bone, a heart, and other strange items floated as if about to perform something terrifying. The comments appeared continuously. Holy crap, is this something I'm allowed to see? These materials are extracted from the zombies' bodies to craft equipment. I can't even imagine. Oh my god, Bai D, can you show us the stats of the item after it's combined? In your dreams. How could the stats of this item be revealed to us? Chunbai narrowed his eyes, a smirk on his lips. C-rank, huh? In his hand, a pair of black gloves with a purple sheen appeared. A burst of sharp energy exploded. The status board now displayed. Biochemical disaster. Special weapon, gauntlets. All stats plus 8. The viewers were now more lively than ever. He's looking at the stats now. I really want to see them too. His expression is a bit unhappy. It seems like it's definitely not good. C-rank. It seems he's not satisfied with the grade of this item. I think so too. C-rank isn't worthy of dropping from these zombies. The surrounding space became increasingly eerie. Demonic shadows, like him, roared and rushed out. At this moment, a notification appeared. High-level Lord's Brain. Active. Can permanently control 3 creatures with mental power not higher than oneself. Mutant Tyrant, Stalker's Bones. Active. Increases one's own agility and strength by 30%, and increases the speed of attack actions by 50%. The effect diminishes per second. Duration, 50 minutes. Cooldown, 3 hours. The monster's eyes were blood red, their mouths constantly open as if to swallow everything. The notification screen displayed, Mutant Flesh Mountain's Tendon Strength. Active. When killing an enemy, can activate a recovery state. Can restore special energy, mental power, wounds, and physical strength. Each time an enemy is killed, all basic attributes except mental power plus 1. Does not stack. Duration, 20 minutes. Chunbai, on this side, still stood straight, his eyes shining brightly, his whole body surrounded by eerie purple streams. Heretic Will-o'-the-Wisp's heart. Active. Releases a mental field that both attacks and defends against mental attacks, and releases mental pressure. His face showed a clear coldness mixed with confidence. He realized this equipment activated a rare crafting effect and gained a special ability, Disaster Evolution. After the biochemical disaster equipment kills 100,000 biochemical mutant enemy targets and 100 high-level mutated entities, this equipment will evolve into a mature Horcrux. Pausing for a moment, Chun-Bai continued, "A mature Horcrux? At this point, his voice suddenly dropped. He wondered, although these guys have had some important body parts stripped to be used as materials, the remaining parts are still very valuable for absorption. I wonder if these things can help my virus evolve even further." At this point, Chun-Bai shot out purple rays as if to suck dry all the remaining life force from the monsters' bodies. At this moment, a system interface suddenly appeared before his eyes, filled with lines describing skills and evolution stages. Reminder: Devoured Special Mutated Entity, Stage 4 Tyrant Speed Type Stalker, received 1,200 virus points. Reminder: Devoured Special Elite Mutated Entity, Stage 4 Mental Type Lord, received 1,500 virus points. Reminder: Devoured Special Mutated Entity, Stage 4 Strength Type, Flesh Mountain, received 1,200 virus points. Reminder: Devoured Special Mutated Entity, Stage 4 Mental Type Heretic Will-o'-the-Wisp, received 1,300 virus points. Reminder: Unlocked New Virus Ability, Blacklight, Whipfist. Reminder: Unlocked Virus Ability, Blacklight, Thermal Vision. Reminder: Unlocked New Virus Ability, Blacklight, Viral Tracking. Reminder: Unlocked New Form Ability of the Heavy Hammer, Ground Shatter. Reminder: Blacklight Virus Basic Awakening Progress reached 30%. Advanced Skill Tree has been unlocked. He looked straight at the purple ray in his hand, thinking to himself, this new form. Open the Blacklight Virus Awakening panel and skill panel. On the glowing blue interface, a series of skills appeared one after another. Chun-Bai began to touch the screen, swiping through each skill one by one. He stood proudly, declaring in a cold voice, "First, let's add all the exclusive evolution points to the Blacklight virus." Chun-Bai's hands clenched tightly, energy swirling around them as if waiting for a chance to explode. He thought, that's it. If this treasure can evolve into a mature Horcrux, then it will have even more new abilities. I'm really eager to test its effects now. Unable to contain his curiosity, Chun-Bai immediately activated the skill. His body turned into a stream of light and shot into the air. A notification appeared, explaining, this move, Air Dash, consumes physical strength to fly in the air or change direction in midair. The physical strength consumption increases with consecutive uses. In a room in the Jiangqing Villa area, Luli looked at Ziqiang on the screen with a sharp gaze, then spoke, Sister Ziqiang, by D's side is completely finished. He's now rushing towards the city wall. I'm adjusting all the live stream cameras of the will of the universe to the live battlefield. In Jiangcheng, inside the base within the city walls, inside a tent, Ziqiang was receiving treatment. Hearing her words, she spoke with a firm voice. All right, Luli, I know. After speaking, Ziqiang turned her head to look at her, her voice full of trust. Su Xin, you've worked hard. Since the siege began, you haven't rested at all. After this wave of attacks is over, you can go and rest. Hearing this, she smiled faintly, her hand gently raising into the air. I can still keep going. In the general attack, just now, quite a few people were injured, so I can't just leave them. Hearing this, she stood up, her voice gentle but firm. You must go and rest for me. You're not the only one with a healing talent. Besides, Bai wouldn't be happy to see you so tired. Stand up. And also, pausing for a moment, Ziqiang smiled faintly and continued, if the private celebration after the defense is over doesn't have your recovery talent, then we sisters will be in a sorry state. Su Xian exclaimed in surprise, as if she couldn't believe what she was hearing. Congratulate me? Before she could finish, a voice suddenly came from behind the curtain, breaking the somber atmosphere. Ziqiang, our current situation is not very optimistic. Ling Yu walked over, her voice serious and frightening. Although after the death of the Lord, the order for a general attack lost its effect, and the zombies in the distance are no longer running at full speed towards the city wall of the base. However, the zombies within a 1-kilometer radius of the city wall still hold a grudge against the settlement, so they are now frantically attacking this place. Her eyes became resolute, and she analyzed. The worst part is that the high-level mutant zombies, having lost their commander, have all gathered together. According to Sherway's overall observation, 3 sections of our city wall have already been breached. The most dangerous area right now is from the west section to the 8th west section. Our tank concentration there is completely unable to stop them. Meanwhile, in Jiangcheng, inside the city walls, at the observation point, Sherway looked out, silently observing everything. A voice came from the other side of the screen. "Sherway, what's your status over there?" In the chaotic space around her, streaks of red blood spread out, creating a horrifying image. Sherway clenched her hand, her voice becoming a bit more urgent. The 6th section of the western city wall, according to my analysis, can at most hold out for another 3 minutes. We need reinforcements immediately. The blood wall is being eaten faster than it can devour and regenerate, so it won't last long. Her blue eyes shone brightly with desperation. Blood dripped from the corner of her mouth, but she still didn't back down. Sherway silently calculated with precision. A-rank talent, unobstructed view. Vision is not blocked. Any target within sight can be marked and locked for zoom. Can consume 6 mental energy to quickly integrate all information within sight. In the room, her teammates observed her mental state through the projection screen. Ling Yu, seeing this, spoke gravely. Since the beginning of the attack, Sherway has been using her ability to observe the entire battlefield and assist in command and mobilization. Her current state is not good. A heavy atmosphere enveloped them. Ziqiang stood beside them, her gaze deep, filled with many thoughts. Little brother has a very good eye for his close friends and men. She glanced at her, her eyes blazing with determination, and instructed, "I will now support the direct battlefield. You ask everyone to hold Sherway back and make her rest." Ling Yu, after hearing this, immediately nodded. Understood. The sky was unusually gloomy. Jiangcheng, above the settlement's city wall, a swift figure appeared. It was Songgu. Behind her, brave warriors were ready for a life-or-death battle. The large sword in her hand flashed. She shouted, "Sister Lung Shuang, I've brought people to help you." Hearing the call, Lung Shuang waved her hand to stop her comrades behind her, her face cold and resolute. "Don't come over here. Their speed is very fast. You guys can't help." From the darkness, a horde of grotesque monsters rushed out, their speed like lightning. Screams rang out urgently. "Sister Lung Shuang." She immediately swung her great sword, a cold light flashing, and shouted, "Everyone, charge for me." From a distance, Chunbai watched silently. He mumbled softly, his voice low, "Lung Shuang already told you not to get involved. Why are you still causing trouble?" As soon as those words were spoken, Songgu seemed to realize something and softly called out, "Chunbai." He charged straight into the battlefield. A single kick from Chunbai sent a monster flying backward. Far away, a dazzling light exploded in the sky. As he struck, he roared, "Tattered iron armor. Quickly take your people back and tell everyone, the Lord is dead. Leave the rest to me." While everyone was still stunned, her trembling voice rang out, "The Lord is dead. Bai Di is back." The ground now shook violently. Chunks of earth and rock were suppressed and shattered. Chunbai let out a resounding shout that echoed across the battlefield. "Ground shatter." Seeing this scene, Songgu excitedly said, "Victory is assured." He swung the weapon in his hand, wiping out the horde of monsters. Whipfist form. On the mountaintop, the reinforcements simultaneously raised their weapons, roaring, "Full force. Confirmed, the Lord is dead. Bai Di has returned." In that fervent atmosphere, Chunbai appeared, a confident smile on his face. Thermal tracking. Victory is decided. Immediately, a short, cold command, like a thunderclap, rang out. Advanced ground spike function. A purple shadow descended from above, carrying a fierce purple power, shouting, "Purple crystal pond." The roars continued as red and orange flames erupted violently, consuming everything in a massive explosion. For days, white smoke still covered the entire battlefield. The whole land was desolate, with only ashes and ruins remaining. Chunbai stood amidst the chaotic scene, his deep voice ringing out. The losses in this city defense battle are greater than I imagined. That's right. The city wall is almost completely destroyed. This was a battle that lasted for 5 days. Ziqiang stood beside him, nodding slightly, her eyes heavy. We all overestimated our endurance and underestimated the intensity of the battle. Without you and Meng Meng, we definitely wouldn't have been able to hold out. Behind them, a voice filled with emotion rang out. I think you all should cheer up a bit. In the hazy gray smoke, Leto appeared, his deep, hoarse voice carrying a cold provocation. Although the battlefield looks relatively tragic, the number of deaths is even lower than I had imagined. Congratulations. You have completed the mission perfectly. He spread his arms in a theatrical gesture, his voice sarcastic. Now, it's time to build your city-state. This is the challenge. After the descent, the number 1 city-state. Will of the Universe. Investment Quest. Gold Rank City Establishment Order. Completed. Quest rewards have been distributed. Outside the ruins, at the city wall of the Jiangcheng Gathering Point. Just then, Ziqiang's voice rose. So that means the city construction was successful? Is there nothing else? Leto unexpectedly cut in. Of course not. Immediately after, Chunbai gestured urgently with his hand. Let's go. To the place where you used the city establishment order. The scene shifts to the foot of Dongshan Mountain, at the Jiangcheng Gathering Point. Someone in the crowd asked in confusion, "What is this?" The person next to him hesitated for a moment, then quickly replied, "I don't know. It just appeared." At the same time, the people above carefully reminded, "Everyone be careful. The heart of the city is unique. Only the evolved person Ziqiang and those she authorizes can use it. After using it, a city-state can be built." As soon as the sphere lit up, the youth cheered excitedly. It's the heart of the city. The heart of the city belongs to Lady Song Ziqiang. The person next to him looked towards the distance. Bai Di and Queen Song have arrived. At the same time, Chunbai approached step by step. He couldn't help but exclaim, "Using it here?" Ziqiang nodded in confirmation. "Before using it, I specifically found a planning expert. This location is very suitable." She continued to explain, her expression somewhat impassive. This place includes mountainous areas and plains surrounded by mountains. Some important structures and resources can be placed here. There is also a large plain in Jiangcheng, and the waterway that cuts through the gathering point can be used for transportation. Hearing this, he moved closer, his hand lightly touching Ziqiang's shoulder. "As expected of you. You've thought of everything. Let's go. Let's establish our city-state." Just then, she glanced behind her, the corners of her mouth curling into a mischievous smile. "Wait, I have something to ask Mr. Leto." She suddenly spun around and proposed, "Excuse me, dear Mr. Leto. Although this is your investment in me, I want to make by the city lord." He smirked. "You don't have to ask me. The heart of the city already belongs to you. You just need to fulfill your promise to establish the Goblin Merchant Guild in the central area." Having received her answer, Ziqiang turned and patted him on the back. "Go on. I've given you the authorization." Will of the Universe prompt. "You have received authorization. Use the heart of the city?" "Yes." Will of the Universe prompt. "Please name city-state number S001. Chunbai's eyes narrowed. A thought flashed through his mind. It's time to revisit the matter of revenge. Immediately after, Chunbai mumbled a name, by D City. Will of the Universe prompt. Naming successful. Unlocked City-State Management Panel. Will of the Universe prompt. Heart of the City, S. The owner of the Heart of the City becomes the Lord. Receives a 20% increase in experience and drop rate. Within the range of by D City, all attributes increase by 100%. Can choose to toggle on off. Enemies in by D City have all attributes reduced by 50%. Will of the Universe prompt. You have been granted the highest level of management authority by the Lord of by D City. All stats within by D City increase by 80%. Will of the Universe prompt. Announcement to all evolved people. The evolved person by has established the city-state by D City, number S001. Received 10 reputation points. The crowd cheered in unison. 3 free attribute points. The person next to them interjected with dissatisfaction. I got 2 points. Damn it. If I had known, I would have risked my life to kill a few more. They shouted in unison, Long live Bai Di. Long live the Queen. Will of the Universe prompt. The city defense quest you participated in has ended. Received 100% experience reward. Also received 3 free attribute points based on contribution. Hearing this, Leto clapped his hands loudly. He burst out laughing. Excellent. Seeing this, Ziqiang curiously turned around. Mr. Leto, what's making you so happy? Leto explained excitedly. By becoming the city lord, you owning the management rights and the highest support. These things are very much to my liking. This is a perfect transaction. Everyone got what they wanted. At this, he grinned. This investment is now concluded. I am very satisfied with the result this time. A moment later, Leto approached him step by step. He didn't forget to remind him. It's time for me to continue my journey. You must quickly complete my investment quest. Chunbai gave a forced smile. He asked hesitantly, How difficult is the investment quest you gave me? Do you even know? Leto didn't respond. He smiled faintly. I believe in you, young man. After a while, Chunbai suddenly presented an object to Ziqiang. This is for you. It's the gold rank city building reward I just drew. Didn't you already do some initial planning? Find a good place for them. Galactic Level Supercomputing Core S represents the highest level of supercomputing technology in the universe. Can design blueprints for mechanical creations used in the trial. Possesses extreme growth potential, BS. Foolproof operating system, only has simple functions. If you operate it frequently, its capabilities will exceed your imagination. Integrated automated production line, A, can be combined with the supercomputing core to carry out automated production. Just feed it materials, and it can complete the entire production process. She was momentarily bewildered. This is, Chunbai quickly explained, the various machines it creates can all be used in the trial. With these things, the gathering point will develop by leaps and bounds. Hearing this, Ziqiang was still worried. She expressed her view, but it's different now, even with guns. Seeing her caution, Chunbai continued. The guns produced by the production line may not be the same type we used before the apocalypse. They have stats. You have to discard your pre-apocalypse notions. Look, the city-state management system looks like nothing right now. After speaking, he turned and emphasized, but later, when there are more exclusive city-state architectural blueprints, you'll be overwhelmed. Not stopping there, Chunbai gave a series of different examples. For example, a B-rank building, the Creature Exchange Center, can clone your body, giving you a second life. Or an anti-gravity sail, which can let us build a city in the sky. These are design blueprints that only an S-rank city-state can use. Ziqiang clenched the scroll in her hand. She declared loudly, I know. Our city-state will definitely become the strongest city-state in the future. Just then, Meng Meng's voice came from a distance. Master! Master! She ran towards him, excitedly showing off. This time, fighting monsters in the dream world was super fun. I unlocked 3 new skills. Master, look. Prompt. Meng Meng has shared skill descriptions with you. Dreamscape Totem Enhancement, White Noise. The Dreamscape Totem can emit various sounds that cause people to enter a dream state. Dreamscape Totem Enhancement, Overwhelming Drowsiness. The hypnotic ability of the Dreamscape Totem is greatly enhanced, and it is accompanied by a mental suggestion function that causes people to relax and lose focus. Seeing this, Chunbai praised her profusely. Excellent choices. Now the Dreamscape Totem can make people fall into a dream without them having to stare at it. Combined with overwhelming drowsiness, it can be effective even in real-world combat. Receiving the praise, Meng Meng could hardly hide her happiness. She smiled brightly. Master, you flatter me. Isn't this the combination method you told me about after looking at the skill tree? Then Meng Meng hurriedly pointed to the side. Master, look at the third one. The third one is from a newly unlocked skill tree. I chose it myself. Dream Entering Ability Enhancement, Waking Wood. Dreamscape Visitor. Can choose to return to reality while the Dreamscape Totem is in effect. Can bring a dream enterer back to reality while the Dreamscape Totem is in effect. Chunbai was momentarily bewildered. He turned and asked, This is a teleportation ability? She quickly nodded in confirmation and added, That's right. If I pull Han Xiao into the dreamscape now, I can use the dreamscape totem to teleport to his side. Of course, I don't have to go myself. I can bring Master to his side. Hearing this, he couldn't help but exclaim, just in terms of skill selection, you've already mastered it. Ming Ming appeared modest. But in other aspects, I'm far from proficient. Master, are you free? I just happen to want to study the effects of my new skills. Chunbai didn't hesitate to nod in agreement. Of course, you go to the training ground on the mountainside and wait first. I'll be there in a bit. She replied happily. A moment later, he turned and suggested, Ziqiang, choose a few of our people with different levels of mental power to come here. Let's test the actual combat effectiveness of Ming Ming's new skills. She nodded quickly without any hesitation. No problem. After I find the people, I'll have them gather at the training ground on the mountainside. Just then, Ziqiang moved closer, her arms wrapping around Chunbai's neck. She spoke in an inviting tone, but don't train too late into the night. I've already prepared everything. Tonight, we'll reward the great city lord. He smiled with interest. I know. Ziqiang moved even closer. She whispered in Chunbai's ear. I heard little brother has even prepared a surprise gift for you. The scene shifts to Song Ziqiang's villa at the Jiangxing gathering point. From a corner, a woman in a seductive outfit shyly stepped out. Seeing this, the other person nodded slightly. All right, let's go with this outfit. Immediately, she spun around and shouted, Sisters, are you confident in following me to make Chunbai submit in tonight's battle? The woman immediately turned. She nodded smugly. Of course, I'm confident. But little brother, don't be like last time and pass out before anything even happens. The woman shouted in dissatisfaction. That will absolutely not happen. My free attribute points from leveling up can all be used on Constitution. At the same time, Chunbai curiously turned and asked, Ming Ming, what did you look for me for? Ziqiang didn't hide it and answered honestly. She asked me if there were any nearby instances. She wants to earn experience points. Hearing this, he didn't forget to instruct. Tell her to come find me after she's done with the instance. I have something to ask of her. She gently leaned on Chunbai's shoulder, her voice incredibly sweet. I've already told her. Just then, Ziqiang suddenly looked up. She smirked. All right, Bai Di. Everyone actually wants you to give them some pointers on combat skills and skill selection. The woman from the end of the bed suddenly popped out. She quickly chimed in. That's right, that's right. Seeing this, Chunbai caressed the woman's cheek with one hand, while his other hand naughtily touched her leg. He asked gently, Your C-rank talent skill tree can be seen at a glance. It doesn't even have many branches. You still want pointers? She nodded vigorously. I do. Seeing this, Chunbai smiled faintly. He nodded in agreement. All right, both of you, send me a screenshot of your skill trees. Just then, the system screen lit up. Chunbai frowned. Purple crystal pupil, 3 evolution paths. Not bad. Ziqiang moved closer to him. She asked in a low voice, How is it? I feel the direction of the purple crystal evolution is very useful. Chunbai replied gently. But you're a queen, not a warrior. The focus for your advancement should probably be mainly on upgrading the purple pupil evolution and adding more mental enhancements. At this point, he carefully gave his assessment. Purple pupil sees the heart, profound and boundless, noble pupil. These abilities help you understand your opponent. Adding new control abilities is more suitable for you. Ziqiang leaned closer, mumbling, Purple pupil sees the heart, see-through attributes. The mental power gap is too large, can even read. Profound and boundless. After speaking, she focused in thought, her face somewhat tense. Her lips moved slightly. If I look, I will enter a dazed state, and even lose my sense of direction. Noble. Just then, Chunbai turned around. Sure way. Next is an overview of your A-rank skills. She hesitated and nodded. I only have 2 skill trees. A moment later, Sherway looked seriously at the screen. Chunbai, beside her, patiently guided her. Few skill trees is not a problem. You should max out this one first, threatening gaze. Within your line of sight, you can create a threatening target. Then, max out see what I see. This and the resonating gaze skill with teammates. In the future, you'll be an indispensable god-tier support. After a while, she obediently nodded. I'll quickly unlock these 2 skills. He encouraged her, keep it up. Your basic skill abilities are actually already very powerful. After Shiwei's turn, Chunbai shifted his attention. Lu Li, your B-rank fragrant illusion statue actually has a skill that can create miracles. She pointed at herself, bewildered. Me? My skills? I've looked at them all carefully. I don't have any damaging abilities. Chunbai immediately lay down. He added gently, No. Look at this, treating illusion as reality. This skill has a strange effect. For an enemy who doesn't understand illusions, the illusion is reality to them. Lie down. Understand? If he believes the nuclear bomb in the illusion is real, then he really will be blown up by a nuclear bomb. Chunbai curled his lips into a smile. Then he continued, This is also the reason why this skill doesn't have any damage description, because anything is possible. Hearing this, Ziqiang chimed in with admiration. Ollie, this ability is too insane. This is a B-rank talent. Chunbai turned to look at her and replied, Not really. Ollie's talent doesn't have skills that create power or momentum fluctuations. Purely, it's very easy to see through. Success or failure will depend on Ollie's technique. He leaned towards the head of the bed. Su Xin, it's your turn for your B-rank advanced move. Chunbai gave a serious assessment. You can completely balance the increase of 3 types of recovery abilities: stamina, blood, and spirit. Because your skills all take effect on yourself first, you have to actively use them to help others recover. After speaking, he appeared modest. Your ability is simple but practical. For now, I haven't met a healing talent better than yours. Just then, Hiro suddenly hugged Chunbai's neck tightly. She acted coquettishly. After Sister Su Xin is done, shouldn't it be my turn? He blatantly ignored her, his gaze shifting. Gamk, you're last. Next is Ling Yu's B-rank, focused concentration. She was momentarily stunned. Thank you, Master. Immediately after, Chunbai gave serious guidance. Your ability may seem like just thinking fast, but this is a god-tier talent for combat. Set a target, focus on the target, you can speed up your thinking, and you can also discard all irrelevant information. At this point, he emphasized each word. So you must choose skills that can help you make judgments about the battle situation and practice one-on-one combat with enemies of different talents. After hearing this, Ling Yu bowed down. She expressed her gratitude. Thank you, Master. Let Ling Yu use actions to thank you for your guidance. Hiro looked dissatisfied. She blatantly judged. This person? She must be focused on you. If I stabbed her right now, she wouldn't even feel it. Seeing this, Chunbai frowned tightly. This won't do. He suddenly flicked his fingertip. Ling Yu looked at the movement, bewildered. Master. Now Chunbai sternly instructed, you must control the target and the duration of your focus. If you can't, then this talent is purely a negative one. She spoke softly. I know. I will practice controlling my ability. Seeing her chance, Hiro rushed forward. It's my turn. It's my turn. At this moment, Chunbai was intently observing the screen. He gave a series of evaluations. C-rank intelligent nature. Increases experience gained and mastery level. Good. Don't miss any usable skills. After maxing them all out, you'll have 10 times the comprehension. Chunbai looked at her with a satisfied smile. And 10 times the learning speed, 10 times the skill mastery. In short, a growth rate 10 times that of a normal person. At that time, you can learn combat postures, learn combat skills well, and master combat methods. Then he didn't forget to tease her. Although your physical strength in this lifetime won't surpass mine, but with exquisite technique, maybe you can conquer me on your own. She bit his hand in dissatisfaction. You hateful Chunbai, you only know how to bully me. I'll bite you to death. Just then, Ziqiang stood up. All right, now that Bai Di has given guidance for everyone's future development. Lu Li leaned over. She reminded them gently. Everyone must work hard. Don't let the future members of the Bai Di Palace look down on you. That would be embarrassing, Bai Di. The group shouted in unison. Yes. We will definitely do our best. Outside, Lung Shuang let out a breath. Bai Di's guidance on the A-rank skill path. I want that too. The next morning, Mato gradually opened his eyes. He sat up excitedly, muttering, Boss Ming's skill is so awesome. She really brought you over here, group leader. At the same time, Ming Ming sent a message. Master, the teleportation distance seems to be too far. I feel dizzy. Chunbai immediately replied, It's your mental power. It was consumed too much in an instant. You should go rest. Over here, Mato sat up. He quickly asked, By D, how is that by D city of yours? He turned and answered curtly, Everything that needs to be calculated and arranged is done. Right now, everyone is working hard to build the perfect by D city. After speaking, Chunbai lowered his voice. All right, how many attribute points did you get from the city building reward? After all, you and Ming Ming killed quite a few special zombies in the dream world. Mato looked embarrassed. He explained hesitantly, Only one. When Boss Ming and I went to eliminate the Screamer horde in the dreamscape, something unexpected happened. They all screamed together. The mental attack was too strong. I was flying using my telekinesis, and after being stunned, I fell to my death. As soon as he finished speaking, the entire space fell silent. Chunbai turned away in frustration. Don't go around telling people you're from chat group 001. I can't bear the shame. Mato became even more flustered. He reached out towards him. Don't, Bai Di. Only you and Ming Ming know about this. It's not embarrassing. For the sake of that chemical plant, I'll take you to see it right away. He turned and smiled. All right, I was just kidding with you. Once you're ready, we'll set off. Hearing this, Mato smiled happily. That's great. That's great. A moment later, Chunbai looked down at the seal on his hand. He thought to himself, the plague seal from the S-rank quest has been sending out strange signals ever since I teleported here, reminding me. It seems what Han Xiao said before, the chemical plant, the plague zombies, are related. Meanwhile, Mato was eagerly running towards the window. Bai Di this way. Chunbai grinned. Bai Di city has just recovered its order. I have to get there quickly. What kind of reward will an S-rank quest have? Chunbai opened his system, thinking to himself, in Jiangcheng, I never dared to check this mask, afraid that Lado would find out I had hidden it. The system brought him a piece of information. High-grade demon bloodline essence. Item. Potion. Description. A crystal of demon blood refined by a special method, making the demon blood power within it purer and more powerful. Usage requirement. Chunbai was quite surprised after reading. I didn't expect those bloodline potions could be refined into an essence of this grade. The most precious thing is that there's no usage requirement. Han Xiao, walking ahead of him, cheered joyfully. Right ahead is Bai Di. It's the place with the green mist. After that, the two slowly set foot on the ground. Chunbai walked forward step by step and asked, Do you know your way around the inside of the factory? Han Xiao replied confidently, I looked into it before the apocalypse. Hearing this, he felt more at ease. Then let's begin. Han Xiao suddenly stopped, his expression hesitant. It seemed he didn't want to go deep inside. I have to go too. This green mist and these fungus spots give me a very dangerous feeling. Chunbai smiled faintly and encouraged him, Don't worry. As long as you don't leave my side by more than 10 meters, nothing will happen. I'll also take you to your father's workplace. It might trigger your quest. Since he had said so, Han Xiao no longer hesitated. He pulled out a mask and put it on, replying, All right, Bai Di. At this moment, in the palm of Chunbai's hand, a butterfly-shaped mark lit up. The plague seal has been activated, unlocking the next quest of the plague sect. The plague factory, A. A special mutation has turned this place into a paradise for viruses and diseases. Quest objective. Reach the source of the plague mutation. Quest reward. 10,000 quest points. Bacteria cultivation skill branch, A. His eyes flashed with determination, ready to face any situation. Here we are. He passed his hands through the green mist screen to absorb the virus. When my level reached 10, my talent was also enhanced. Although there's no description, my ability to control viruses has been significantly improved. Thanks to this talent, Chunbai could easily pass through the green mist screen. He even looked quite comfortable, as if he was enjoying it. Excellent. All microorganisms and viruses within a 10-meter radius are completely under my control. Han Xiao, walking behind him, couldn't help but exclaim, To be able to enjoy yourself in such a terrifying place. You truly are at the pinnacle. Chunbai glanced at him and asked bluntly, making him a little surprised before he nodded in confirmation. You were going to say perverted, weren't you? Immediately after, he pointed up into the air and shouted, Bai Di, there's a monster up there. Chunbai's arm immediately twitched and transformed. A mosquito? In a flash, he had leaped off the ground and shot straight up. His arm was no different from a sharp blade, cleaving the mutated mosquito in two. After destroying it, he landed steadily back on the ground. I hate mosquitoes. Meanwhile, Han Xiao discovered something else and called out to him. Bai Di, look over here. That plague mosquito was guarding near this mushroom. Maybe this is an instance material. Seeing him about to touch the strange, glowing green mushroom in front of him, Chunbai chuckled and stopped him. Don't touch it. If you want an easy death, just taking a sniff will do. Starting from the lungs rotting will be less painful than starting from the hands. Immediately, Han Xiao hurriedly stepped back a few paces. Chunbai calmly walked over, picked the mushroom, and explained, this is a combination of plague virus and bacteria. He then took a large bite, causing Han Xiao's eyes to widen in horror. He ate it. He stammered, advising him, Bai Di, be careful. But he replied nonchalantly, it's fine. I'm immune to these things. At the same time, the system sent him a notification. Notification, absorbed deadly fungus virus hybrid. Gained 150 virus points. Chunbai, after hearing this, stuffed the rest into his mouth, exclaiming as he chewed, not bad. A mouthful of this virus is worth several elite zombies. The system's notification sound rang out again. Notification, absorbed deadly fungus virus hybrid. Gained 350 virus points. He then moved forward again. Let's go. We'll first go to the workshop and rest area where your father worked. Han Xiao replied hesitantly. All right, Bai Di. A while later, the two arrived at Mordo, the staff quarters of the plague factory. Han Xiao observed, looked around for a moment, and said, my father's work area has been checked. There's nothing special. Perhaps the next clue for the quest isn't here. Chunbai made a suggestion. Then let's explore the source of the plague with me. But if I tell you to run, you must leave here immediately. He agreed right away. I will definitely not hesitate. I will absolutely not be a hindrance. The two went outside and continued to explore the surrounding areas. Chunbai pointed up high and asked, that place over there has the highest concentration of plague and virus. Do you know what place that is? He walked closer and replied, that should be the sewage treatment tank. Wastewater from the chemical plants will be concentrated there. Inside, there are two extremely large and deep pools. I only went in there once. The air in there made me feel dizzy just by smelling it. Inside there, quite a few virus fungi are growing. Chunbai forcefully opened the door, and the two entered the wastewater treatment plant of the plague factory. Immediately after, he was in a ready-to-fight stance. Dark energy flew around him, surprising Han Xiao, who shouted, damn, Bai Di. He sternly reminded him, Han Xiao, use your mental power to envelop yourself to prevent being infected by the plague when you're too far from me. He replied. Suddenly, a hooded figure appeared, his voice extremely gloomy. Children of the plague, servants of the virus. The figure jumped down from above, raising his hands. Children of the sect. Chunbai wanted to seize the initiative and charged forward to attack first. He stabbed hard at the man named Pukazumi, causing him to flinch back slightly. However, his attack didn't cause any damage to him. Impossible. It didn't break his defense. The lance is my strongest attack form. How can a D-rank difficulty have such a strong defense? Pukazumi suddenly knelt down, muttering words that were completely incomprehensible to him. Towards our destined God, offer the most respectful ceremony and the most sincere prayer. May our destined God soon light the divine flame and spread the grace of the plague throughout the world. Han Xiao said to him in confusion, Bai Di, are they kneeling to you? He replied hesitantly, I'm not sure either. Maybe. Immediately after, Bakazumi gave him the answer. Of course, we are kneeling to you, great and destined God. Bakazumi is always ready to offer everything to you, be it life or soul. Plague Sect Master, Muka, Trend, level 71. Chunbai seemed to remember something. A level 71 3-transmission saint? In my past life, the highest I reached was only level 79. How could someone with such power appear at the very beginning of the trial? However, when Meng Meng became my disciple, the mental perception was only D rank. Yet, despite such a large gap, I can still perceive the name and level of the saint. Unbelievable. He definitely has no defenses against me. He probed, asking the man, I am the destined God of you all. Bakazumi affirmed with certainty, that's right. The high priest used his life as the price to guide your appearance to the sect. The one who received the mark of the plague at the very beginning of the trial. You are surely our destined God. A corner of his mouth lifted slightly, his mind quite excited. In my past life, I heard that every high-level talent has its own unique opportunity. That is the most precious thing. Perhaps this is the special opportunity of the virus monarch, the god of plague. It feels much stronger than Han Zhao's demon bloodline in the story. Chunbai continued to ask, "What can you do for me?" Bakazumi seemed to be waiting for just this and replied with a smile. "We paid a great price to enter the trial ahead of schedule, precisely so that we could help you in the trial." The man looked very excited. "How fortunate. I was able to meet you so early. Every one of our members who came here can offer you a treasure from the plague sect, corresponding to each person's strength. I'm sorry, we cannot directly give you all the treasures, in order to avoid being discovered and interfered with by the will of the universe." Chunbai stood before him and replied, "It's fine." Bakazumi continued, "Thank you for your understanding, destined god. Please tell me what kind of treasure you need." He smiled faintly, looked at the man, and asked, "Do you have a class change scroll?" Bakazumi, after hearing Chunbai's request, was a bit stunned with surprise. A class change scroll? Then, the man placed the staff in his hand down, bowed his head, and replied, "Of course we do." He didn't hesitate to bring out all the treasures. A-rank Plague Emissary, A-rank Imperial Guard, and also the S-rank Calamity Bearer, the most precious in our sect. Han Xiao, behind him, was startled and shouted, "S-rank." Chunbai, however, showed no surprise at all. He sighed and asked, "Do you have an S-rank?" Bakazumi looked up at him and said honestly, "You may not know, but an S-rank profession from the very beginning is almost impossible. Many gods also started from A-rank or even B-rank professions and advanced to S-rank." Chunbai's face darkened, his tone becoming extremely cold. "I know, but I only need an S-rank class change scroll." Suddenly, Bakazumi burst into tears, repeating what he had just said. "Only need an S-rank scroll." The man raised his hands high, crying and laughing as he shouted, "This is our future god. The plague sect has a chance to be revived." Seeing this, Chunbai became embarrassed. He suggested in a gentle voice, "If you don't have it, I can look at other items." Bakazumi smiled brightly at him, his tone extremely excited. No, we have it. We have a way to get it. An S-rank scroll." Chunbai was a bit surprised and asked again, "You can?" The man, still kneeling on the ground, replied, "That's right. It's not a guaranteed acquisition, and you'll need to go get it yourself." He immediately asked, "What way?" Bakasumi's face seemed to light up. He happily showed Chunbai the way. "I can open a special secret space. It can lead to the largest plague event that has ever occurred in the history of the Blue Star. You will enter it to collect the plague seeds that have been recorded in history. Those seeds will be used to condense into a class change scroll, and there's a chance to get an S-rank scroll." After hearing this, Chunbai rubbed his chin and thought seriously, "If there's a chance, I definitely have to try." Bakazumi at this time had picked up his staff and began to read the divine command. "I offer my life, strength, and soul as a sacrifice, becoming a ladder leading to my God, the divine path of the plague." Immediately after, the man's body slowly began to burn. He screamed in pain. The green sparks flew up into the air, while his body was gradually being consumed. A moment later, Bakazumi had completely disappeared, leaving only his staff to fall to the ground. The system appeared and asked Chunbai, "Do you want to enter the separate, secret instance, the Lament of 80 million souls? Time remaining to enter the instance is 2 minutes, 56 seconds, 13. Before entering the secret instance, he glanced back and said to Han Xiao, "Sorry, this is a separate instance. I can't take you in." He rubbed the back of his neck and replied awkwardly, "By D, what you mean is, a boss that strong sacrificed everything just to open an instance. I wouldn't dare to go in either." Chunbai looked up and continued, "The time the dedicated portal is open is limited. I'll take you out first. If you go out on your own, you'll either be killed by insects or infected by the plague." Immediately after, he did as he said, taking Han Xiao out to Mordo, near the plague factory area. After that, he immediately returned to the dedicated portal. Watching him leave in a hurry, Han Xiao stood there dazed for a moment. What did I just go through? He opened his system, sat down, and sent a message to the chat channel. Your King Han. I'm in Mordo, just said goodbye to Bai D. You guys can't guess what I just went through. Yeezy at your King Han. How is Bai D? I'm really not a sword immortal. Ask for me when Bai D and Meng Meng are free. I still have one more instance I haven't cleared. Your King Han. Sword immortal, you just wait. Bai D probably doesn't have time to help you. Tyrant, still being secretive. Careful, or I'll poke a few holes in you in Mordo. Your King Han. Don't. Brother Tyrant, please put away your weapon. I'll talk. Your King Han. A super strong NPC knelt down and offered a class change scroll to Bai D, and Bai D wasn't even satisfied. Tyrant read Han Zhao's message and couldn't believe it. Tyrant, how super strong. Your King Han, wearing a cloth robe. Bai D attacked with all his might and couldn't break his defense. Really strong. Tyrant, how is that possible? Wuya was equally astonished. Wuya, what class change scroll was it? Your King Han. 2 A rank scrolls, 1 S rank scroll. Wuya. Shui Chuan looked quite silent. Shui Chuan, and Bai D still wasn't satisfied. Your King Han, Bai D said it. If it's not S rank, then forget it. He doesn't need it. Yeezy was like she was just watching the drama. Your King Han. And then what? That NPC sacrificed himself for Bai D to open an instance to go get an S rank class change scroll. Yeezy sacrificed himself? Everyone in the chat channel was buzzing with discussion. Successor of the 5-needle wind thorn. The gap between Bai D and us must be even greater than the gap between us and ordinary evolved people. Tyrant. Every time after I go on a killing spree and get news about Bai D, it makes my little bit of pride disappear. Your King Han. I advise you not to look for trouble anymore. Don't compare yourself with Bai D to see who's stronger. You should use Bai D to show off. Your King Han. Being in the same group as Bai D, and its chat group 001, isn't that cool? Yeezy, you're right. But I don't want to use Bai D to show off. I want to do the opposite. Lu Huai use. Meanwhile, Chun Bai had entered the separate, secret instance. Suddenly, a necklace appeared around his neck. Why did an hourglass appear? Although he didn't understand why he had it, he quickly tucked it into his shirt and looked around. This place is... At this moment, Chun Bai was standing in front of a large, white Roman gate. This secret realm? Florence. He looked around, moving cautiously. This must be Florence in the Middle Ages. No wonder it's called the capital of art, the world. But he had been walking for quite a while, but hadn't seen a single person, which surprised him. Why is there no one here? Suddenly, in a small alley, a person in a hooded cloak coughed softly, making him stop. Chun Bai glanced in that direction. Someone's there. Seeing him approach, the hooded figure hugged their knees and curled up, coughing and trying to stop him. Stay away, stranger. I am a filthy sinner. I was punished by God, that's why I got sick. He placed his hand on the person's head to draw out the virus, his voice extremely gentle. A pitiful person. Do you want to live? System notification. Absorb the Black Death virus. Plague virus. Virus points increased by 3. He looked at his palm and thought, so it's the Black Death. The system continued to send him notifications. Contact with the Black Death. Unlocked Plague Sect Quest, Hidden Instance Branch, Fighting the Plague, The Lament of 80 Million Souls. Quest Introduction. In the history of the Blue Star, the Black Death caused at least 80 million deaths. The plague spread across this land. The Plague Sect has the responsibility and ability to recover these plague seeds. Quest Objective. Collect the plague seeds. Quest Reward. The collected plague seeds will be converted into a plague-type, class change scroll when the quest ends. After hearing this, Chun Bai was a bit confused, wondering to himself, what are plague seeds? How do I collect them? I need to figure these things out first. The hooded person was completely cured. She took off her hood, her eyes wide with astonishment. It seems. She turned to look at him, making the sign of the cross with her hand, and said, Thank you, messenger of God. Thank you for driving away my plague. I am willing to follow you and serve you. Chun Bai reached for the eagle mask on his shoulder, thinking to himself, that's right. I really need followers and fame. Getting information and finding things will be much more convenient this way. He put it on and replied humbly, no need to make the sign of the cross anymore. I am not a messenger of God. The girl, named Elena, looked at him seriously and asked, Then which God's messenger are you? Chunbai took a step forward, hesitated slightly, and replied, I am not a messenger. He extended his hand, using Elena as a messenger to serve his purpose. I am the god of pestilence. Go and tell everyone. I can eradicate your plague. Tell them to come find me at the Lord's Square. Elena stood alone in the middle of the street, shouting loudly, Those who have suffered the misery of the plague, listen to me. The god of pestilence has descended upon the world and is now at the Lord's Square. She always wore a comforting smile on her face. Let's go to the Lord's Square. The god of pestilence will destroy our virus. Following Elena's footsteps, probing eyes appeared through the cracks in the doors. They all stared at the girl walking down the street, chattering incessantly. Those who have suffered the misery of the plague, come to the Lord's Square. From above, someone was also watching her figure. If you don't believe me, you can come out and look at me. You all know me. The person inside who was babysitting couldn't help but be curious. Who's shouting outside? It's poor Elena. She then spoke in a bitter tone. That poor girl. Perhaps she has lost her mind due to her illness. As if understanding everyone's thoughts, Elena hurriedly explained everything. I am Elena, the daughter of the wealthy merchant Henry, who donated all his wealth to the church, yet his entire family still died from the plague. Everyone come and see. Henry's Elena, have completely recovered. The old woman only dared to peek out after hearing this. Child, are you really well? She became even more confident and questioned, Have you heard me shouting on the street for so long without coughing? Seeing that people had moved out onto the street, Elena continued to persuade. Everyone, look, the god of pestilence has healed me. You don't need to donate or bleed, nor do you need to pray. Just go to the Lord's Square. A pair of wary hands suddenly placed themselves on her forehead. At this moment, the woman was stunned. It's true. It's true. No coughing and no fever. Tears streamed down the old woman's face. Oh God, are my children saved? After that, the view shifts to a clear blue sky. Chunbai was strolling down a medieval European street. Florence, Lord's Square. From the situation in the city, it's probably the 14th century. The treatment for the Black Death relied entirely on faith and bloodletting. In the 14th century, the Black Death plague in Europe claimed the lives of about 25 million people. Globally, the death toll from the Black Death was over 80 million. His mood was still weighed down by a heavy stone. If the source of the plague isn't here, do I have to travel the world? Suddenly, a familiar voice rang out by his ear. Great and merciful God of pestilence. Elena led a group of people, constantly coughing, to Chunbai. Please forgive me for not knowing the proper etiquette and address when meeting you. As you instructed, I have tried to bring everyone here. After seeing the people, he urged them without hesitation. Come a little closer. Don't be afraid, you poor children. The people's eyes widened slightly with a bit of suspicion. To prove it, Chunbai extended his hand towards the family of three in front. May everyone be free from the invasion of the plague. The streams of his aura were absorbing the virus in the boy's body, causing him to gradually calm down. Everyone saw this and remained silent, allowing Chunbai to use his power to absorb the harmful virus for them. A moment later, everyone had almost regained their senses and recognized each other. Dad, the boy, seeing his mother like that, comforted her. Mom, don't cry. I don't feel bad anymore. Are you still not feeling well, Mom? She also tried to hold back her emotions and replied to her son, It's okay. I don't feel bad anymore either. Now, they all had formed a sense of worship and showered him with endless praise. That's great. I feel much more comfortable. I don't have a fever or a cough anymore. My strength has returned. This is truly a miracle. Great Bishop of the Radiant Church. You fool. He's not the God of the Radiant Church. Don't offend the great God of pestilence. Everyone knelt down to show their devotion to Chunbai. Great God, thank you for saving us from the plague. I vow to forever believe in you, God of pestilence. However, he was not interested in fame and quickly instructed them, Get up. You may still feel a little uncomfortable. That's because the plague has caused some damage to your bodies. Leave here, go back and rest for a while, and your bodies will gradually recover. Chunbai's gaze swept over the crowded group behind them. Go quickly. Behind you, there are still many children afflicted by the plague. As they left, he left behind a very righteous statement. Your worship is not what I want. What I desire is for everyone to no longer be troubled by the plague." Hearing these words, the old woman cried until she trembled. "Oh God, you truly think so much for us sinners. How can I praise your greatness?" Seeing this, Elena stood up and waved her hand, shouting, "We should not disturb the Holy One who is driving away the plague. Those who have recovered, follow me and leave the Arnold River Bridge. Let's spread the God's compassion throughout all of Florence." Suddenly, a pair of heavy, malicious footsteps approached. Seeing the scene, they all started to flee. "The inquisitors of the church are here," the leading knight arrogantly shouted. "Someone has reported that there is a person here claiming to be a god and spreading heretical beliefs. Unrelated people, move aside." From beginning to end, he showed contempt for Chunbai. "Are you the one spreading heretical beliefs? I heard you call yourself the god of pestilence." After speaking, the knight drew his sword and advanced. "The plague is a punishment from God. How can there be a god of pestilence? You foolish heretics." However, he was not afraid at all, and even secretly smiled. An opportunity. Right at that moment, a powerful slash cut through the air. Chunbai, with 3 swords piercing him, still had the mind to scheme. The opportunity to completely become a god here. Another one, thinking he had won, didn't hesitate to raise his sword threateningly. "The heretic has been eliminated. You sinners, have you still not repented for your sins? Kneel down and repent. You have been bewitched by the heretic. This is why you must suffer the plague." However, he was quickly silenced by the words of his 2 subordinates. Captain." The soldiers looked at him, taking off his mask in panic. "He's completely unharmed." "Over here." She also quickly ran over with a stone in her hand. "Damn it! How dare you!" Hearing the noise, Chunbai raised his hand to stop her. "Stop, Elena. I'm not injured." But Elena was still very dissatisfied. "I understand. The great god of pestilence will naturally not be harmed by these swords. But they dared to attack you." She couldn't help but express all the anger in her heart. "You will surely have to deal with these foolish and ignorant knights of the Radiant Church. Inflict upon them the punishment of a god." The knights, hearing this, were a little scared. He immediately cut Elena off. "You are wrong, Elena. They cannot harm me. I will not hold it against them, nor will I resent them, nor will I punish them. Today, no matter how many times they stab me with their swords, I will continue to help everyone escape the suffering of the plague." The people, waiting for this sentence to be uttered, couldn't have been happier. This is the true God, the true merciful Lord. "Oh God, merciful God of pestilence, we vow to follow you forever." The group of bad guys was also very surprised by this scene. At this moment, Heike had brought his frustration out into the open. Of the Radiant Church, the great cathedral, 3 days. That damn heretic, in just 3 days, has made at least 90% of the entire city's population his followers. Today is Sunday, yet only 7 people came to the cathedral. The man couldn't accept it and blamed John. "Bishop, that day at the Lord's Square, I should have sent the entire night squad to kill him. You insisted on stopping me. Now our people have all run over there. Even the knights are down to only 5 men. We don't even have enough to guard the cathedral." He also clearly expressed his disgust for Haken. "I stand by my view, Archbishop Haken. You have also seen what has happened in these 3 days." John's eyes suddenly looked out into the distance. He appeared too suddenly, demonstrating the ability to drive away the plague. In just 3 days, he went through the entire city, curing the plague for everyone. His mind drifted, picturing the scene of Chun by divinely healing. John was forced to give him a new assessment. He taught his followers how to prevent and contain the spread of the plague, and led them to care for and treat those who had been cured of the plague but had not yet recovered their health. At the same time, she was directing everyone's work. In his heart, he unconsciously wanted to protect Chunbai. Although his doctrines are obscure and difficult to understand, all are new words like tiny creatures, hygiene, reproduction, bacteria, and so on, but none of them restrict the followers or demand offerings. John's subconscious once again conjured his image. He was deep in thought, but his mouth was still active, talking too much. He also told everyone that a merciful God would not let good people fight among themselves over beliefs. If we had attacked him that day, in the eyes of the people, there would be no doubt as to who was the God and who was the devil. After hearing his thoughts, Haken made a judgment. It sounds like you're a follower of the plague sect, John. The more he spoke, the more he gritted his teeth in anger. Are you not worried for the Radiant Church, for our master? John took a step forward and began to see the light. Our master is the supreme, true God. We do not need to worry for him. The ones we need to worry about are ourselves. I have written a letter to the Pope, reporting what has happened here. In another place, a magical purple energy was surrounding an object. This is a plague seed. Chunbai sat leisurely in the room of some noble. The virus throughout Florence, after being extracted by me, has condensed into this. Knowing how to obtain plague seeds is a joyous matter, but all of Florence has only made this much progress. This is truly bad news. As soon as he finished speaking, a notification screen popped up, silencing him for a moment. Plague seed. Plague, the Black Death. Condensation progress, 0.001%. Gained ability, Pillar of Pestilence. Establishes a Pillar of Pestilence. Those who pray before the Pillar of Pestilence and receive its baptism can transfer the pestilence into the Pillar of Pestilence. The pestilence within the Pillar of Pestilence will transform into plague seeds. It seems I have to travel the world to fully condense it. Suddenly, Elena pushed open the door and called in. My lord, your most loyal followers are all waiting for you. Chunbai replied, I know. When he stepped out, she was already prostrate on the ground. The people also cheered joyfully. Chunbai remained silent, looking at the scene below. All things decay, but life is eternal. Only after a while did he speak and instruct. The plague of Florence has been eradicated. I will have to go to other places. Before I leave, I will leave something for you all. Following Chunbai's words, the Pillar of Pestilence appeared. This is the Pillar of Pestilence. Those who pray and receive baptism before this pillar can remove the plague. The people, hearing these words, were overjoyed. Thank you, great God, for bestowing this miracle upon us. However, he did not stop his instructions there. Don't rely on it too much. After I take this plague away and leave this world, it will lose its effect. You must remember well the key points about the origin, prevention, treatment, and even research that I have taught. Chunbai slowly spread his righteous ideology to everyone. Do not be afraid, my people. You can coexist in this world. Use them properly, and they will also help you. Finally, never forget the doctrine of the plague sect. Elena quickly came to his side, blushing. We will definitely remember your teachings. Remember the doctrine of the plague sect. We will establish the cathedral of the plague sect here and spread your teachings throughout the world. Chunbai didn't mind patting her head. Thank you. I'll be counting on you from now on. He couldn't linger here for too long, so he had to quickly say his goodbyes. Then, may you all never suffer from the plague again. Farewell, my children. Following Chunbai's words was the unified voice of the people. All things decay, but life is eternal. Even as he walked out of the city, he had to look back. All things decay, but life is eternal. It all reached Chunbai's ears, not a single word missed. All things decay, but life is eternal. He couldn't help but sigh. I've come so far, yet I can still hear the people in the city reciting the doctrine. The fervor of people in this era for faith is truly beyond imagination. A hint of joy flashed in Chunbai's eyes. But this is exactly what I want. This will be a great help in my collection of plague seeds. He strode, as if strolling along with the earth's axis. The fame of a god will make people gather to me, saving me a lot of effort on my path to collecting plague seeds. Without the title of a god, I'm afraid it would take me at least 10 years to complete the condensation of the plague seeds. Now it should be much less effort. Chunbai began to silently calculate in his heart. Then I'll just complete this instance in the identity of a god. Very quickly, a new scene appeared after a few days. The great cathedral of St. Peter, Vatican. Soren, upon meeting him, immediately prostrated himself. Your Holiness the Pope, may the Lord bless you. Why have you summoned me here? The one seated on high did not want to hide anything and went straight to the point. The failure of the Eastern campaign has made God very disappointed in us. The devil took the opportunity to release the plague to harm all living beings. The Pope went on a long rant, finally mentioning the person who annoyed him. At this critical moment, a heretic is using the plague to steal the followers of our Radiant Church. Hearing this, the captain of the Holy Temple Knight Squad, Shone, stood up very obediently. You mean the one who calls himself the god of pestilence, who can eradicate the plague? These people with wavering faith, do they have a brain at all? To believe in such a deceptive trick. However, the old man denied this. He walked all the way from Florence here, repelling all the plague. The man, hearing this, was shocked. He can really eliminate the plague? Could it be? The Pope, seeing his expression, immediately began to brainwash Saron. Shown, he can eliminate the plague, so he must be a demon. The demon released the plague, then went to collect it, using it to fake a miracle, to deceive the followers of the Radiant Church, to harm them, to use them, to prevent them from going to heaven. As expected, the man was quickly filled with hatred. Cunning demon, to use such a devilish trick. The things the old man had arranged were all revealed through this conversation. That heretic has come to the Vatican. I have sent someone to lure him to the square. I have also sent people to gather the populace, telling everyone to go to the square. At this point, the Pope immediately walked straight to the nearby spear. Show, take the spear of Longinus. Kill the demon in front of everyone. Go and proclaim the glory of the Lord God. Our Lord God, for the followers of the Church, for the purification of evil in this world. The man did not disappoint the old man and swore a solemn oath. May the Lord God protect me. Kill the demon, so that the world may know the truth. The scene shifts to a large square. The boy was very excited, pointing and introducing. This is the largest square in the Vatican. The boy led Chunbai here, then turned to leave, not forgetting to remind him. Wait a moment, sir. I'll go inform everyone that you've arrived. Everyone has heard of your deeds. Everyone is eagerly awaiting your arrival. He replied with some embarrassment. Thank you, little one. Go quickly. I will wait here. When the boy left, Chunbai was lost in his own thoughts. After leaving Florence, the Radiant churches in other cities either blocked me outside the city or shut their gates tightly, while spreading rumors that I was a demon. But here, it was a person who wasn't sick at all who came to welcome me. He couldn't help but sneer inwardly. What a despicable trick. Above was a finely carved cross symbol. A sculpture, the symbol of the Radiant Church. Chunbai somewhat guessed the meaning behind these actions this time. It seems they finally couldn't hold back anymore and have decided to deal with me completely at their headquarters. But this is also an opportunity to completely resolve this troublesome church, which I have been longing for. Despite this, he didn't get angry, but rather felt a bit of anticipation. Come on, let me see what tricks you'll use. A black-haired man frowned slightly upon seeing the scene opposite him. He hurriedly informed everyone. Come quickly. The Holy See will judge the heretic who cured the plague. Suddenly, the man pointed towards Chunbai's back. At the same time, he turned his head to look at the crowd. Can he really cure the plague? The blonde woman, hearing this, tightened the cloak around her. It must be fake. Otherwise, why would the Holy See condemn him? From afar, the Pope approached. He grimaced, showing his hatred for the opponent. You demon, the Lord God has given his will. You must be destroyed. Sorn, walking beside him, immediately raised the spear in his hand. He frowned, showing his courage. With the spear of Longinus here, you cannot escape, you evil creature. Seeing the scene before him, Chunbai just smirked sarcastically. He calmly observed and thought to himself, looking at their attire, they are probably the Pope and the knights. How thoughtful. Even the stage has been set up. Then, Chunbai confidently raised his head. He slowly extended his arms forward. O slaves of the glorious God, I came to the mortal world to destroy the plague. How dare you use the name of the Lord God to slander me as a devil? Hearing this, the Pope burst out laughing contemptuously. He pointed straight at the opposite side. It's all lies. The Lord has spoken very clearly to me. You are the devil of the abyss, using deceitful tricks to shake people's faith in the Lord. The more he explained, the more excited he became, and the smile on his lips grew brighter. First, you released the plague to harm all living beings, and then you healed them, luring those who do not know the truth to abandon their faith in the Lord. The crowd below stirred. The blonde woman looked disappointed. He can really cure the plague? And I thought. The person standing next to her nodded in reply. It's true. I saw it with my own eyes on the way to Florence. Meanwhile, the woman in the black cloak burst into tears. She hugged her child tightly. Then why doesn't the Holy See let him cure the disease first before punishing him? My son is about to die. Hearing the crowd's clamor, the Pope secretly cast his eyes upon them. He suppressed his anger. The fear caused by the plague had shaken the people's faith. Then he put on a disgusted expression. At the same time, he raised his hands as if issuing a command. If you can eliminate the plague, then the Lord will mercifully spare your life. But your mistake was daring to secretly cast a spell on them. The Pope frowned, gritting his teeth and speaking in an accusatory tone, and to have their souls, after death, be eternally tormented in hell. The people, hearing this, fearfully stepped back. They muttered in surprise, "So that's how it is? What a vicious demon." But Chunbai just stood calmly, listening to the angry words from the surrounding crowd. Kill him. Condemn him. Judge him. Immediately, Shou tightened his grip on the spear in his hand and charged forward. He put on the air of a righteous person. The believers of the Lord are calling. Die, you demon. When the spear flew towards Chunbai, he just gently lifted a finger to block it. A golden light radiated out. Even though Soren used so much force that his body trembled, he still couldn't attack Chunbai. Seeing this, he just coldly released his hand. His gaze was fixed on the spear in front of him. Give up. This spear was already a mistake. It hurt the Son of God. Now it is unwilling to do it a second time, so don't force it. Soren's face was filled with astonishment. He stared at the opponent, his mind in turmoil. How is this possible? At the same time, Chunbai calmly walked past Shou. Am I a demon? The Pope gritted his teeth in anger. He glared back and replied, What are you talking about? The woman outside, hearing this, just found it ridiculous. The man standing next to her sneered. The Pope? How could he be a demon? Chunbai still maintained a confident look. He clenched his fist, preparing for a powerful punch. Whether you are a demon or not, everyone will soon find out. Then, Chunbai attacked the Pope's neck. This caused him to gasp, spitting out a stream of saliva. The knights, seeing this, drew their swords. They angrily gritted their teeth and charged in. The Pope. He killed the Pope. Quick, save the Pope. Soren had just turned around when he saw the Pope lying on the stone floor. He glared at Chunbai in fury. Damn you. I was actually bewitched by you, distracted by your question. You truly are a demon. In contrast, Chunbai calmly bowed his head and observed the Pope's body, which was trembling uncontrollably. He ordered, Show yourself, you demon who has usurped the Pope's throne. As for Shou, he was now filled with astonishment. He was approaching when he suddenly froze and stammered. Suddenly, the Pope grew a horn on his forehead. He bared his teeth with a gruesome smile. The people, seeing his appearance, were terrified. They hurriedly moved away from him. That's a demon's horn. What happened to the Pope? The Pope's body was extremely muscular. He hunched his back and approached Chunbai step by step. His voice was full of anger. I must kill you. Hearing this, Chunbai smirked, satisfied. It seemed he had anticipated this. This is exactly what I was hoping for. He suddenly recalled the sight of black tentacles growing from his back, along with hands with sharp claws. My ability is too terrifying for people of this era. If I use this ability, it will make everyone completely believe the Pope's slander. In the hazy space, Chunbai slowly took something like a stone from midair. If arguing with the Pope is too foolish, even releasing a virus to kill him wouldn't completely convince everyone. Fortunately, I have this. It was the A-rank demon bloodline essence condensed when he went to pick up Meng Meng. He remembered the moment he pretended to attack the Pope, which was actually a plot. When I pushed it into the Pope's body and crushed it, while also adding some zombie virus as a double insurance measure. Item used, demon bloodline essence, A+. Immediately, the Pope changed shape, his eyes glowing red. This was within Chunbai's expectations. No matter which one takes effect, the Pope will be doubted by the eyes of his followers and truly be considered a monster. Suddenly, the Pope opened his mouth wide, and a fireball accumulated inside. His flames attacked the surrounding people. They ran in panic. A demon. It's a demon. Run. Seeing this, Chunbai bent down. He smiled, intently observing the scene that had just unfolded. The demon's stop and the demon's retreat were originally the effects of the bloodline essence. The situation is settled. The requirements to use the A-rank demon bloodline are very strict. Meanwhile, the most surprised person was Soren. His face was aghast, as if he couldn't believe his eyes. The Pope is actually a demon? But Chunbai calmly watched the Pope trembling on the stone floor. He was satisfied with this. His body will soon collapse completely because it cannot withstand the power of this bloodline. Then, Chunbai stood behind Soren. He raised his arms high with a righteous expression. A demon from hell has possessed the Pope, distorted the doctrines, and harmed the glorious followers. And now, you still dare to prevent me from eliminating the plague and healing the living? I cannot forgive this. Next, he frowned tightly. At the same time, he pointed towards the opposite side. Today, I will inflict divine punishment upon you. Immediately, the Pope's body was torn apart. Streams of dark liquid splattered everywhere. He rolled his eyes back. The crowd below was uniformly surprised. They quickly cheered for Chunbai. He killed the demon. He killed the demon. As for Soren, he hurriedly knelt at Chunbai's feet. He bowed his head and pleaded, Knight Commander Soren of the Holy Sea of Light, I wish to repent to you. My mind was blinded by the demon. I have committed the sin of obstructing you. Soren is willing to accept punishment. Chunbai extended his hand towards him. He smiled with great tolerance, his gaze gentle. I appreciate your courage and faith, but I want you to know that God does not punish humans. God does not care about that. I came here this time for only one thing, the only thing in this world, and that is to take away the plague. It seemed Soren was moved by Chunbai. He looked up with an excited face. I understand, O great and merciful God of pestilence. I will immediately bring all the sick people in the city to you. Then, Chunbai took the hand of a small girl. He smiled a radiant smile, looking at the people surrounding him. Since the Vatican destroyed the demons, the Holy See has declined rapidly, and the plague sect has risen just as quickly. There are no longer any obstacles to my actions in Europe. Everyone has heard of the name of the God of pestilence, and all cities with the plague are preparing to welcome my arrival. Then Chunbai put on his tattered cloak again. His footprints were imprinted on the vast map. The roots of the plague, which had long since flooded every city and village in Europe. But the condensation of the plague seeds is far from over. I must continue to move forward and travel throughout Asia and Oceania, and have seen many different races, religions, and dynasties. The purple stone with small items around it was floating in Chunbai's palm. It's been 1 year, 5 months, and 12 days. Finally, it's a success. At this moment, he was sitting on the stairs. Chunbai looked at the opposite direction with satisfaction. His eyes flashed with determination. Next, I just need to recover the root of the plague. Although this instance has no strong enemies, it is indeed very difficult. A stream of thought flashed through Chunbai's mind as he looked at the cities below. If I had known before entering that it would take so much time to complete, I really wouldn't have wanted to set foot in this instance at all. After all, a year and a half before the apocalypse is extremely precious. Chunbai stood with his hands on his hips, his gaze fixed on the city in the distance. He faintly heard someone ask, Do you want to recover all the plague seeds in the pillar of pestilence? His face was somewhat excited. A radiant smile bloomed on his lips as he replied, Yes. At the same time, Elena led everyone to kneel before the pillar of pestilence. She clasped her hands and bowed respectfully. O great God of pestilence, may your journey be smooth, and may you soon complete your plan. Suddenly, she sat up in surprise. Her eyes widened as she stared at the opposite side. The man frowned and observed. At the same time, he approached Elena and asked, What happened, High Priestess Elena? The pillar of God, why? Tears rolled down Elena's cheeks. At this moment, she smiled gratefully and exclaimed, The God has completed his journey. Now he wants to return to the divine kingdom. Her hand was placed on her chest. At the same time, she turned her head to look at the man from before. Everyone, let's chant the doctrine that the God gave us, so that the God knows we have remembered it in our hearts. The man was momentarily surprised. However, he quickly obeyed her. High Priestess. Elena's hands were clasped together in prayer. She closed her eyes with a gentle smile on her lips. We call ourselves the Plague Sect, not because we worship disaster and destruction. Elena's voice rang out at the same time as those in cloaks behind her, nor because we praise decay and death. The people living on the street were suddenly attracted by the light in the sky. They all clasped their hands in front of their chests. Then they bowed their heads in a gesture of respect and spoke. But because we hope for peace and beauty in the world, for everyone to be healthy and happy. Streams of light intertwined and wrapped around the pillar of pestilence. The women in white cloaks were kneeling before the pillar. They chanted in unison, "Therefore, we need to understand the plague, so that they can never harm us again." Elena's eyes were closed. Her face was calm before the light emanating from the pillar of pestilence. "Therefore, we hope to control the plague, so that they can help us crush evil." Their voices seemed to blend together. "Once, in ignorance and delusion, we slaughtered each other." The hoods of their cloaks covered their heads. The women clasped their hands and mumbled, "Now, knowing the plague, we do not harm each other." In front of them, a stream of sparkling light suddenly appeared and flew up into the sky. The entire city seemed to fall silent. This made the stream of light even more prominent. In the future, when controlling the plague, we will stand shoulder to shoulder. At this moment, Soren stood at the head of the knights. He, like them, bowed his head in deep reverence before the pillar of pestilence. Finally, the plague will become our weapon. The monks sat cross-legged nearby. In front of them were plates of golden fruit, fighting to protect all living beings. Along with them were the mages, wearing yin-yang robes. They clasped their hands and brought them forward. It will make the demons who wreak havoc in the mortal world tremble. In the quiet desert, a group of tribal people knelt repeatedly before the pillar of pestilence. As it glowed, the rays of the pillar seemed to spread across the entire giant earth. It will make the bloodthirsty and cruel demons revere it. It will cause the enemies of all living beings to perish. The purple stream of light, like the tentacles of an octopus, wanted to wrap around the earth and swallow all things. In this world, all things will eventually head towards decay and ruin. But billions of living beings will stand shoulder to shoulder, constantly developing, never to be extinguished. All things decay, but life is eternal. Chunbai's deep voice slowly rang out amidst the scene of the pillar of pestilence in the middle of the city. All things decay, but life is eternal. The prayers from Elena and others all entered Chunbai's ears. He spread his arms and closed his eyes, feeling, all things decay, but life is eternal. I hear it. It's their voice. May the glory of my Lord forever shine upon the world. Suddenly, Chunbai opened his eyes and observed his surroundings. He was momentarily surprised and asked, "These are all their sincere prayers?" A sound from the sky suddenly rang out, cutting him off. Mission complete. Leaving the instance. The scene of a gloomy factory appeared. The plague factory, in Mordo. The system screen gradually appeared. Mission rewards are being generated. A scroll floated and emitted a sparkling light. At this moment, Chunbai landed on the ground. He raised an eyebrow and looked at the scroll falling into his hand. Class change scroll, fire of life and death. All things are born, bringing countless possibilities. All things interact, bringing countless surprises. All things struggle, bringing endless disasters. All things bring new, limitless life. Do not be afraid. You are a part of the fire of life and death. The fire of life and death is also a power that inherently belongs to you. Usage requirement. Possess the virus monarch talent. Chunbai's finger lightly brushed the scroll. He smiled with interest as he observed it. This proves it's not a recognized ability. I want to change my class right now to C, but Leto's mission is to see 2 scrolls, not 2 professions. A light breeze blew the tail of Chunbai's coat. He took a step, heading straight for the door in front of him. Now that I have 1 S-rank class change scroll, I must prepare to get the second one. As far as I know, there is an S-rank class change scroll in the abyss. Suddenly, the system announced again, Plague Factory mission has failed. This made Chunbai quite surprised. He felt confused and looked up. What's going on? Didn't I already find the source of the Plague Factory? A green light snaked at his feet. But Chunbai was still deep in thought as he looked at the notification board. When I found Pukazumi, there was no notification of mission completion. It seems the source of the plague I had to find in the mission was something that had been transformed by his existence. After he died from the sacrifice, the source must have dissipated due to the loss of support from his power. That's why I failed the mission. In front of Chunbai were giant mushrooms lined up in a long row. He thought to himself, it must be these mushrooms. He put one hand in his pocket, while the other controlled the system screen. Chunbai quickly left the factory. I wonder how Bai D City is doing now. and the people in the chat group. A conversation screen appeared in midair. Chunbai, Ziqiang, what's the situation in by D City now? What level of strength has everyone reached? Song Ziqiang, reconstruction has officially begun. I've also chosen a location to place the supercomputing center and the production line. Song Ziqiang, a few days ago, after everyone received your guidance, they all have a direction to strive for. Song Ziqiang, but it's only been 4.5 days. Everyone is also helping to build by D City, so their strength hasn't changed much. Suddenly, Chunbai was stunned. He frowned and mumbled to himself, his face full of astonishment. 4.5 days? I was clearly in the instance for 1.5 years. Then he reached up and took the hourglass hanging around his neck. Chunbai silently speculated. It seems to be related to the hourglass. When it bound itself to me, it had already merged with me, appearing or hiding based on my consciousness. Chunbai's hand tightened around the hourglass. He remembered the moment he controlled it in the past, but it appeared on its own in the instance. Moreover, the only thing that can make a year feel like a day is this. Suddenly, on the large screen, a continuous stream of messages from everyone popped up. Your King Han. Brothers, I was just notified that my and Baidi's Plague Factory mission failed. The Crow. Yi Zi. Where's Baidi? How is Baidi? Shui Chuan at Bai. What about the mission to get the S-rank scroll? Did you get the S-rank scroll? Tyrant. Forget the class change scroll. We don't even know if Baidi is alive or not. Lu Huai. Don't be too anxious. Failing one mission doesn't necessarily mean something happened. Seeing this, Chunbai lightly swiped his hand across the screen. So Han Xiao also received the mission. But it must be completely different from mine. After all, I have the plague seal. A drop of sweat trickled down Chunbai's cheek. He smiled with a curious expression. Let's see what he's been chatting about in the group these past few days. On the screen were messages of concern for him. This made him feel happy. Chunbai, the Plague Factory mission did indeed fail. Yi Zi, is Lord Baidi sad? I can offer a warm hug. Lu Huai, taking in a sad Baidi after a mission failure. I have many warm places to offer, not just a hug. Yi Zi, Sister Lu Huai, let's duel. The Crow, Baidi failed a mission? Oh my god. Shui Chuan, it's okay, group leader. You're already the strongest person I've ever met. Tyrant, a real man is never afraid of failure, just a pity about the profession. Your King Han, an instance opened by a level 70-something boss sacrificing himself. It's normal to fail. Then he sent a picture of the blazing red scroll into the chat. Chunbai, S-rank scroll. Class change, fire of life and death. All things are born, bringing countless possibilities. All things interact, bringing countless surprises. All things struggle, bringing endless disasters. All things bring new, limitless life. Do not be afraid. You are a part of the fire of life and death. The fire of life and death is also a power that inherently belongs to you. Usage requirement. Possess the virus monarch talent. Next, Chunbai crossed his arms. He smirked, anticipating the reactions of the others. The chat log seemed to explode. Everyone was sending messages continuously. Yi Zi. Lu Huai. The Crow, you're kidding me. Is that even humanly possible? Shui Chuan, congratulations. Congratulations. Tyrant, holy crap. An S-rank profession. The more Chunbai looked, the more excited he became. The smile on his lips grew even brighter. The lines of text continuously appeared on the screen. Han Xiao, Baidi, do we need to upgrade the chat group to an alliance? Tyrant, what's an alliance? The Justice League. Yi Zi, I know. After upgrading, when we speak or make announcements, we can include the alliance name. Lu Huai, I'm reading the chat group upgrade guide. There are many benefits, but the upgrade fee is a bit high. He slowly moved towards the opposite direction. At the same time, Chunbai didn't forget to reply. Chunbai, I've had this idea for a long time. I just didn't know if the brothers and sisters in the group would agree. Chunbai, after all, an alliance is an organization. When one prospers, all prosper. The chat group will be much more relaxed. At this moment, Chunbai looked very happy. He intently followed the chat messages. Han Zhao's face, with a smug smile, appeared before his eyes. Chunbai. At that time, Han Xiao was pulling up the blanket. Chunbai, group leader Bai, Let's start a vote on whether to upgrade the chat group to an alliance group. Chunbai, everyone, consider it. No need to decide hastily. If the number of people who agree exceeds 2/3, then we will upgrade. Your King Han. Understood. Your King Han. Great, I just finished the instance. Do you need to come to my place to rest for a while? The bed is already warm. As soon as he sent the message, Chunbai helplessly covered his face. Then he hurriedly waved his hand to turn off the system. Chunbai, who wants to sleep in your warm bed? Just give me a villa in Mordo. I'll go clean up a room to rest. Your King Han. Okay, great, bye. In front of Chunbai was a large villa. He looked up at it and praised. The villa Han Xiao recommended has a great atmosphere. His face was full of excitement. Chunbai smiled with satisfaction. Both spirit tracking and virus tracking can't see any living creatures. It seems to be safe. At the same time, Yin Shui was so scared she clenched her hands. She looked at Yin Qi. Sister, someone came in. I'm so scared. But Yin Qi shielded Yin Shui. She frowned and comforted her. Don't be afraid. I'll go deal with that guy. Seeing this, Yin Shui became even more worried. She hurriedly spoke up to stop her. Don't kill him, sister. Just chase him away. Chunbai lay back on the bed, his hands behind his head, one leg straight and the other casually crossed over it, looking extremely relaxed. The present is still more comfortable. Just by releasing a little virus, I can rest well. I'll take out the medicinal pillow made by the traditional Chinese doctor in the instance and try it. He reached into the system and pulled out an orange pillow with luxurious patterns, sighing in admiration. When resting, using it really helps you sleep better. Chunbai's eyes suddenly widened, his face full of astonishment, as if he had just seen something unbelievable. Lines of prominent text displayed on the system panel. Ancient Dragon Nation's treasured pillow. Spirit calming property. Made from a secret formula. Long-term use can improve sleep quality. Also has a slight defense against mental intrusion. Calms the mind and increases longevity. Long-term use can help make the spirit more solid and grow. He propped himself up on the bed and sat up, staring intently at the system panel, exclaiming in a confused voice. Why did it become an item? In the instance, it was clearly just a normal medicinal pillow. Chunbai's eyes didn't leave the system panel, wondering to himself, what's going on? What happened in my inventory? A meticulously carved vase appeared with a note. Song Dynasty Blue and White Dragon Vase. C rank. City-state exhibition item. Suspected to be the crystallization of a craftsman's life's work. When displayed in the city-state's museum building, it can provide a functional boost to the city-state's facilities. Next, a living Saraira appeared with its uses introduced. Living Saraira. C rank. Special material. The body of a living Buddha tempered through high temperature and a sealed environment. It is a rare material. When carried, luck +1. Defense against evil energy +5. Following that was a coin engraved with the image of a city-state facility. Murabit gold coin. City-state exhibition item. A coin that has stood the test of time. When displayed in the city-state's museum building, it can provide an income boost to the city-state's facilities. Finally, a green ring with an eye in the middle. Horus's Eye golden ring. C rank. Equipment item. Jewelry. A decorative ring with the symbol of the Eye of Horus. Recovery ability +5%. Can actively release a one-time shield. This shield will be charged by moonlight. Chunbai watched each picture, stunned, and guessed, the things I brought out from the instance. Could it be that more than half of them have turned into items? I've never heard of items brought out from an instance turning into items like this. His eyes widened as he silently recalled every detail. That's right. I also brought back the Spear of Longinus from the instance. Because in my past life, the weapon of a powerful emperor was the Spear of Longinus, so I looked at it a few more times. Chunbai touched a frame with the image of a spear and pondered thoughtfully. The captain of the Holy Temple Knight Squad, Shone, saw that I liked the Spear of Longinus, so he gave it to me before I left the Vatican. He smiled with interest, his eyes scanning the weapon he had just pulled from the system, and called out loudly. The Spear of Longinus has also become an item. The attributes and uses of the spear were displayed. Spear of Longinus. Special long weapon. All stats +3. Repel darkness. The Spear of Longinus will repel creatures of darkness, the fallen, the abyss, and the gloomy. Deals an additional 200% damage to these creatures. Seal the filth. Killing evil creatures will gradually awaken the Spear of Longinus. Remaining number of evil creatures to kill for initial awakening, 0 out of 10. Chunbai raised an eyebrow, admiring the weapon, a faint smile playing on his lips. Things like the Spear of Longinus already existed on the Blue Star, but because of the descent of the will of the universe, they became items, all possessing hidden and unique properties. He thought of a man in majestic armor and mumbled with a smirk. Although the reason is unclear, the unique Spear of Longinus is now in my hands. Without this spear, could you have become a powerful emperor, Mr. Laka? Suddenly, Chunbai's hand stung, and he hurriedly dropped the spear onto the bed, his eyes wide with astonishment and thought. Why does my hand hurt a little? He looked down at his reddened palm with scratch marks and guessed, my whole palm is red. Could it be that the Spear of Longinus is repelling me? Chunbai's hand remained in the air as he thought to himself. It seems I belong to one of the 5 types: evil, dark, fallen, abyss, or gloomy in its judgment. He looked at the weapon that had just injured him and said in a deep voice, I can't use it. It's only F rank and it can already burn me. At S rank, it would surely melt me. It's truly a weapon that counters me. Chunbai reached for the spear and used magic to retrieve it, thinking to himself, let it gather dust in my inventory then. That way, there's one less thing in this world that can threaten me. He was startled and glanced towards the room door as it suddenly burst open. Chunbai frowned, a sense of confusion rising in him that he couldn't explain. I locked it. His sharp eyes spotted a blade flying straight towards him from outside the door. Quick as lightning, Chunbai caught the sharp tip of the blade with 2 fingers when it was just an inch from him. His face hardened, his eyes silently analyzing the situation. Virus and thermal sense can't see it. So it must be a creature with mental power controlling this knife. It can only control it, and its level must be very low. Chunbai moved the knife to one side with his hand and looked into the void, calculating. Using Hellfire Incarnation would surely destroy it instantly, but this room would also be destroyed. He let go of it, his eyes flashing with a hint of annoyance as he pondered. What a headache. I have nearly 300 mental attribute points, but only one skill that can damage spiritual bodies. Chunbai ducked his head to avoid the knife's counterattack, his eyes still glued to the system screen. I'll use the virus points collected from the city defense and the instance to see if there are any more effective and reasonably priced skills. The Blacklight virus doesn't seem to be very strong against spirits. What about the mental virus line? He stood up abruptly, not even looking back at the sharp tip that had just stabbed hard into his bed, and said silently, no pathogen, so I can't unlock the skill tree? I'll still try to see if I have any viruses that can evolve into mental power. Chunbai put his hands in his pockets, a smirk on his face as he looked at the system panel, not bothering with the knife that had once again sprung up. There it is. My current score is enough to use it. The words gradually appeared on the system interface to announce, enhancement successful. The living virus has evolved into the progenitor virus. Enhancement successful. The progenitor virus has evolved into the T-virus. Enhancement successful. The T-virus has evolved into the T-virus mental enhancement type. He looked down at the blade that had fallen askew on the floor. Chunbai glared into the empty space and said mockingly, why did you stop cutting? Ran away? Let me see what kind of spiritual body it is. A purple system panel with white letters appeared. Special skill of the T-virus mental enhancement type has been unlocked. Proficient in telepathy. Special skill of the T-virus mental enhancement type has been unlocked. Telepathic sense. Virus improvement successful. Auxiliary skill telepathic vision has been unlocked. He bowed his head slightly, silently immersing himself in the space to activate the telepathic magic. A hazy image of Yin Shui trying to hug Yin Qi's waist tightly appeared before Chunbai's eyes. Sister, let's go. She gritted her teeth and struggled violently. I'll kill him. That bad guy who just came into our house. He gaped in surprise, silently watching them and thinking, such a complete spiritual body, and it seems to have a high level of intelligence. It's probably not a D-rank spiritual body. Why does it only know how to attack with a kitchen knife? Chunbai smirked mischievously, and a blue magic circle slowly converged on his forehead. Now I can use telekinesis to lock them down. Let's try using mental perception. Yin Qi's face contorted, her eyebrows raised in annoyance as she roared fiercely. Kill anything that enters the house. Protect my sister. The system displayed information. Yin Qi. Evolved. Talent. Twin spirit body, evil spirit. Level 2. Spirit, 15. Abilities, talent, telekinesis, intrusion, mind pressure. Grade, S-. Yin Shue's eyes were filled with worry. Her lips slightly pouted as she hastily explained. He didn't mean to hurt me. Sister, calm down. The information panel appeared. Yin Shue. Evolved. Talent. Twin spirit body, good spirit. Level 2. Spirit, 15. Abilities, talent, telekinesis, comfort, good thoughts, yang gathering. Chunbai frowned. His face tense as he crossed his arms and pondered. The two of them are actually evolved people. Because they are evolved people whose forms have changed due to their talent, I haven't met many people like that. Suddenly, Yin Qi tightened her grip on the knife in her hand and rushed towards him. A huge amount of magical power emanated from Chunbai's entire body as he reached out and held her hand tightly, gently reassuring her. Yin Qi, right? Calm down. I won't hurt you. You can surely feel the distance between us. My mental power is 20 times stronger than yours. I'll give you one last chance. If you cause any more trouble, I'll kill you and your sister. Yin Shui ran over and grabbed Yin Qi's arm, pleading in a small voice. Please don't hurt Yin Qi. He smiled with narrowed eyes and sat down on the bed, setting a condition. I won't hurt you, but you have to listen to me. She heard this and glared at Chunbai with fierce eyes, then shouted angrily, You damn thing! What kind of brother are you? What kind of perverted thoughts do you have? Target me. Don't bully my sister. He looked at Yin Qi, his teasing voice ringing out. What perverted thoughts do I have? Maybe it's you who's been thinking perverted things, right? She blushed and, out of shame and anger, roared, I'll kill you. Chunbai raised one arm and seriously requested, You two stand there for me. I'm going to ask you a few questions. Do you know what has happened to this world? Do you know how to use the evolved person's mask? Yin Shui turned to him, her hand slightly curled and raised in front of her chest, and spoke gently. Sir, we know what has happened. We also know how to use the evolved person's mask, and we often check the evolved person's forum. Yin Qi snorted coldly, with no small amount of disdain, and sneered, Of course we know. Many people have died. A bunch of insects. They deserve to die. Chunbai leaned forward towards the two girls who were standing and asked directly, Then why are you only level 2? Are you afraid to go out and kill monsters for experience? Yin Shui explained awkwardly, I was the one who stopped my sister. Her face fell as she continued to explain in a soft voice. They were also human before, right? I couldn't bear to hurt them. After all, they can't harm us. Chunbai frowned, his sharp eyes looking at Yin Shui as he scolded her. Foolish. The person who can harm you will appear sooner or later. At that time, will you rely on your level 2 strength to deal with them? As it is, your talent is very dangerous, because your power comes with emotions. He glanced at each person who was listening silently, then reminded them, You must not let emotions accompany your power, turning you into foolish saints or frenzied madmen. Weak. Yin Shui and Yin Qi, hearing Chunbai's words, closed their eyes to feel the magical power within them. Close your eyes. Feel your own power carefully and control it well. Then, use reason to think about what you should do. She raised her eyebrows in annoyance and declared, I should help others. Be a good person. Do my best to help everyone. Yin Qi bowed slightly, her hands clenched into fists, and shouted, Every dog in this garbage world, those who would bully my sister, must be killed. Those who could bully my sister must also be killed. Chunbai observed the trembling, enduring expressions of the two girls and judged, It seems their reason has been seriously eroded. He rested his hands on his thighs, his eyes sharp and cold, his words ringing out decisively. Without serious training, they will quickly become two low-level spiritual bodies, acting only on instinct, turning into pure monsters. Chunbai stood up and looked at Yin Shui and Yin Qi, silently thinking, To train this type of spiritual body affected by emotional forces, one must first minimize the impact of the energy on them. He smirked, his hand drawing a magic circle, a mischievous intention clear in his mind. I can just use my telepathic ability and play with them a bit. It can also train my ability to control telepathy. Chunbai decisively shot a source of magical power at Yin Shui and Yin Qi. First, let's try full suppression. She twisted and shouted, "What do you want to do?" He curled his lips into a smile, his face showing clear anticipation as he exclaimed, "That's right. Use all your strength. Resist until your energy is depleted." Chunbai raised his hand, and a stream of magical power flowed out, controlling every movement of Yin Shui and Yin Qi according to his will. I can try to train my ability to shape and control telepathic power. After all, in my previous life, I wasn't an expert in mental techniques, so this ability isn't very strong. The two girls trembled all over, their bodies twisting as they stood unsteadily in various poses. Sweat beaded on Chunbai's face, a forced smile on his lips as he assessed. If I control two spiritual bodies at the same time, I can grasp the overall posture, but the details are still lacking quite a bit. Plus, because they are still resisting, the movements look a bit strange. Yin Shui and Yin Qi's eyes were still tightly shut, their faces gradually relaxing as if merging with the flow of the magic. Chunbai frowned, observing the expressions of the two in front of him. He spoke in a confused voice. "They're not resisting anymore? They clearly still have energy in their bodies. Has their intellect recovered a bit? Do they think I won't hurt them?" He strode closer to Yin Shui and Yin Qi, his voice deep and instructive. "It seems you still don't understand the situation. If you don't learn to control your emotional energy, you will sooner or later become unconscious monsters." Chunbai looked at the two of them with sharp eyes, then decisively put his hands behind his back and roared, "Then I might as well kill you right now." Yin Shui and Yin Qi's clothes were torn, and they cried out in pain. Inside the large, dimly lit room, their voices echoed outside. The two of them, wrapped in thin towels, weakly leaned against each other, their heads bowed. Chunbai sat down on the nearby bed, a smirk on his lips, and asked, "Now, if you encounter a monster attacking a human, what will you do?" Yin Shui gently grasped the edge of her towel, looked at him, and answered, "I will save that person and kill the monster." Yin Qi also replied decisively, "Act according to your ability. If it's possible, kill the monster first." Chunbai's face was serious, but he smiled with satisfaction and praised them. "Very good. It seems you have now regained your reason. Although there is still a division between good and evil, you are not influenced by energy to become extreme." Yin Shui narrowed her eyes and smiled gently, expressing her gratitude. "Thank you, big brother." Yin Qi frowned, gritting her teeth, her voice full of dissatisfaction. "The brutal methods you used on us, sooner or later, I will make you taste them." Chunbai rested his hands on his thighs and stood up, proposing, "Before, you didn't know how to control your energy, but with your S-rank talent, Yin and Yang, you can still automatically absorb energy. Now you start again from scratch. I will teach you a simple, basic technique." He raised one arm, turned his head to look at the two of them, and smiled brightly. "Try to release the gradually accumulated energy outwards, manifesting it in the form of clothing." Yin Shui and Yin Qi straightened up and looked at Chunbai with surprised eyes. Suddenly, a red bow appeared on her head, while one of Yin Qi's arms was covered by a black glove. Chunbai observed the two of them, then made a promise. "The amount of energy retained in your bodies will be decided based on your own abilities. When you have completely mastered it, I will take advantage of these few days off to help you level up a few times." The night sky descended, and the hospital building appeared dimly in front of them. Mordo, Hongxing Mental Hospital Instance. Yin Shui floated in the air, extending her hand to use magic on the heavily wounded heavenly spirit. Good spirit, transcending a broken heart. On the other side, Yin Qi launched a powerful blow, knocking the evil spirit back. Evil spirit, evil thought dance. She smiled confidently, her arms spread wide, ready to attack at any moment. S-rank, evil thought defense. Yin Shui gently combined her move with Yin Qi's. Yang gathering, good thought concentration. The evil spirit, in a nurse's uniform, was overwhelmed by the two girls, its mouth agape as it collapsed. The mini-boss, the head nurse, has been defeated. Yin Qi ran over and pulled Chunbai's arm, a proud smile on her face as she asked, "How did we do, big brother?" He pointed his index finger at her hand and calmly pointed out, Don't secretly infiltrate my body with your evil thoughts. It won't work. Yin Qi angrily pulled her hand back and glared at Chunbai. Humph. It must be because you yourself are an evil thing, so evil thoughts have no effect. His eyes flashed with surprise when he saw the system panel. A message from Meng Meng. A long string of messages appeared. Meng Meng at Bai. Master, Sword Immortal wants us to help him clear a nightmare-level secret instance. I'm really not a Sword Immortal. Great Bai. If you have time, you must help. Send me the instance introduction via private message. I'm really not a Sword Immortal. Alright. Immediately after, Yeezy, there's one spot left in the team. What should we do? Can you give it to my little sister? A system notification followed. Instance, Shu Mountain Path. Special instance. Nightmare. Instance introduction. The Shu Mountain Path is arduous, harder to cross than the blue sky. The ancient immortal mountain shows no sign of immortals, but the sound of swords echoes through the space. The path stretches on endlessly. Who can reach the peak? The clouds and mist obscure the unresolved causes. Every step, every stone is a challenge. Without the immortal's consent, the body will fall into the deep abyss. Instance requirement. Only the team leader can enter the instance, and the team size cannot exceed 4 people. The maximum level of the team cannot exceed 10. Chunbai smirked and placed his hand on his chin, thinking, so it's because there's a level limit. That's why he's in such a hurry. He put one hand in his pocket and raised the other to his head, silent. Perhaps I never heard of Sword Immortal in my past life because he couldn't find reliable teammates and ended up dying in this instance. The messages came flooding in again. Just in time. I haven't changed my class yet, so my level is capped at 10. Let's team up. Tyrant, the last team spot must be a fair roll. Lu Huai, I'm here. It's not fake. The Sword Immortal Taoist friends have already announced it in the channel. I'll be going this time. Sorry, everyone. Then a long string of messages followed. You're King Han. How can there be such behind-the-scenes manipulation? Old Taoist, did you sell your chrysanthemum to Sword Immortal? Tyrant, how much did he pay? I'll pay double. Chrysanthemum is off the table. Yeezy, not fair. I'm not a Sword Immortal. Everyone, don't be angry. This instance is related to our country's traditional immortal cultivation. That's why I decided to bring my brother Jinsu. Next time there's an instance, I'll definitely prioritize everyone. Chunbai's face relaxed into a smile at those messages. He immediately turned back, raising his hand to announce, Alright, we'll stop here for today. Let's go home. Yin Qi clenched her fists, raising them to show she was still full of energy, and said with regret, Not continuing? I can still kill more. He frowned and gave a blunt assessment. Alright, you can't beat the monsters behind. Attacking with your spirit now would just be suicide. Yin Shui tilted her head and smiled with narrowed eyes. Yes, sir. I'll listen to everything you say, big brother. A thatched hut nestled at the foot of a mountain, shrouded in thick fog. Inside the instance, in the Shu mountain range, a thatched cottage at the foot of the mountain. Meng Meng, seeing Chunbai appear, called out cheerfully, Master. She smiled happily, gesturing towards Jinsu and enthusiastically introducing him. Master, this is Jinsu Busu. He raised his hands and spoke politely. Senior Bai, just call me Jinsu. Jinsu glanced at Zixuan, who used magic to pop his head up. He grinned and walked over, slapping Jinsu on the shoulder in greeting. Great Bai, finally met you. Zixuan pointed a thumb at his own face and declared loudly, I'm really not a Sword Immortal. My name is Chu Zixuan. Chunbai raised a hand in greeting. Hello, everyone. Jinsu, Zixuan. He saw Zixuan's many swords and his eyes widened in surprise. He exclaimed, Zixuan, you have so many swords. Do you have a talent for weapons? He gestured to the sword on his back and replied, That's right. Everyone, look at this. The system displayed, Sword Immortal. When using a sword-type equipment, can activate sword chi. The power of the sword chi depends on one's own mental power. Can create own sword techniques. Each time a sword technique is created, all of one's own attributes will be permanently increased. The amount of increase will depend on the grade of the sword technique. Chunbai's eyes were fixed on each line of information as he exclaimed, Not a bad talent. Zixuan, being praised, shyly raised his hand to his head and laughed. It's nothing special. Great Bai, you flatter me. Chunbai, not waiting any longer, turned around and gestured forward, suggesting, "If everyone is here, then let's set off." He excitedly raised his hand high and shouted, "Let's go." Chunbai's group strode towards the distant mountain. Inside the instance, at the beginning of the path connecting the Shu mountain range, Zixuan, walking in front, turned back and asked, "Has everyone received the quest prompt?" He calmly replied, "Starting from here, climb to the top of the mountain, and you will have completed the Shu mountain path." Meng Meng, standing next to Chunbai, provided some information. "The introduction is brief, so this mountain path will definitely not be easy." He smirked with interest, looking at the mountain before him, and suggested, "I'm looking forward to the surprises that will happen on this climb. Let's go up." Jinsu looked up at the thick fog obscuring the path, his voice filled with confusion. "There's fog." Chunbai glanced around, reminding everyone, "Everyone be careful. Watch what's around your feet. I'm afraid this is the first trial." He paused slightly when he heard a voice from afar. "The mountain path is difficult. The mountain path is difficult." Chunbai excitedly stepped onto the stairs, rushing forward. "Hello, old man." Suddenly, he stopped. Chunbai placed one foot on a step, his hand on the cliff face, his eyes following the flickering figure in front of him. His face was covered in sweat as he frowned in confusion and said, "I was just going all out, yet I couldn't get any closer to him." Chunbai secretly realized, could this be? He reached behind him and summoned his magic. Chunbai's magical stream passed through the old man in the straw hat, who was constantly muttering, "The mountain path is difficult. The mountain path is difficult. Heaven, earth, and the 5 elements are all hard to pass." He looked at the figure quickly recovering and confirmed in his mind, "It's recovering." As expected, it's an illusion. Zixuan, walking behind, saw Chunbai's action and asked, "Master, what's wrong with that old man?" He keenly realized the hidden meaning within the instance and instructed, "It seems to be a guiding illusion. Everyone, remember the words he's singing." He smiled with narrowed eyes, pointed an index finger up, and confidently recited the old man's words. I heard it clearly. He said that heaven, earth, and the 5 elements are all hard to pass. He sang it very slowly. Junsu bowed his head slightly, his hand on his chin as he deduced, "This fog can be considered water in the 5 elements. Is climbing with our vision like this the first trial?" He then recited another line. "The water rises, misty and blurred. Seeing flowers in the fog, it's hard for people to return." Chunbai frowned, sensing imminent danger. Something's not right. There's danger here. The system panel announced, "Biochemical disaster gauntlets have been equipped." He clenched his fists, his face serious as he looked ahead. Chunbai's eyes widened, and he gritted his teeth in anger. Suddenly, something sharp shot through the air towards him. Chunbai quickly created a shield to block the sword tip, silently assessing, "The force of this sword is unexpectedly strong. My constitution plus the defensive power of the shield, and it can still pierce through." Suddenly, the sword automatically withdrew from the shield. Meng Meng looked worriedly at Chunbai being pushed back a few steps and hurriedly asked, "Master, are you injured?" Zixuan's face became tense, his eyebrows furrowed as he loudly reminded, "Everyone be careful. My sensing ability can't detect its sword intent." Jinsu observed from behind and suggested, "Taoist friend Chu, how about activating the talisman I gave you? My mental power also can't sense its position." He immediately raised the talisman high, creating a large circle that enveloped everyone. Golden Light Defensive Talisman. Jinsu stood in a ready-to-attack stance and quickly gave the position, "It's here. Due east." Guiding art. Suddenly, a sword with a yellow magical aura charged forward. Chunbai watched it stab straight into the shield right in front of him. He placed his hand on the golden area where the sword had struck and felt it. It really is a powerful sword. Jinsu's face was beaded with sweat, his eyes wide as he loudly warned, Be careful. The golden light barrier can't hold on much longer." Chunbai grabbed the sword right after the shield shattered and calmly replied, "It's fine. I've already subdued it." Meng Meng exclaimed in admiration, "Master is so amazing." Jinsu gave a forced laugh and asked in confusion, When did you subdue it?" Zixuan looked at the scene, confused. This flying sword probably has consciousness, since it didn't resist at all. He looked at the sword and then opened the system panel, saying, "Let me show you all how powerful this sword is." The system displayed the information. Water Sword Spirit, BO. Level 12. Strength, 60. Speed, 120. Constitution, 60. Mental power, 60. BO Water Dragon. The more water vapor, the greater the power. When in water, all attributes are multiplied by 10, and armor-piercing attack power is multiplied by 10. When there is no water, all attributes will be reduced to 1/10 of the original. 5 elements generation and restriction. When fighting a metal attribute sword spirit, can gain additional attributes of the metal sword spirit. When fighting an earth attribute sword spirit, all attributes will be reduced. When the 5 elements are complete, all attributes are doubled. The sword can be attached to various other swords to enhance the sword's skills and receive attribute rewards. Jun Su was sweating profusely, scratching his head in confusion and saying, "The more water vapor, the stronger the power. No wonder my golden light barrier couldn't block it for half a second. With this kind of water mist, its power can be increased by 3 to 5 times." Zixuan smiled brightly and praised, "Good sword, a fine sword spirit." Chunbai lowered the sword in his hand and offered, "If this sword spirit were in Chu Zixuan's hands, it would probably be more effective. But I controlled it using special means, so I can't give it to you." He gave a wry smile and waved his hand in refusal. "No need. I will nurture my own sword spirit. That way, we'll be closer." Meng Meng held up 5 fingers, her eyes full of anticipation as she excitedly asked, "Master, this path up the mountain, heaven, earth, and the 5 elements are hard to pass. Does that mean there are 5 types of sword spirits?" Chunbai stared intently at the sword in his hand and replied grimly, "Unfortunately, I can only control 3 of them. If there's a chance later, I'll come back to collect all 5 sword spirits." The system displayed the characteristics. Skill description, biochemical disaster, high-level Lord's brain. Active, can permanently control 3 creatures with mental power not higher than oneself. He looked up at the flight of stairs leading up the mountain ahead and suggested, "The danger has been resolved. Let's continue on our way." Jun Su smiled with narrowed eyes and praised, "Senior Bai Di is both strong and omnipotent. I feel that this kind of instance will surely be an easy success." Zixuan held his sword hilt tightly, a silent realization dawning on him as he spoke. "Now I can understand why Wuya gave me equipment and a skill book and then requested a spot." Time passed slowly. 10 minutes. He glanced around and saw that the fog had completely cleared. He said, "The fog has cleared. It seems the first trial is over." Meng Meng stretched and sighed softly. "This mountain path is really, and the 5 elements are hard to pass. Doesn't that mean we've only gone 1/5 of the way?" Zixuan's eyes suddenly widened in surprise as he pointed forward and called out, "Everyone, look ahead." He pointed his index finger towards the hazy row of trees in the distance, his voice filled with astonishment. "It's a woodcutter." Chunbai silently looked in that direction. The old man in the straw hat hoarsely recited another guiding line. "The shoe path is difficult, the shoe path is difficult. Heaven, earth, and the 5 elements are hard to pass." A tree with a terrifying appearance appeared before Chunbai's group. As he continued to speak, a giant white radish emerged from the ground. There are monsters in the forest. Even the plants have become soldiers. It's truly terrifying. Chunbai tightened his grip on the sword in his hand, stood in a defensive stance, and exclaimed with interest, "It seems we'll have a chaotic battle this time. How inconvenient." He watched as more and more white radishes emerged from the ground. Chunbai raised an eyebrow and grinned with excitement. "Because this is what I like the most." Jin Su was now carefully observing his surroundings. According to the song, this trial must have many monsters hidden in the grass. The sword will probably be hidden in the grass too. However, Zixuan's eyes suddenly filled with fear. There's no need to ponder the meaning of the woodcutter's song anymore. He saw something that made his face drain of all color. It's over. It turned out Chunbai had already taken care of all the monsters with his sword. The sword in his hand was a treasure. Wood Sword Spirit, Inshur. Level 12. Strength, 50. Speed, 120. Constitution, 70. Mental power, 60. Wood and grass as soldiers. In places with lush vegetation, Abilities are greatly enhanced. All attributes are multiplied by up to 5. Can hide in any plant or wooden object to accumulate power. After accumulating, it will shoot out with 10 times the power and piercing force. 5 elements generation and restriction, sword infusion. Shinbai, after testing it, was extremely satisfied with its damage. Water generates wood. Excellent. It can blend into any plant or vegetation. Its ambush ability is also enhanced. Meng Meng, seeing that Jinsu and the others were still standing there, waved her hand and shouted, "Don't just stand there dazed. Let's continue on our way." The two of them were speechless, not knowing what to say. What did I even come here for? At this time, the old man in the straw hat led the way, constantly reminding them, "The road to Shu is difficult. The road to Shu is difficult. Heaven, earth, and the 5 elements make for difficult trials. The path has many dangerous cliffs. Bones will be shattered, and flesh will be torn upon falling into the abyss." Shenbai and Zixuan looked up and couldn't help but be stunned. The sand was blowing continuously, making the group's journey even more difficult. Jinsu couldn't take it anymore and deployed his technique. There's no way to move forward. Golden Light Defensive Talisman. Just then, someone reached out to stop him. Wait a moment. Meng Meng took out a pair of goggles. This talisman of yours wasn't easy to make. Use this. As soon as he put them on, he exclaimed excitedly, "Great boss Meng Meng, the equipment you brought is quite complete." She also boasted, "I just made it with dream creation." Shunbai felt that everything was fine, so he continued the journey. Good. This way, at least we don't have to cover our eyes. In his heart, he was still quite worried. Although the sand and dust can't hurt my eyes, the wind blowing dust is quite annoying. Suddenly, a loud noise rang out, causing the entire group to raise their guard. Large rocks fell, causing Chunbai and Zixuan to fall off the cliff. Jinsu was extremely panicked. Daoist friend Chu, senior bot, Meng Meng, beside him, was equally worried. "Master." He looked down into the deep abyss, even more troubled. "What should we do, Senior Meng Meng? With this much sand, we can't see where they fell." She tried to stay calm to find a solution. "It's okay. I'll go find them." Just then, a surge of energy rose up. Meng Meng froze, full of doubt. "Master." Fortunately, the two of them were safe. Zixuan cried out with difficulty, "Great boss Meng Meng, I just ate a mouthful of dirt and sand." Shinbai was also exhausted by now. Flight is restricted in this instance. My air dash also consumes more energy. I'm already sweating after just a few uses. If you had jumped down just now, it would have been troublesome. I would have been very tired. Meng Meng, hearing his reprimand, remained silent, not daring to say anything more. Jinsu also discussed seriously, "I think we should consider one thing. How to avoid being pushed down by the cliff-breaking sword." He looked up at the harsh weather in front of him. This sandstorm can also block mental exploration. I can't predict the time and position of the next attack. Shinbai was very calm. He seemed to have a plan already. Simple. Before the wall suddenly attacks you, there will be about half a second of vibration. Feel it with your heart. Don't be affected by the sandstorm. After you feel the vibration, immediately dodge. Zixuan's eyes showed clear excitement. As expected of Senior Bai, you grasped the details in just one go. After a short rest, Chunbai urged everyone to continue. "All right, you guys wait here for the next attack. If anyone can't react in time, stay close to me." Meng Meng obediently listened. "Yes, master." Over here, Jinsu and Zixuan also followed. Great Bai understood. Senior. However, they hadn't gone far when another loud noise rang out. This time, they ran with all their might and managed to dodge it. Chunbai, after escaping, was very satisfied. "Good. It seems we've solved the problem of dodging the cliff-breaking sword. Then let's quickly pass this trial." Meng Meng suddenly reminded him. "Master, this place should be the Earth Spirit Sword, right? Don't you need it?" He shook his head and immediately refused. "No need." Jinsu walked up from behind and explained, "Not only does the Earth Spirit Sword not synergize with Senior Bai's water and with dual spirit swords, but it actually counters the Water Spirit Sword." Chunbai nodded in confirmation. "That's right. I can only control 3 of them. So the remaining choice should be either metal or fire." Time passed by. After a while, the old man wearing a bamboo hat walking in front reminded them again, "The road to Shu is hard. The road to Shu is hard. The 5 elements of heaven and earth form a difficult trial. The scorching heat was intense, causing dizziness and making it hard to speak. Zhensu was exhausted from the heat. This is bad. I'm about to be roasted alive. I'm not even sweating anymore. I'm dehydrated. Zixuan was also constantly wiping away his sweat. Is the fire spirit sword planning to burn us to death? This is definitely the most sinister sword spirit I've ever encountered. Over here, Mingming's condition wasn't much better. As soon as she created water, it evaporated. The parasol was of no use either. Evaporating. Master, your disciple is about to turn into a dried disciple. Seeing that everyone was sluggish, Chunbai reminded them, don't rush. It's coming. Being explosive has never been the only form of fire. His eyes turned cold. A slow burn, enduring and waiting for the wind. Once there's enough fuel, it will blaze fiercely. That is also fire. Zixuan astutely realized. Boss Bai, saying that, does it mean you've already figured out when the fire sword spirit will appear? Chunbai was very confident. Of course. The woodcutter's song made it very clear. Wait until you guys are dizzy and speechless. However, Jinsu's condition was not looking good. He kept feeling a glaring light, and his body swayed unsteadily. Suddenly, right at that moment, a sword appeared and stopped right in front of Jinsu. He turned pale with fright. When he saw Chunbai, got you. The sword he was holding in his hand was the Fire Spirit Sword. Foundation Establishment Level 12. Strength 70. Speed 100. Constitution 70. Spirit 60. The higher the temperature, the stronger its power. When the temperature reaches over 100 degrees, all attributes are increased tenfold. It can use sunlight to hide. Regardless of the environment, it can evaporate water within a designated range. He looked at the sword in his hand, constantly forging it. We've subdued the Fire Spirit Sword. Let's quickly finish this path, then replenish our water. Not long after, they finally got to drink water comfortably. Zixuan slumped onto the ground in satisfaction. That hits the spot. At this moment, the old man in the bamboo hat appeared again. The road to Shu is hard. The road to Shu is hard. The 5 elements of heaven and earth form a difficult trial. A golden light flashes, the body and Tao separate, hard to return. Hearing these words, Chunbai fell into deep thought. It sounds like the metal spirit sword is a combat trial. I'm already pissed off from being out in the sun. I've already subdued the fire spirit sword, so it's going to be a disadvantage for you, metal spirit sword. Soon, Chunbai's group arrived at the foot of a mountain. It seemed the territory ahead belonged to the metal spirit sword. It looked like a simple and straightforward combat trial. A sword was planted in the middle of the ground, standing tall. Zixuan looked surprised when he saw it. Is this an unrefined sword? Jinsu astutely noticed the power hidden within it. Unrefined and unsharpened. There's a golden light flashing somewhere. It doesn't look simple at all. After observing for a while, Chunbai agreed. That's right, but there's no need to overthink it. Without hesitation, he charged forward to fight alone. We'll know once we fight it. Chunbai used all his strength to swing a powerful sword strike. Every one of his attacks was filled with killing intent. The sound of clashing metal rang out continuously. But soon, that sword recovered to its original state. Chunbai didn't panic at all. Instead, he smiled smugly. I get it now. He confronted the sword head-on. You have the kind of power that increases your own stats after being attacked, right? Chunbai wasn't worried in the slightest. Tempered 100 times to become steel? Or true gold tempered 100 times? Whatever. No matter what your ability is called. His eyes suddenly became unusually serious. Let me see it. Chunbai flipped backward and launched himself forward. He gathered all his strength into his hand to deliver a fatal blow. The second after Chunbai attacked, the rocks and earth shattered into pieces. Jinsu watched blankly from afar. Did you guys hear what Senior Bai said? Zixuan looked up intently at Chunbai. I heard it. I'm just wondering, can that sword upgrade infinitely? He was full of worry. I was thinking the same thing. Over here, a gleaming sword had fallen to the ground. Chunbai's hand holding the sword trembled incessantly. Is this the golden light? It's as thin as a cicada's wing, but the rebound force is very strong. He made a rough assessment based on his own perception. Estimated strength is approaching 200. I guess its constitution stat decreased to increase its strength and speed. Huh. The total attributes of the other swords are all 300, but its constitution was converted into strength and speed. Chunbai used all his strength to bend it. So, what's your constitution value? Soon, the sword shattered. The system also announced, destroyed the metal spirit sword, 100 forged. Gained 25,000 EXP based on combat contribution. He watched the sword vanish before his eyes. This feeling is only a 10 out of 100. Good thing I didn't choose the metal spirit sword. I don't like the feeling of being constantly beaten and betting everything on the final strike. Besides, this guy died way too easily. At this time, Meng Meng and the others ran over to inform him. The woodcutter has come out. His familiar voice rang out again. The mountains of Shu are hard to traverse. The mountains of Shu are hard to traverse. The 5 elements of heaven and earth are hard to pass. This time, the man happened to walk right past Chunbai. The 5 elements spread across the mountain. The endless long road is hard to walk. This old man advises you, do not go any further. If your Tao heart is unsteady, the path will not open. Everyone watched him intently. It's better to return to the path of seeking immortality. It's better to return to the path of seeking immortality. Meng Meng was still confused. Master, what should we do since he said that? After pondering for a moment, Chunbai realized something was wrong. This is bad. He immediately assigned tasks. Chu Zixuan, from now on, we have a long journey ahead. You must walk in front. Jinsu astutely guessed it. I understand. The endless long road is hard to walk. If your Tao heart is unsteady, the path will not open. And this dungeon belongs to you. You're the only one with a Tao heart seeking immortality. Hearing his analysis, Chunbai couldn't help but praise him. This Taoist friend has very high comprehension. Then tell me, what is the hidden meaning behind the woodcutter going down the mountain? Jinsu scratched his head in embarrassment. I can't say for sure about that. Chunbai furrowed his brows seriously. I feel like this is a deception. It's meant to trick those who are taking shortcuts. I have a feeling that after a long journey, the real path actually lies below. He analyzed it even more specifically. When the old woodcutter walked past us, I felt a chill down my spine. He might kill anyone who tries to go down the mountain. Hearing this, Zixuan panicked even more. We're doomed. Why didn't I notice anything? Am I not worthy of passing this trial? Chunbai comforted him in a low voice. As long as you have a Tao heart, it's fine. Just be a bit more resolute. I don't want to stay on this endless long road for too long either. Please. Hearing this, Zixuan became very confident. Of course I have a Tao heart, and it's incredibly resolute. Time quickly passed. 4 hours later, the group was currently in the Secret Realm dungeon. Shu Mountain Path, successfully cleared. Powerful auras shot straight into the sky. All of them received rewards. Meanwhile, the system announced, members who cleared the trial receive a special reward, Shushan token. A massive treasure chest also appeared. Rewards have been distributed. You may leave the dungeon at any time. This dungeon cannot be re-entered and will be converted into a one-time normal dungeon for all evolvers to use. In Chunbai's hand right now was the Shushan token. Special item. Holding it grants the title, Shushan Disciple. Equipping this title allows entry into the special map, Shushan, level 10 to 89. The token is bound to the individual and cannot be transferred, gifted, or loaned. He was also a bit surprised, thinking to himself, level 10 to 89? This map is pretty hardcore. To think Shushan is this powerful. Chunbai turned serious and arranged their next plan. My urgent task right now is to quickly go and collect the second-tier scroll. I have to complete Lito's quest before I can change my class. If you don't complete the class change, you'll be stuck at level 10. After changing my class, I'll go check out Shushan. Zixuan tactfully offered. Boss Bai, you pick from the clear rewards first. He replied politely. Thanks. Then Zixuan added. Boss Bai gets first pick. Boss Ming gets second. Jinsu was also very humble. You guys don't need to leave anything for me. I'm already extremely grateful just to get this token. Right now, at the villa area. Chunbai was lying lazily on the bed. Yin Shui was very happy to see him awake. You're awake? Huh. But Yin Qi's attitude was the exact opposite. Sleeping in broad daylight. Your body must be weak. Being insulted like that, Chunbai immediately retorted, me weak? Even if you use your full spirit body strength, you can't even touch physical matter. So how are you going to beat me? She wasn't afraid of his challenge at all. You're just bragging. Wanna try? I bet I can take you down in 3 seconds. Chunbai told them about what just happened. Just now in the secret realm, I got a skill book that suits you. He arrogantly laid out a condition for Yin Qi. Knock me down, and this skill is yours. Who knows how long passed, but Yin Qi was lying exhausted on the ground. This is bad. I'm about to dissipate. Yin Shui's condition wasn't much better. Me too. Chunbai sat on the bed, looking very smug. Now you know the difference. I didn't even fight back. Yin Qi suddenly flew over and asked curiously, Tell me, do you like any girls? Do you have to be super gentle when you touch other people? The book she had been looking forward to appeared in his hand right after. It's just that my constitution is high. I can also control my strength. Seeing how hard you guys tried, I'll reward you with this. As soon as he finished speaking, Chunbai tossed it over to them. However, the book just phased right through Yin Qi's hands and fell to the ground. Chunbai was suddenly embarrassed, not knowing what else to say. She said with a bit of disappointment, Wait until we recover, then we'll learn it later. The skill isn't going anywhere. He didn't dwell on the matter with them either. You can learn it whenever you want. It's about time I go do my own thing. Yin Shui approached and asked, Brother, are you leaving? Didn't you say you'd take us to Jiangxing? Chunbai replied while summoning something. This is pretty important. I'll take you too when I get back. Hearing this, she smiled brightly. Then we'll wait for you to come back. In his hand was the Demon Hunter class change quest scroll. Right now, the notification has reached its limit. It's time to go get the class change scroll in the abyss. Chunbai was currently feeling anxious. After all, if I don't complete Lito's quest, I'll be stuck at level 10. The system panel displayed. Demon Hunter class change quest scroll. Only drops from the first pure-blood demon creature killed. Contains a unique special class change quest. Completing the quest within will convert it into the Demon Hunter class change scroll. He began to hesitate again. Actually, when I first got this scroll, I never thought about going to get that class change scroll. After all, it's a trial known as impassable by gods. After pondering for a while, Chunbai made his decision. But right now, I don't have any other clues about the scroll, so I'll just have to give it a try. Soon, he arrived at the first layer of the abyss. As soon as the demons saw someone arrive, they immediately caused a ruckus. Is that a human? A human. A human. Eat him. There wasn't a hint of tension on Chunbai's face. In my past life, after changing to the Demon Hunter class, I frequently came to the abyss. I didn't expect to feel a bit like I'm coming home this time. The system notification rang out again. Quest progress, Fallen Demon 3/100. He intently observed the screen. Quest requirements. Using the scroll will grant entry to the first layer of the abyss. Kill 100 fiends and 100 fallen demons to complete the quest and leave the abyss. He read through it and made a decision. Completing the quest will kick me out of the abyss. Looks like I'll have to hold back. Chunbai carefully looked around the area. Anyway, I'm just using it to enter the abyss. My goal is the trial at the abyssal well. Soon, a day had passed. He leaped into the air. I can't finish this quest. This is really annoying. There are too many fallen demons and fiends on the first layer of the abyss. Plus, they're so stupid, they just keep chasing endlessly. Chunbai furrowed his brows in annoyance. Even if I shake off this group, the next group will quickly gather once I slow down. He suddenly stopped and observed the scene in front of him. The abyssal well is erupting. However, this was the scene Chunbai wanted to see the least. Just my luck. Although the eruption doesn't affect the trial, it will fill the abyss with energy. All creatures with demon blood will be strengthened, because this phenomenon will lead to other difficulties. Furthermore, it will spew out countless demon blood eyes, spawning countless demon creatures. With no time to think, Chunbai used all his strength to run away from the monsters. Tens of thousands of enemies were swarming down from the sky. I definitely can't stop this time. Otherwise, I'll easily get surrounded. Rocks and debris fell all over the path. If I accidentally complete the quest while breaking through the encirclement, I'll be kicked out of the abyss. Just then, a sword suddenly shot rapidly toward Chunbai. He nimbly dodged it, and it stabbed straight into the ground. A second later, a foot quietly stepped onto the sword. The opponent was the demon warrior Fergus, level 16. He called out a warning. Look what I found. A top-tier dinner. Demon language. Human, You'd better kneel down and thank me. Demon language. You will fill the belly of the great Fergus. Demon language. Chunbai didn't hesitate to retort. A pure-blood demon warrior on the first layer of the abyss is truly rare. Demon language. You came from a deeper layer, didn't you? Demon language. Fergus didn't mind admitting it. That's right. For a guy who only knows how to run away, you sure know a lot about demons. You even know the demon language. Demon language. However, food's understanding of its master is completely meaningless. Demon language. Knowing the opponent had fallen into his trap, Chunbai became even more smug. Only know how to run away. Demon language. Do you know why only low IQ fiends and fallen demons are chasing me? Demon language. He didn't argue anymore and charged forward with his sword. I don't know, but I can force you to tell me the answer before you die. Demon language. Therefore, I will mercifully start eating you from the head. Demon language. Chunbai looked at him coldly. Let me tell you right now. Demon language. A second later, he lightly slashed with his sword. The result left Fergus in disbelief. Impossible. Demon language. He just collapsed to the ground in agony. Chunbai glanced at him with disdain. Because I've already slaughtered all the other species. Demon language. Seeing the monsters continuously hatching, Chunbai grew even more worried. I have to hurry. Otherwise, I'll be surrounded. Time quickly passed. 6 days later. Right now at the well, Chunbai looked up at the peak and couldn't help but sigh. Finally here. It looks close, but it's actually very far. He lay exhausted on the ground to rest. In my past life, when I changed to the Demon Hunter class, I took refuge around here. Most demons on the first layer don't dare to come near this place. It's a good spot to rest for a bit before challenging it. Chunbai opened the system to check again. Let's feed the mask the demon bloodline potions I've collected over the past few days. My backpack and secret stash are completely full. I wonder what grade of bloodline essence these tens of thousands of B to D grade potions can combine into. At this moment, a figure appeared. To think there's actually a human here. Interesting. Demon language. Hearing the noise, Chunbai turned to look. The opponent continued. I received a report from my servant. Demon language. A human headed straight for the abyssal well. Demon language. That guy was the Kodao fish demon, Annihilator Du, level 18. He roared fiercely. You've almost slaughtered all the other demon species except for the fiends and fallen demons. Demon language. The fish demon easily guessed it. Looks like it's you. Demon language. Chunbai looked at the monster in front of him, feeling a bit bewildered. A Kodao fish demon? Another thing that shouldn't be on the first layer. He didn't hesitate and prepared for battle. Come on. Demon language. Do you guys all like taking a stroll here when the abyssal well erupts? Demon language. He flew into a rage out of humiliation, roaring madly. This demon prince came here specifically to kill you. Demon language. You puny human. How dare you act so arrogantly in the abyss? The fish demon swung his trident, making water splash everywhere. He created a powerful torrent of water and hurled it at Chunbai. Water blade slash. Just as the torrent was about to reach Chunbai, a burst of firepower erupted from his body. A display of hellfire body refinement erupted in blazing red. Chunbai's refining power burst forth fiercely, causing the fish demon's water attack to evaporate. The flames on his body gradually died down. He questioned the fish demon, a demon prince? Demon language, cut the crap. Which layer's abyssal lord are you a descendant of? Demon language. The fish demon wasn't going to back down either. He roared, proclaiming, My royal father is the lord of the 17th layer. Demon language. Not only that, he thrust his trident straight at Chunbai and mocked him. You're just a piece of trash using some garbage hellfire. Are you pissing your pants in fear yet? Demon language. Chunbai didn't show weakness either. He immediately strengthened his muscles and flashed a mocking smile. He reached out his arm and quickly closed in on the fish demon, taking him by surprise. Before the fish demon could react, Chunbai slammed him into the ground. He slowly stood up, and the swords behind his back gradually emerged, complaining in annoyance. I was clearly about to enjoy a delicious meal, but you had to show up and interrupt. Demon language. The guy in my inventory is very unhappy about this. Demon language. Because the fish demon ruined his good time, Chunbai used the swords to stab straight into his body. With a dark expression and a sharp tone, he declared, "To apologize, use your blood as an appetizer for it." Demon language. A mask appeared, opening its mouth wide to swallow the bloodline potions. Chun-Bai, looking imposing, collected the blood serums, unable to hide his joy. "There must be tens of thousands of bloodline potions stuffed in my backpack and inventory. I wonder what grade of good stuff it will synthesize into." Not only that, he also looted a weapon from the fish demon. Trident. Grade C. Polearm weapon. Strength plus 25, agility plus 25. Underwater breathing. While holding this weapon, you gain underwater breathing and dark vision. Wave Rider level 1. Use the power of water to launch a powerful attack. Equipment requirements. Strength 60, level 15. Getting a new skill from him, Chun-Bai seemed intrigued. Underwater breathing? Pretty handy. I wonder when I'll get to use these stats. Having dealt with the obstacle, he returned to the main issue. The annoyance is gone. It's time to begin. Chun-Bai jumped onto the crater's edge and looked down. Looking down, he realized, focus on the abyss. I understand that hint now. Red text appeared in the abyss, as if reminding Chun-Bai. He felt something and thought to himself, it's here. Suddenly, Chun-Bai's whole body trembled as he faced the abyss, but he reassured himself. It has seen that you are a sentient creature. There's a feeling of panic in my heart. Is this the unavoidable sensation when staring into the abyss? But I can't retreat. Otherwise, I'll be left behind immediately. Then there won't be another chance. It has seen that your level is 10. He gripped his other arm to ease the fear in his mind, making him recall. In my past life, countless level 10 geniuses or disciples of peerless powerhouses stopped here. Only 1 in 10,000 could escape this gaze. In the end, none of them returned alive. From the abyss, words intentionally striking at Chun-Bai's psyche kept appearing. It has seen you. You haven't changed your class yet. It has seen you. You have no bloodline. It has seen that you have no high-tier equipment. You have no external short-term buffs. Everything you have, you stole. Your power belongs to you. Do you have enough strength to control yourself? You don't know what you are about to face. Your name, your fear and hatred. You have no strange trump cards. He panted heavily, trying to maintain his current stable state. And then, a line of text appeared that made Chun-Bai even more resolute. It judges you as qualified and opens the path to the abyssal trial for you. He fell to his knees, smiling in satisfaction when he saw those words. It judges you as qualified and opens the path to the abyssal trial for you. Upon completing the abyssal trial, you will receive the class change scroll, Abyssal Lord. This scroll is bound to the one who completes the trial. The appearance of those words made Chun-Bai even more certain. Upon completing the abyssal trial, you will receive the class change scroll, Abyssal Lord. This scroll is bound to the one who completes the trial. I did it. The text also gave Chun-Bai 2 choices. Jump into the abyss to begin the trial. Stepping back will be considered a permanent forfeit. Here we go. He stood up, but with his unyielding will, he ultimately chose to jump down. As soon as Chun-Bai jumped into the abyss, the notification panel displayed the rules of the trial. Trial content. Defeat the level 10 phantom avatar of the Abyssal Lord on each layer under special conditions. After clearing each layer, you will have a rest period of 1 minute to 1 hour. If there is no Lord on a layer of the abyss, the phantom of the previous layer's Lord will be extracted. All statuses of the trial participant will be restored to their maximum original state. All items and skill cooldowns will be reset to 0, and all equipment will be repaired. Once completed, the trial will begin. The accompanying conditions of the trial made Chun-Bai even more bewildered. Full cooldown reset. Then the 70-year hourglass of time can also. Suddenly, the system issued an urgent notification, catching him off guard. Error occurred. Error occurred. Unable to restore the trial participant to peak condition. Damn it. I didn't expect an accident like this. Return to the past. Active you can return to any point in the past and erase everything you achieved in the vanished timeline. Remaining cooldown, 72 years, 6 months, and 7 days. This skill's cooldown cannot be reduced by any skill effects or equipment. As the notification was issued, an hourglass also appeared on Chun-Bai's neck, making him even more anxious. The hourglass of time appeared automatically. It seems the abyss can't reset this skill. What should I do? His body was slowly falling aimlessly into the abyss. Along with that, a new skill was also provided to Chunbai by the system. Return to the past. Active, you can return to any point in the past. Everything you achieved in the vanished timeline will be erased. Skill restriction. You cannot return to a time before entering the abyssal well. Cooldown 0. Trial participant's status fully restored. Trial begins. Just in time, he successfully landed. Chunbai hid the hourglass necklace on his neck, which gave him some peace of mind. Thank goodness. So there were no unexpected surprises. Furthermore, the cooldown for the hourglass of time skill really did disappear. If I can pass this abyssal trial, it won't be a problem anymore. Down in the abyss, Ban rested his blade on his shoulder, waiting for Chunbai to appear. Layer 1. Low-tier Lord. Demon Warrior Ban. Level 10. Special condition for this layer, none. Looking at the demon in front of him, Chunbai felt a bit sarcastic. A low-tier demon? Absolutely no threat at all. With just one strike, he cleaved the demon in half. Cleared Layer 1. Please select recovery time. Just like that, Chunbai continued, riding his momentum to defeat the next demon. Cleared Layer 2. Please select recovery time. No matter what level the demon was, they were easily defeated by him. Cleared Layer 5. Please select recovery time. Chunbai easily defeated the demons on each layer of the abyss one by one. Cleared Layer 17. Please select recovery time. He used a different weapon to defeat each demon. Cleared Layer 26. Please select recovery time. Even fighting a group of demons alone, he could hold his own against them. Cleared Layer 34. Please select recovery time. Continuing like this, Chunbai quickly cleared almost all the layers. Cleared Layer 41. Please select recovery time. Cleared Layer 59. Please select recovery time. Layer 66. Die, human. Your journey ends here. Demon language. Blood Armor Clan Abyssal Lord. Sword Attendant Demon Aedu. Level 10. Special condition for this layer. Can only be killed by striking its weak point. Attacks to other parts are ineffective. Seeing the demon Aedu in front of him made Chunbai a bit flustered, as it seemed he had lost his initial advantage. Damn it, there's a special condition. From the 50th layer onwards, my attribute advantage started to diminish. The combat skills of 2 lifetimes still can't compare to a lifetime of fighting demons. Plus, there's a condition like this. And then, blood spurted out. Aedu had slashed Chunbai's shoulder, but Chunbai had also managed to stab his sword straight into Aedu's stomach in time. Despite being injured, he already had a calculation in his mind. My combat skills and attributes are no longer an advantage. On top of that, I have to find his weak point. I'll just have to make a small trade-off. Both Aedu and Chunbai simultaneously pulled their swords out of each other's bodies. Taking advantage of the momentum, he stepped back. Aedu simultaneously threw the sword in his hand and declared, meaningless struggle. Demon language. Chunbai's eyes widened in surprise at what had just happened. Unexpectedly, that sword pierced right through his body. Aedu walked over and pulled the sword out of Chunbai's chest, even mocking him. Human, you have great abilities and recovery power. Demon language, he pulled it out. But you're too stupid. Demon language. Wearing a victorious expression, he turned his back and walked away, declaring, I am empowered by the rules of the Great Abyss. You cannot defeat me. Demon language. At this moment, Chunbai had used the lone wolf state to heal himself. He slowly opened his eyes and mocked Aedu. You're celebrating too early. Demon language. Hearing the voice, he immediately turned his head, looking surprised. Chunbai tore open Aedu's sides from behind, making him scream miserably. He slowly crumbled to pieces, still not understanding. You how? Demon language. With Aedu's death, Chunbai cleared the trial. Cleared Layer 66. Please select recovery time. The stupid one is you. It turned out he had anticipated everything from the start. When your weak point hasn't been attacked, you don't even bother to dodge. When the outcome is still undecided, you love to show off. Thanks to your stupidity, I was able to clear this quickly. After passing all the layers, Chunbai finally reached the 100th layer of the abyss. Layer 100. Fallen Demon Assassin Robert. Level 10. Special condition for this layer. Looking at the system panel, he felt a bit doubtful. The weakest fallen demon? No special condition. Chunbai looked around, but still didn't see anyone. Why hasn't he appeared yet? Is he hiding? With no one showing up, he silently pondered the situation. In the abyss, relationships are complex and intertwined. The species, personalities, and strengths on each layer are uneven. It's not impossible for a weak little fallen demon to become a lord for various reasons. After thinking it over, he finally figured it out. Looks like I have to find that fallen demon on this layer. Playing hide-and-seek, huh? The dark shadow behind him slowly rose up. A demon holding a blade appeared right behind Chunbai. Sensing something behind him, he slowly turned his head. That demon swung its blade and chopped off his head. And just like that, the hourglass on Chunbai's neck slowly dissipated. He panted heavily, feeling even more doubtful. The first layer of the abyss. Killed instantly twice. It dissipated. The moment I was beheaded the first time, I used the lone wolf state. The result was still instant death. The demon didn't give Chunbai time to think and immediately charged to attack. Layer 1. Fiend Lord. Demon Warrior Ban. Level 10. Special condition for this layer, Insolent Human Die. Demon language. But with his agility, he quickly regained the upper hand and struck straight at its neck. If I hadn't used my remaining consciousness to activate Return to the Past, I would have really died. Seeing the demon collapsed on the ground, Chunbai turned and questioned him. Then what exactly is the deal with the fallen demon on the 100th layer? Do you know the lord of the 100th layer? Demon language. That demon was very stubborn and refused to confess no matter what. Even if I knew, I wouldn't tell you. Demon language. Looking at the demon on the ground, Chunbai finally understood. Cleared layer 1. Please select recovery time. These demons all know they are phantoms. Furthermore, they aren't afraid of death or pain. I have to change my approach and try to get some intel on the 100th layer. He quickly finished off the demon on this layer. Looking at it, he deduced the 72nd layer of the abyss. Scorching Step. Fallen demon. The lowest demon species. In terms of base stats, they're not even as good as human gear. To become the lord of the 72nd layer, it must have relied purely on luck. Before dying, that demon still arrogantly asserted, "Human, you will pay the price for your arrogance. In the end, you will die at the hands of a fallen demon." Chunbai looked down at the dying demon and mocked him. Ridiculous. Could there really be a fallen demon lord even deeper in the abyss? That demon revealed a few more things. Of course, Lord Robert on the 100th layer. The legendary Shadow Sword Demon class cultivated using a fallen demon's body. That Lord Shadow Sword once killed a demon archduke. Before he could finish his sentence, Chunbai crushed his head with his foot. "You will definitely die by his hands." The words from that demon's mouth provided Chunbai with some more information. Thanks. Cleared layer 72. Please select recovery time. Very quickly, he descended to the 100th layer of the abyss. Here, he pieced together the fragments of information he knew to deduce Shadow Sword Demon, a class that only a third job chain shadow assassin can achieve. It's rated as S-class. Aside from top-tier stealth abilities, it can also use shadows to launch bizarre and unpredictable sword strikes. Chunbai placed a hand on his chest and silently resolved, "Against a Shadow Sword Demon, I have no advantage at all. But against a fallen demon, I naturally have an attribute advantage." He chose to slowly jump up high and formed a plan in his mind. Guard against my own shadow at all times. Don't go near places with shadows. Keep moving. Spread the virus while running. If he persistently chases me, waiting for me to expose a flaw, Chunbai spread the virus over the places he passed through. Then this virus will definitely infect him. Finally, he escaped the abyss and returned to the surface, but he was still silently calculating his every move. It's been a long time. Being on guard everywhere at all times consumes too much energy. I have to use the lone wolf state to recover my stamina. Otherwise, it'll be hard to maintain my focus. Chunbai slowly stood up and observed his surroundings. And then, he was hindered by some force. The light is too blinding. Is this his trick? While Chunbai wasn't paying attention, a demon appeared in the sky, slowly emerging. No, that's not right. When that monster attacked, he successfully dodged the strike with his agility. Chunbai's 3 swords simultaneously attacked that monster. Robert also appeared and declared, "Put away your sharp blades, human. You've won." Layer 100. Fallen Demon Assassin Robert. Level 10. He coughed violently and openly revealed the truth. The trial's restrictions prevent me from unleashing my full power, and your virus has already infected me. That just now was my final, all-out strike. But even so, he didn't let his guard down against Robert at all. Is that so? Robert was slowly dissipating, and he generously acknowledged Chunbai's talent. Cautious human, if you can clear the trial, you are welcome to come to the 100th layer of the abyss and spar with me again. He dissipated. Although with your current abilities, it's still not enough to clear the trial, but I still look forward to your success. Cleared layer 100. Please select recovery time. Watching him vanish into thin air, Chunbai calmly replied, I will succeed, Robert. He also made a promise to him. Next time we meet, I will definitely experience your swordplay. Chunbai quickly found himself inside a magnificent palace. The 200th layer of the abyss. Magnificent palace. Greetings, Lord of the 200th layer of the abyss, fallen angel, Lord Elmi. He didn't beat around the bush and got straight to the point. Summoning me here. You want to begin the combat trial, right? The 200th layer.